Good morning from a rather overcast and cloudy Snetterton circuit. The Snetterton 300 circuit playing host to various MSV saloon and sports car categories this weekend. We've got the Track Day Trophy, the Track Day Championship and Turismo X all here, along with Bernie's Outlaws, the V8 powered muscular cars out there on the circuit today. Of course, this is the weekend headlined by the 9-hour race for the Enduro car category as well. So lots of different types of racing to come this weekend, but today is all about the sprint racing for the saloon cars and the sports cars. My name is Adam Weller. I will be joined this weekend by my colleague down in the pits and up in the commentary box, Kieran McGinley.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. Yes, it's a very windy pit lane as well. A bit of a headwind coming down the centre straight, and, well, could be a challenge for the drivers heading their way down in towards Riches for the first time, but we're just getting ourselves prepared for the Turismo X. We've got just a car to get through some 3-lap practice qualifying to get themselves ready for the Bernie's V8 later on, but we've got 2 races before lunch, and we've also got the Super Pole as well for Turismo X. The Turismo X's have had their, well, if you like, preliminary qualifiers. The 10 teams have found themselves now into that pretty much Super Pole session. They'll be ready for the session pretty much to see where they can line themselves up in the top 10. But I'm looking forward to it, Adam. I'm looking forward to working with you as well up in the commentary box. I just had to stare up to him because he's up there. He's giving me a wave as well. So, Adam, over to you from the pit lane.
Thank you. Yes, it's going to be a few minutes before Turismo X is out there on the circuit. We're expecting them out at 10 past 11 for their Super Pole session. If you haven't seen a Super Pole session before, it's effectively a one-lap dash. It's an all-or-nothing, make-or-break situation. All of the top 10 cars from the earlier qualifying in Turismo X will head out onto the circuit. They will have precisely one flying lap to determine the grid order for it. So even though we've already got a fastest driver in qualifying, they may not be our pole sitter, and it was quite a close session as well earlier on in qualifying for Turismo X. So keep your eyes peeled for that. That is a few moments away though as we take a look at this Snetterton circuit. We will in a moment as well see a car out there on circuit doing some qualifying out of session, as it were, the 999 car, the all-gold Corvette C1. That's one of the cars out of the Bernie's V8 category. Bernie's V8, a staple at this point of the racing scene here in the UK, and a category that we're very much looking forward to bringing you on this live stream today. A mix of all sorts of things. Of course, America and the V8. Don't they go together very nicely indeed? But there are some British V8s as well in the form of MGBs and TVRs. Then you've got the NASCARs as well. There's a couple of NASCAR machines out there on the circuit for good measure among the American muscle. And even an interloping Porsche 911. A bit more on that later on. So then we do have about 10 minutes before this Super Pole session for Turismo X. There are multiple classes at play in Turismo X. The car you see at the moment is the aforementioned Corvette, qualifying out of session for Bernie's V8s. This is because this car didn't get an opportunity to qualify earlier on. So they're just making sure that the car is safe, that the driver knows where the track goes, and the car is eligible to race later on today. So this car will be taking a bit of a cruise around the Snetterton 300 circuit in preparation for the race later on. Don't fear though, that Corvette will be running at a much faster pace a little later on when they are officially qualifying. You see there the recovery vehicles at work as well. One of the Ford Fiestas went missing during our previous qualifying session for the MSVT Track Day Trophy category. I'm going to run you through the classes for Turismo X because there is a lot of different categories and a lot of different cars out there. The Class X class of Turismo X is indeed our fastest class of all. That runs for cars between 241 and 300 brake horsepower per ton. So in that class you can see very fast BMWs, and even some GT cars are eligible for that as well. Class S is your second class by default, really. That's the 206 to 240 brake horsepower category. In that class, you can see everything including TCR spec cars, factory-built touring racing cars out there on circuit. You can also see some splendid touring cars that have been built by teams independently. Class S is certainly a class where you could see an overall winner arrived. In fact, if Darren Goes, a Class S car, the car you see on circuit now, on screen now, I should say, was our fastest car in that qualifying session earlier on. So Darren Goes will get the honour of leading them away for the Super Pole session later on. That is an Audi RS3 TCR factory-built car. The car you see on screen behind, second fastest in the qualifying session earlier, is the 166 BMW E36 M3. A study in contrast, those first two, 20 years apart in vintage. One of them a factory-built race car, one of them independently built. There is Adam Blair, the driver for Dark Side Developments, the Audi TT TFSI. That's a pretty recent car, a 2017 build. Then you have another factory-built race car in the form of a Seat Leon Super Copa machine, Dylan Brichter. He was fourth fastest with his final lap of the qualifying session earlier. The 45 car we just went past, a slightly newer BMW M3 and E46, circa 2003. There you see the number 12 car, that's Scott Parkin, the other Dark Side Developments machine. So they've got one diesel Golf and one petrol TT. Just behind is another of the TCR cars as Scott Parkin gives us a wave. This is the Honda Civic Tcr being driven by Richard Clark. Richard Clark at the wheel of the 66 Honda Civic Tcr. The Japanese manufacturer entrusting all factory racing developments, at least on a customer level in GT3 and TCR, to the Italian JAS Motorsport outfit. Quite a few Hondas built by JAS Motorsport racing this weekend in Thailand at the Bang Saen Street Circuit as part of the Thailand Super Series. The 65 car, John Lemaster, that is the first of the Class A cars that you've seen on your screen, and it's also the first of the cars from the Elise Trophy that runs within Turismo X. No guesses required for the 112 car that's also in Class A and is also, of course, a Lotus Elise. Jonathan Mee, who was a front runner last time out at Anglesey. We'll be keeping an eye on his progress in this one for sure. And then rounding out the top 10 in the session was this little Renault Clio, the fastest Class B car, driven by local man Kevin Sterling. How do I know he's local? Well, he's entered under the name Team Norfolk, and we are, of course, in Norfolk here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. It's 3 miles of circuit here in 300 configuration. We're going to see both of the kind of regularly used circuit configurations this weekend. 300 circuit will play host to all of our races today, and then we will have the 200 circuit in use for the Enduro KAs later on this evening for qualifying for them, and of course for the 9-hour race that follows. The Schweiner Rennen 9 hours here at Snetterton. In previous years, they've done 12-hour races here at Snetterton for the Enduro car category. However, this year they've reduced the distance of this one to 9 hours. I think thanks in no small part to the fact that just last month, the Enduro car drivers took part in a 24-hour race over at Anglesey on the coastal circuit. I was there for that one. It was a spectacular event, it must be said. So the car that was qualifying out of session has now done so, and that would imply that Super Pole is about to get started, and sure enough, Darren Goes leads them away. So then this is the Super Pole session for Turismo X. It's going to be a one-lap dash, and that man Darren Goes has it all to do in this session. He was fastest by a few hundredths, or just over a tenth, I think it was ultimately, over the 116 car, rather the 166 BMW E36 M3 of Chris Mills and David Gardner. So it really could go any of several ways in this Super Pole session. They don't have the luxury of locking up at turn 1 and giving it another go. If they mess up their one flying lap in Super Pole, well, that's it. So then Darren goes in the RS3 TCR, an immaculately turned out car from the Mango's Racing Turismo X stable. Cars still filtering out onto the circuit at the moment for their one stab at Superpole stardom. There is the number 2 car of Dylan Brichter, the NJM Racing Machine, the Seat Super Cobra in Class S. Here is the Civic TCR we were talking about earlier on. That is Richard Clark, who'll be looking to make up some positions. Of course, TCR machinery all run to a BOP, so theoretically, that Audi RS3 and the Honda Civic TCR should be exactly matched. So that means that Richard Clark has a great example of his car's potential in the form of this Audi of Darren Goes. And Richard wasn't anywhere near the pace of Darren in qualifying, so he'll be looking to get closer in this Super Pole session. You see there the clock on your screen if you're watching the live stream at the moment. This is, officially speaking, a 10-minute timed session. However, in reality, the time doesn't matter because this is a one-lap dash. Do or die, one flying lap. And let's see what Darren Goes can do. The 22 car, the mean green machine, comes across the line now to start his flying lap. Down the centre straight he goes and flies past my commentary position, throttle wide open. Through Ritchie's Bend, the first corner, fast right-hand flick, which then sets you up nicely for the Wilson hairpin, the second corner of the lap, the first big braking zone. And always an interesting place on the first lap. Power back on for Darren Goes as he runs down towards turn 3. That's Palmer Bend, named after Jonathan Palmer, the owner of Snetterton Circuit and many others through his MSV Motorsport Vision company. Down towards Agostini, the fourth corner on the lap, another place where overtaking happens on a regular basis. Darren Goes through there. It's been a smooth lap so far. It hasn't looked overly spectacular from Darren Goes, but sometimes smooth is fast, of course. Through Hamilton, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton, and now on to Oggie's Bend. We'll now power out towards Williams, which is another mid-speed right-hander, and now onto the long Bentley Straight. The famous back straight here at Snetterton, where you pick up massive speed. On the horizon, drawing ever closer, is the bridge, and under the bridge we find Brundle and Nelson corners. You have to be on the brakes all the way through Brundle into Nelson, and that can really challenge a driver. Out of Nelson now and onto the bomb hole, the famously cambered dipping corner. Coram is next, long sweeping right-hander. You can really see why the left side tyres take a beating here at the Snetterton 300 circuit, can't you? Lots of very fast right-handers. Out of Murray's then, and Darren Goes is going to be the first to set a benchmark time for the rest of the field. He was fastest in qualifying. Can he be the pole sitter for this race? We're going to have to see what everyone else can do, but he sets the benchmark at 2:05.527. That is a strong time. Here is Adam Blair. Crossing the line just in front of me here in the commentary position is the BMW, and that car just went to a 2:05.988, so Goes is safe for now. What can Adam Blair do? Blair goes second fastest by just over a tenth. Adam Blair second fastest in the TT. The number 2 car of Dylan Brichter through the final corner, and isn't he pushing? Brichter in the Seat Super Cobra, giving it hell for leather. Coming across the centre straight now, really pushing through Murray's Bend. And you'll be unsurprised to hear that wasn't the fastest line through that corner at 2:07.743. Cements Brichter in fourth for now, but can we see that time beat? Here comes the 45 car. That is the M3 of Gary Hufford across the line. What can Hufford do? It's a 2:10.6, so not exactly setting the world alight there. That could be an opportunity for this man, Richard Clark, at the wheel of the Honda Civic. We've just seen Scott Parkin defeat Hufford, so Parkin fifth fastest, and beating Hufford as well is Clark. So Richard Clark moves himself up to sixth. Here comes the second of the two Lotus Elises. Le Master's just crossed the line for a 2:13.1. What can me do? It's a 2:11.0. Very good time from me to go 8th fastest in the Class A machine. And then in a class of 1 within this Super Pole session is Kevin Sterling in the Team Norfolk car. I'd be surprised to see him better anyone else out there on the circuit, but he does! A 2:12.068 from Sterling to put the Class B Clio ahead of Le Master in the Class A Lotus Elise. But by the narrowest of margins, it is Darren Goes that has taken the pole and will start at the sharp end of the order for our Turismo X race number 3 of the day. Their first race of 2 that will come on this schedule today, and Darren Goes with a 2:05.527 is going to be at the sharp end of the order alongside Adam Blair. Adam Blair went quicker than he did in quali, a 2:05.693. It wasn't quite enough to best Darren Goes, but it does mean we've got an all Audi front row of the grid. 8 rings on the first 2 grid positions then. The 166 car, the BMW E36 M3 of Mills and Gardner, will line up 3rd place. That's the car in the factory-esque BMW colours in 3rd, also the first of the Class X cars. Dylan Brichter, who we saw going full bore sideways through Murray's, taking 4th fastest. Parkin taking 5th. Scott Parkin taking 5th in the number 12. His brother Ryan not here this weekend. 6th fastest was, of course, Richard Clark in the Honda Civic TCR car. 7th fastest was the orange BMW we're looking at just now, the AB Motorsport car of Gary Hufford. 8th fastest was the 112. That is, of course, Jonathan Mee in his Lotus Elise. The top 10 for all that session, and indeed the grid for race 3 of our programme, the first of the 2 Turismo X races today. Kevin Sterling taking 9th, and the top 10 rounded out by the 65 car, John Le Master in his Lotus Elise 135R. But there's the driver who's fastest, Darren Goes. And I believe Kieran is going to try and get a word.
I am indeed. Just give Darren a quick time to get a debrief in and have a chat to engineers and whatnot, but a great lap, a very close qualifying session. Not much in it between himself and Adam Blair, but Darren Goes now hopping out of the car. Darren, could we have a quick chat with you? Darren, pole position for the race. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, good. We've had a few problems with the car all season, but finally we've got it all working together. So.
And you've got your Audi here. I mean, how are you finding it so far this season?
Like I say, we've had a few gremlins. It's new to me this year, but no, today we've got it all together.
And Adam was saying it's an all Audi front row. What's your plan going in towards Riches today?
The starts are always a bit tentative in this car, so we'll see what happens. But it's a 20-minute race, and let's see what we can do. I was surprised that after first qualifying, the TT was so far behind, so close behind me. So still got to push quite hard.
And there's not much between you as well. Do you anticipate a good race, especially in the first lap?
Yeah. So we had a very good race. We were nose to tail all the way at Silverstone this year for 20 minutes. So hopefully we'll do that again today.
Darren, good luck in the race. Congratulations on pole position.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And Darren Goes there having a chat to us in the Audi, of course, getting pole position by the slimmest of margins. Can't wait to see how that unfolds. Adam, it's back to you.
0.16 of a second then, just under, or well under 0.2 of a second between the two of them in that session. Darren Goes and Adam Blair, 2 of the drivers we expected to be favourites. Darren Goes said he was quite surprised that Adam Blair was suddenly so fast in Superpole. I reckon Adam Blair was probably just keeping his powder dry a little bit. He's a crafty one, I would say. So then we are about to see our first race of the weekend, and that is for the Bernie's Outlaw V8s. We'll see them out onto the grid in just a few moments. A variety of cars, both domestic, European and American. A large majority of them are running V8s, although there is the odd German interloper in amongst the order. In fact, the German interloper is our pole sitter, Robert Holliman, in the Porsche 964, the 1990 vintage Porsche 911 on the pole position for this one. You see the field, the broad array of shapes and sizes coming out onto the grid at the moment. Always a joy when Bernie's V8s are in town. They had one of their big headlining events last month, the American Speedfest, always a highlight of their calendar, of course, shared with the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series, the Euro NASCAR Championships. So it is Robert Holliman there on the pole position. His Porsche has rather discreetly hidden itself behind the BMW 2 Series safety car at the moment, but I assure you it is there. Alongside him will be Bernard Foley in the MGB GTV8. And there's a study in contrast, if you've ever seen one. A big front engine 5-litre V8. The MGB GT. The engine capacity rather outweighs the diminutive figure of the MGB. And then you've got the Porsche 911. You see there the 964. The number 191 car in the foreground of shot. And that car, Robert Holliman, he knows how to pedal that Porsche. He has been doing so for years and years and years in any category where the car is deemed eligible. And I've seen him dominate races at Snetterton before in the 964. We'll have to see whether he can get away from Bernard Foley and the chasing pack. Keep an eye on that second row of the grid as well. Chris Ridge looked competitive. You can just see him behind the Porsche as the cars roll on their formation lap. The 54 car is, of course, a TVR Tuscan out of the TVR Tuscan Challenge category that was so well supported and enjoyed by many a fan in the 90s and the 2000s. A great many GT racers came through that category back in the day. And there you see another fabulous car towards the rear end of the order, the Ford Mustang Boss 302, just trundling through Ritchie's at the moment. You've got authentic NASCAR machinery, you've got Corvettes, MGs, TVRs. Some cars that would be great for a back road, other cars would be great for an oval. All sorts of different machinery out there on the circuit, and of course one car on the pole position that would be rather suited to the Autobahn. So then the 191 car is our pole sitter for this one. Robert Holliman will be taking the start in the 191 car. It will be a 20-minute race per the schedule. They were originally down for 15 minutes, but they've been up to 20 minutes as it turns out. The Bernie's Outlaw V8s. It will be the 191 car on pole position. Alongside is Bernard Foley in the MGB. Chris Ridge is on the second row of the grid in the 54 car. That is the TVR Tuscan that you see on screen, the green and black car. Keep an eye on that off the line. And alongside him will be the number 94, Lee Maddox, in his Pontiac Grand Prix AS car. That's no N on that. It's not a NASCAR, it's an AS car machine. There are a great many differences I could talk you through, but we haven't got all day. The 58 car, Clive Leatherby, is next on the grid. That is another of the TVR Tuscans, the white car you see there in 5th place. And alongside on the third row is the 96 of Hugh Pelling. Row 4 is the Bryan and Taylor driven 61 car, Luke Bryan and Jeff Taylor. I believe it'll be Luke Bryan at the wheel of the 61 for this race. The 16 car is alongside, that's Ray Donner in his Mustang Boss 302 that you see there. Behind him is the Samuels family 87 car, another of the MGB V8s, and Peter Samuels should be taking the start in this race. Kevin Borland is next in his authentic NASCAR machine from the American stock car scene, imported over to Rockingham a few years ago and now in the hands of Kevin Borland as you see them getting ready in 2x2 formation. Just to run you through the last 3 spots, Steve Anderson in his mighty hot rod should be starting 11th, although I don't see him there, unfortunately, Steve Anderson. So I worry that we're not going to get to see the 1955 vintage Chevrolet out there. Stuart Entwistle is there, though, in his Chevrolet. And at the back of the grid is that Chodosh family Corvette that should be driven in this race by Simeon Chodosh. So then the grid is rolling towards the start-finish line on the centre straight. We can see, unfortunately, that the 1955 Chevrolet Sports Coupe of Steve Anderson isn't there at the back of the order, but everyone else is ready to go for 20 minutes of racing, and they do launch now. It's a drag race to the line, and it's a drag race that I think Bernard Foley is going to win as they approach Ritchie's Bend side by side between the two of them. In fact, no. Robert Holliman it is who just about leads as they go through Ritchie's for the first time. The big Corvette of Simeon Chodosh is already making up positions through the order. No great surprises there. But it is the 191 car that leads, and the Pontiac going deep into turn 2 there. Lee Maddox struggling to find grip at the Wilson hairpin. Onwards towards Palmer they go for the first time. In fact, the leading car's already through Palmer and on towards Agostini. Here comes the 191 Porsche of Holliman. You see the poise of that car on the brakes and on turn-in. Foley's probably having to muscle the car a bit more in second place, the mighty MGB GT V8. It's a lot of motor in a very small wheelbase, and that can often make things very hairy. Just ask anyone who's ever driven an AC Cobra in anger. And then there in third place lurking is Chris Ridge, who I suspect is going to be all over the back of Bernard Foley all race long. Just see there, Holliman took a deeper line on the approach to Williams Bend, the corner we look at now, and that gave him such a good run out onto the Bentley Straight. It's those small details, those little racing line perfections that often give a driver the edge, although down the long Bentley Straight, the big V8s close in on the Porsche, don't they? Further back there, you've got a picture of early 60s GT racing with a TVR Griffith being hounded by the big Corvette. Simeon Chodosh looking to the inside there of Luke Bryan. A couple of the MGBs further back as well as they run through the bomb hole for the first time. Bernie's V8s again, an advert for all things old school. And that Griffith has been dispatched then by the Corvette and also by the Boss 302 Mustang of Ray Donner. Across the line come the leading few cars then, and the top two are breaking away. Holliman and Bernard Foley have built a gap over the two TVRs fighting for third place. It's still Chris Ridge in third place, but he's coming under pressure, I'd say, from Clive Leatherby in fourth place. Down to fifth, of course, is the number 94 car, Lee Maddox in his Pontiac Grand Prix V8. Great sound these cars make as they come past our commentary positions, as they come past the spectator banks here at Snetterton. And here on the 300 circuit, where the cars kind of go back on themselves a few times on the infield loop, it truly does feel sometimes like the sound of these motors is surrounding you. It really is an experience. If you've not been here to Snetterton circuit before, I heartily recommend you do so. You are watching on the live stream. Why not come down tomorrow for some Enduro cat action? A bit different from what we're going to see in this program today, by and large, but certainly a spectacle all of its own. Holliman then, Robert Holliman in the lead of this race for now. Now watch Foley in that MGB down the Bentley Straight, because that car in second place is going to close in on the Porsche once again. I don't think the brakes are quite strong enough for him to capitalise going into Brundle and Nelson, but you can see the MG just closing in slightly as they run towards the bridge, going into Brundle. But Holliman continues to lead the way, wagging a wheel up in the air, such as the stiffness of the suspension on that Porsche. Then you've got that rather fabulous looking TVR Tuscan in the plain but purposeful white. That is Leatherby, Clive Leatherby, at the wheel of his 1996 vintage TVR Tuscan. Chris Ridge's car is listed as a 1990, so in theory that car has been through a few more years of hardship. There you see MG versus TVR, the TVR Griffith number 61, Luke Bryan, under pressure from the 96 MG being driven by Hugh Pelling. There's the Boss 302 Mustang, which has got past the Corvette on that lap, so Ray Donner has capitalised, and then you've got 4 very different cars. I grant you 2 of them are MGB V8s, but you've got a TVR Griffith leading the pack, and then a big old V8 NASCAR, authentic American NASCAR, which seems to be a bit quicker than it was in qualifying. I was a bit worried that Kevin Borland was out of sorts in qualifying. I'd suggest the car's still not running quite to pace at the moment, but it seems as though the car's looking more competitive at least, and Kevin Borland mixing it up with some 60s and 70s cars at the moment in the big 2005-ish vintage Chevrolet Monte Carlo, which is an authentic NASCAR chassis. He reckons he's getting about 530 brake horsepower out of it. He was also worried, though, coming out of Brands Hatch, the American Speed Fest, because he was having some oil pressure problems at Brands. I just wonder whether those have persisted here at Snetterton. To my memory, the car was a lot further up the order at Brands Hatch. But look at this battle between the TVR and the MGs. It seems as though that 61 car in the hands of Luke Bryan has a few more ponies than the chasing MGs. And then you've got the Mustang versus the Corvette there further back. And there's TVR versus MG, so you've got a battle for either side of the Atlantic at the moment. TVR versus MG fighting for 8th overall, and then just ahead of them for 6th overall we've got the Mustang and the Corvette. The 2 MGs though switching positions there. And is that Pelling getting through? Yes, it is. So that's Hugh Pelling in the rather lighter green MG, who's just made up a position. As you see, the fastest lap times are being beaten left, right and centre as the front runners best each other at the sharp end. Fastest lap for Chris Ridge at the moment, chasing down the top 2 in 3rd place. And there's the mighty Mustang out of the final corner. The Boss 302 Mustang is best known, I'll come back to my histrionic point in a minute though, because we've got side-by-side action coming out of Murray's. The 61 car continues to hold them off. Luke Bryan continues to hold off Pelling, and indeed Luke Bryan. Bryan keeps getting back past, doesn't he? Luke Bryan in the 61 car keeps getting back past Pelling. Seemingly that 87 car is a lot better in the corners than anything around it, but in a straight line it just doesn't seem to have the grunt. Perhaps Enzo Ferrari's words on if you can't build an engine, you can't build a race car, maybe that rings true. Or downforces for people who can't build engines. Although it does seem that that Samuel's family 87 car is a little bit down on power. Just saw the 46 car at the back of the order. This is another of the NASCAR Chevys in the hands of Stuart Entwistle. He's running a much lower powered, basically stock engine rather than a NASCAR unit, and that does seem to have slowed the car down, and I think indeed he's having some mechanical woes unfortunately this weekend too. So he's running at the back of the order in full Cole Trickle garb. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see a Tom Cruise style dramatic comeback out of the 46 in this race. The top 3 then running through Murray's Bend, and it is still Holliman that leads, but not by much. It was 0.7 of a second between the 2 of them last time by. Let's see what the gap is this time. It may have gone out, but not by much. You see there the fastest laps being knocked down once again. It is that 3rd place car of Chris Ridge, the number 54, that was the fastest last time by. And the TVR Tuscan is closing in on the MGB. On paper, that would make sense. The MGB is a car from 1968. Chris Ridge is in a much newer TVR Tuscan circa 1990. So a couple of decades of lifespan between the 2 of them, but both of these cars have been fettled and modified and upkept, so in this case, age 'tis but a number. 54 car They're in 5th, 3rd place then. That's the one to watch. Chris Ridge in the green and black TVR Tuscan, currently setting the fastest times lap on lap. Robert Holliman has his work cut out in this one in the Porsche, which is running as an outlaw within Bernie's V8. You may say, well, that's neither a V8, nor is it really anything else the series stands for. Well, no, it is an outlaw car. It's somewhere where a decreasing number of places will allow the car to run, and so they've allowed Robert Holliman in as an outlaw class runner. And through into 2nd place goes Chris Ridge. Oh, but he spun the car going through Brundle. Oh, the 54 is around the driver who was looking so fast, as unfortunately tried to turn it into Brundle one step too quick. And I was talking about how that corner is taken under braking and how that can be a challenge, and we just saw a prime example of that from Chris Ridge, unfortunately. So this leaves Holliman suddenly with a nice big gap to play with, because unfortunately Bernard Foley had to take evasive action there as Chris Ridge span. And that has allowed Robert Holliman to suddenly have quite a nice gap. 4.3 seconds is the gap now. There is the Corvette, the 999 car. Simeon Chodosh got back past Ray Donner last time. Is that still the case? Is the Boss 302 still behind? It certainly looks like it is. Yes, sure enough, just seen coming through Murray's now. I was going to make a point about that Boss 302, the Mustang just behind this striking gold Corvette. The Boss 302, best known in racing circles for its time in the Trans Am series in the 1960s, racing up against Camaros and Plymouth Cougars and cars of that nature. However, at NASCAR short tracks, you would often see the Boss 302 out there, even though it had a big cubic inch deficiency compared to the big 427 cubic inch cars favoured by the NASCAR crowd in the late 60s. The lightweight, relatively speaking, 302 cubic inch Mustang was favoured at some of the shorter circuits, such as the Bowman Gray Stadium in the late 60s in NASCAR competition. The Mustang 302 was a race winner in NASCAR, even though a majority of its successes came in Trans Am, and certainly the Ray Donner car apes Trans Am. In fact, I believe I've spoken to Ray before, and it may be an authentic Trans Am car. I will have to check with Ray again during lunchtime, actually, but I'm fairly sure we've had that discussion before, and it is an authentic Trans Am car from 1969. There's the big muscular Corvette, though, just ahead of the Mustang, the 999 car, being driven by Simeon Chodosh. A nice comfortable lead over the Mustang now in what was at one point a very competitive fight for 5th place, but it seems as though the Corvette has topped the tree, at least for now. Here's a spectacular thing, isn't it? The C1 Corvette, the genesis of Corvettes. Of course, they are now up to the C8, which is the first Corvette to be mid-engined on a production car basis. There have, however, been mid-engine Corvette concepts dating back, I think, as far as the 1960s. There was also a Corvette GTP race car in the 1980s that was mid-engine, so there is some historic precedent there, but I know that a great many purists mourn the loss of the front-engine Corvette, and indeed naturally aspirated Corvette. A good number of them are turbocharged now. There's the 96 car, the MGB. Still there or thereabouts. In fact, Hugh Pelling, I think, might be closing in slightly on the Mustang ahead. Yes, a 2:14.1 last time by for Hugh Pelling. He is definitely closing in on Ray Donner. And we have a bit of a TVR Tuscan Challenge revival going on in the battle for 3rd place, just heading down towards Oggies at the moment. Of course, after that mistake for Chris Ridge earlier, the 54 car is coming under a good deal of pressure. or rather the 58 car is coming under a good deal of pressure. Clive Leatherby is being closed in upon by Chris Ridge. Of course, Chris Ridge was setting the fastest times of anybody out on the circuit before that spin. Can Ridge salvage a podium by getting back around Leatherby? He's only got 5 minutes to do it. This man, Robert Holliman, just heading through Murray's now, only has 5 minutes to just continue staying out of harm's way. He's just lapped Entwistle in the 46 car you see on screen. Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Which, even though the history is not clear, we do understand is an authentic American NASCAR chassis. And here comes that battle for third place we were talking about. TVR side by side, it's Ridge on the inside, it's Ridge into third place. Chris Ridge back up into the podium spots then. Back to the third place he had before the spin. Of course, he just moved up to second when he spun out. Clive Leatherby trying to get back by, but isn't close enough as they go towards the Wilson hairpin. So Leatherby has been bested by Ridge. Ridge just needs to keep his nose clean now that he's back up into third place, doesn't he? He hasn't got any chance of catching the top two, but a podium finish would be ideal for him after that spin. There is this scrap for third and fourth then. Also got a good scrap on for 6th and 7th still, as Hugh Pelling continues to scrap with Ray Donner as they approach turn 2. So scraps up and down the order at the moment. I'd say that Chris Ridge has firmly bested Leatherby now in this battle for third place. Here's our race leader with 3 minutes to go. It is still Robert Holliman firmly in charge in the Bernie's V8s and Historic Outlaws. The V8s are the headliners, but the Historic Outlaws factor of the race is where the Porsche comes in. And Holliman firmly at the sharp end of the order in the Porsche. What could have been if Chris Ridge had kept the car in the straight and narrow? Those Tuscans doth bite, as Chris Ridge found out. Second place at the moment, and some 7.6 seconds off the Porsche, is Bernard Foley. He comes across the line now. Let's see what the gap is. It's out again to 11.1 seconds. I think Bernard has decided, discretion the better part of valor, just get the car home. We should have 2 more laps. This should be the penultimate lap of the race now, looking at the clock. Just seeing around Coram area to see whether there has been a change in the battle between the Boss 302 Mustang and the MG of Hugh Pelling. It's still very close between them, but for now, Ray Donner is just about holding on to what is 6th overall. They approach the last corner at the moment. Here we are looking at this battle now, and it is a scrap for 6th overall. Hugh Pelling very quickly caught Ray Donner, but now that he's got to the back of him, I think Ray may have got the hurry up on. The big Mustang pretty much cloaks the little MG as they run towards turn 1. Out of Ritchie's they go, and you can see how much quicker Pelling's car is through the corners. Sharper on the brakes too, one would suspect. And oh, Ray Donner locking up a little bit there under pressure from Hugh Pelling. We're into the final 45 seconds of this race. I believe we are going to get 1 more lap of action. And it again looks like the Mustang has just stretched its legs a little bit there. Different strengths and weaknesses, of course, in those 2 cars. Hugh Pelling, certainly with a very nimble machine, his MGB RV8 Roadster. I said roaster there, I meant roadster with a D. Hugh Pelling not quite able to get past Donner yet. He's going to have one more lap to do it though, because this is the final lap of the race that's just been started by Robert Holliman in the Porsche 964, the 1990 vintage blue and yellow Porsche. 191 car, 13.4 seconds to the good at the sharp end of the pack, and in the battle for third place, Chris Ridge has firmly extended his advantage too, so it looked as though the three positions at the sharp end of the order are all but sealed. And Robert Holliman, be it in Aston Martin Owners Club competition or Porsche exclusive competition, the 191 car continues on. And Robert Holliman will be adding to a very, very extensive Snetterton section of his trophy cabinet with this win. Clock has ticked down to 0. This will be the final lap of the race. The battle between Donner and Pelling continues as they start the final lap. There they are through turn 1 now. We'll see whether Hugh Pelling can get past on the final lap, but for now, heading through the bomb hole for the final time is Robert Holliman in the Porsche 964. It's a car that he builds and maintains extensively by himself, something of a Porsche specialist. And once again, he and the baby blue Porsche are making a hugely solid combination here at Snetterton. Across the line to take the win goes Robert Holliman with a flick of smoke and flame from the rear tailpipes, as opposed to the front tailpipes, of course, Adam. Bernard Foley taking second place then, coming across the line now. Powers down the centre straight to take that second overall. It's also a win in the heavily modified class for that MG. Ridge coming across the line now for third overall. Chris Ridge, what could have been without that spin, still claims a podium. Looks as though Clive Leatherby, I should say, sorry, has firmly backed off there towards the end of the race. Was right on the tail of Chris Ridge just a couple of laps ago, but I think after trying to contest for third place, ended up settling for fourth. This car a lap down, of course, the Entwistle Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Next across the line should be the Corvette C1 of Simeon Chodosh. There it is. And then behind him is the battle for sixth overall, the battle between the Mustang and the MG. They come around the last corner now, and it's going to be Ray Donner that holds on to it with the power of the Mustang 302. But Hugh Pelling gave him a great run right to the very end of the race there. Great scrap between two very different cars. A signature of the Bernie's V8s category, that. Eighth across the line, the Samuels family 87 MG. That is Peter Samuels, who should have been at the wheel for that race. But Robert Holliman put in a huge performance at the wheel of the Porsche 964. I think he may have come under threat in that race from Chris Ridge, had Ridge been able to avoid any mistakes, but the TVR bit him, and Ridge ultimately finishing a distant third place, but that bodes well for the race to come. Here are the full results. Robert Holliman then taking the win in the Porsche 911, Bernard Foley second place in the MG. Then it was the TVRs of Chris Ridge and Clive Leatherby. Simeon Chodosh in the Corvette from the back of the grid to finish fifth. Ray Donner sixth ahead of Hugh Pelling in seventh place. Then Samuels in the 87 car. Borland in his number 33 NASCAR Chevrolet. The 61 car of Luke Bryan rounding out the top 10. The last of the finishers, Stuart Entwistle in the 46 car. Unfortunately, we didn't see the 94 Pontiac of Lee Maddox to the end of the race. He pulled into the pits quite early on. But a fabulous opener to this MSV racing weekend here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. Plenty of racing, plenty of different cars yet to come this weekend. In a rare break from form, we haven't used the rear paddock exit here, so the cars are just coming down the pit lane now. You may know that coming into 2021, the Snetterton circuit had a new rear exit applied to the paddock, and that meant that they could get from the start or to the checkered flag to scrutineering a lot quicker. And I think that Robert Holliman has evaded Kieran McGinley, at least for now, for a podium interview. But Kieran isn't going to be bested that easily. Kieran has gone straight to the source, and he will be marching up to the Porsche 964 along with cameraman Jeremy for an interview in just a few moments' time. But the drivers haven't been told to go to Kieran, therefore Kieran is going to have to go to them. So the manhunter down there in the paddock for our viewing pleasure, the diligent Kieran McGinley, will be providing us with some interviews in a moment. Chief among them, of course, Robert Holliman, our race winner, who put in another stonking performance at Snetterton, the circuit he seems to like, although I'm sure he may well prove me wrong in an interview format by saying the exact opposite. Let's hear from him now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adam. Yeah, first race of the day is done and dusted, and we have our race winner in Robert Holliman. Robert, I'll just come around here, have a chat with you. Robert, how did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was good. The car wasn't as quick as I wanted it at the start. We're trying to drag out a set of tyres for a whole season, and they're starting to feel it a bit now after 10 races. But yeah, it's a good race.
Yeah, especially the left-hand side of the car must take a bit of a beating, especially around this Snetterton circuit.
I think the whole thing does on the way I drive a 911.
I mean, talk us through that first early stages. It looked like a great battle for the top three, early stages.
Yeah, they were really close up behind, weren't they, at the beginning? I think Chris in the TVR took a bit of a lunge into under the bridge into the S's and caused them to drop both away, and gave me an easy run to the end.
Absolutely, and of course this is maybe good signs for the next race later on, is it?
Hopefully, yeah. I presume we're starting from pole, finishing the first one in the first. I don't know, but. We'll just crack on and do our best. Well,
whatever happens, crack on and do your best. Robert, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much, and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. I've just got to say thanks to all my fans that all come to Snetterton every time.
Oh, I can hear them in the distance there, Robert. Thank you so much for talking to us. And whilst the manhunt goes on, I'll hand back to you, Adam.
Yes, well, I think the manhunt may be rather shortened by the fact that we are already on the verge of seeing the next grid roll on their formation lap. I think the manhunter may have to put down the crossbow and the microphone and join us a bit later with some more interviews. The MSVT Track Day Championship. There's the Track Day Championship and the Track Day Trophy this weekend. I'm sure I'm going to get it wrong on a couple of occasions, but it is the MSV Track Day Championship that will provide us with our second and final race before the lunch break here at Snetterton. As you can see, a diverse array of saloon cars at the front of the order and all throughout the pack, as a matter of fact. There are multiple drivers throughout the grid on this one. However, I don't have starting drivers for everybody, so I think there is going to be an element of looking at form and guesswork and things of that nature. I can tell you, looking at the very front of the grid, the 34 car is going to be started by newcomer, the newcomer in the number 34 car. That is, of course, the Team Hard Racing entry of Alex Jones and Tony Gillam. Tony, the ex-BTCC driver, will be on the second driver stint. And he will be joined by Carlito Moracco And Jackson in the 28 car, George Jackson, alongside in the MSVT Track Day Championship front row. It's an all Volkswagen Golf affair, as you can see. 2 cars prepared by 2 different teams, though, so that could be rather entertaining. And so we should be rolling on the formation lap shortly. Just to run you through the format for this race, the Track Day Championship, it is a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. And the top class cars, the Class B cars, run to 175 brake horsepower per tonne. That's the maximum in Class B. Incidentally, the 2 cars you see on the front row are both guest class cars. And therefore they don't conform to that, so in theory they should be a bit quicker. The Class C runners are cars with less than 150 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class D for cars of up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne. And then you have the guest class, which is a free-for-all is a strong word, but certainly they haven't got quite as strenuous a set of circumstances as to which class they are in. They're all just guests, and I think in all cases the cars in the guest class are a little bit quicker than the cars in Class B, which would be our theoretical fastest class. Being it is a championship, the guest class cars won't be scoring points though. And here you see the grid in full on your screen now, starting with the Golfs at the front end of the order. Adrian Pottinger and Kevin Sterling on row 2, Jordan Honeybone and John Lynn on row 3. Then it's Robert Gamble and Charlie Polk on row 4, the BMW 3-litre 1 Series alongside the Renault Clio. The Honda Integra of Dan Abbott, the 92 car, is next alongside the number 12 on row 5. That's another of the Renault Clios in the hands of either Dunster or Kemp. Not sure who's starting that car. Alfie Hyde in the 172 is next alongside Darren Goes. Doubling up, he's in a Clio for this one. James Butcher in 13th position alongside the McKee and Dowsett McKee Motorsport BMW E36. That car gets driven to and from the circuit. They'll be hoping it stays clean. Gary Littlewood, 15th on row 8 of the grid alongside Russell Sargent in his Renault Clio, the 88 car. Wright and Glover in the 38 next alongside the Carl Chambers started number 81 Peugeot 208 GTI. Wheeler and Watling will be in their Ford Fiesta ST alongside the BMW Z3 of Jamie Jeffrey. John Dundee is next, 21st on the grid alongside Ronan Quinn. On row 11, Rhys Warwick and Oliver Owen on row 12 of the grid. Row 13, the Burnhams in their Fiesta ST. Alistair Easom on the 13th row of the grid alongside him, the number 26 Mazda. 26th place, I should say, for the number 1 Mazda. Colin Wells in the number 6 car, a teammate, in 27th place. And you see there quite a full grid of cars that we've got for you in this MSV Track Day Championship class. Nigh on 30 cars means it's going to be a very full circuit, lots of different classes at play. And that means that things are going to be very intriguing, especially as the race wears on, especially during the pit window. Cars out of position, lap traffic. There's going to be a lot of different factors in this one. You can see that while I'd say practically all of these cars, and aside from maybe the Mazda MX-5s and the BMW Z3s, a majority of these cars can be called saloons. The spec differences between them are significant. Towards the front of the order, of course, you've got the race prep Volkswagen Golfs in the guest class. You've got a plethora of Renault Clios towards the sharp end as well. But by and large, there are a huge variety of cars coming into this 45-minute race. The Mangoes Racing Renault Clio will be one to watch. There is the 22 car just coming down the Bentley Straight at the moment ahead of the McKee Motorsport BMW. Of course, Darren Goes, we saw him, we've already heard from him in this broadcast from the wheel of his Audi TT. And he's now wheeled out the Clio for a bit of extra fun. Kieran McGinley has now joined me in the commentary box, and Kieran, did he say anything about the Clio? Was he up for that?
He's looking forward to it. You know, starting 12th place, he said it's not ideal, but he's looking forward to getting stuck in and getting started. Just a quick note, the number 25 Green Star Racing Ford Fiesta is currently in the pit lane. It's at the end of pit lane, starting from the pit lane. So I guess in theory avoiding that little bit of first lap melee in towards the likes of Richards and in towards Wilson, but at the same time further down the order than maybe they'd like.
They've also got the marshals polishing the car. I don't know if that's because it's an orange car, where the orange cars get special treatment from the Orange Army. Is that what it is? No? Oh. But the marshal's doing a bit of work on the front end of that car at the moment by the looks of it. I hope it's not leaking anything. I think there might be an abundance of concern that perhaps something oily or something fluidy is coming out of that car. Let's hope not. The cars are rolling towards the grid then. Will be a standing start for these things. The Track Day Championship class getting ready for their 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. And so the first rows of the grid are now lining up. And you see there, you've got a trio of Clios. See what I did there? I did well until I fumbled the landing.
It's all right. Stuck the landing. It's all right. 8 from me.
A pair of Volkswagen Golfs at the front, albeit with the car that's meant to start second a bit out of position. He needs to engage reverse gear because he's currently hovering over the start-finish line. I don't think that's quite right. We'll have to see whether that stands or not. On the third row of the grid is the first of the BMWs. Can't quite see it in that shot, but it is the Tyler Motorsport 71 car of John Lynn. That car, or John Line, I should say. I did get reminded of that angle, see, it's John Line. John Line is usually strong in the E36. It's one of the stronger cars in the category. Normally, of course, we've got those guest class entries at the front. Can John salvage an overall podium in the E36 BMW? It looks like an M3, but it's not one. It's just an E36 that has been through some modifications. 5-second board has been shown. One of the cars has jumped the start. It's Sterling in the Clio who's jumped the start somewhat. All out of position then as we get going, but going we get. And off they go with the 28 car leading the way. It's the Wolf Motorsport car that was a nose and some ahead before they even got started that leads the way. There have been some body panels shed further back in the order as everyone tries to find some room. Darren goes there in the Renault Clio. A little less potent than the Audi TT. We'll see him in later. There you see the 28 car leading the way. Then it's the 34. We believe that is going to be Alex Jones at the wheel of that car for the opening stint. I'm just peering down to see if I can spot Tony Gillam. Yes, indeed, he is on the pit wall. So Tony Gillam playing spectator for the first stint of this race. You see up to third place already. Rear wheel drive, always good off the line. And sure enough, Mr. Line himself, John Line, is up into third place in the early going in the E36. Just behind him is the Honeybone Clio, the 44 Apple Car Centre car of Jordan Honeybone. It's usually shared, but Jordan is running solo this weekend. Gaggle of cars heading towards Hamilton for the first time, Kieran, and well, looks like everyone's got through mostly cleanly. We saw a couple of body parts flying, but all the cars seem to still be moving, and that's what counts.
Yeah, not bad for 28 cars taking the start. That's not bad at all. But at the moment, though, it is the Wolf Motorsport, number 28, VW Golf, that's absolutely trying to sail away into the lead at this moment in time. A great start from them, as now we see the rest of the field make its way through the latter stages of this lap and making their way now down in towards Brundle and Nelson in tandem, and that's the number 53 it is, Kevin Sterling. You're right, he's trying to make some moves and trying to get his way going, especially after that poor start from him.
Yeah, Sterling jumped the start, realised he'd jumped the start, and then, as is always the case when you realise you've jumped the start, you then get a terrible start. As a result of it, the tale as old of time continues to be written. And unfortunately, Kevin Sterling is going to have to work his way through the order. Got a BMW trying to make its way up the ranks. That's the 77 car, the Red Plant Sales entry of Robert Gamble. That's a 3-litre straight 6 BMW, so it should be a bit stronger in a straight line than the Clios. Although actually, they look almost equal. to an extent as they run down the main straight for the first time. No question over the leader, though. It is the 28 car, and just looking at the pace on that first lap, I do wonder if it is Carlito Moracco at the wheel. Carlito, who has driven on the BTCC support package for a number of years, has taken, I believe, even overall race victories in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup. He's a very good driver. Saw great things out of him in Turismo X at Anglesey earlier this year. I doth suspect that it might be him at the wheel of that leading car, the number 28.
Yeah, very early stages in this race though, but we got someone off in the background then, coming on towards the back straight. It's the JB Motorsport, James Butcher, the Honda Civic then, just taking a little bit of rallycross here at Snetterton. I didn't know we had that track there.
No, they did do some rallycross here many moons ago, but not for a while. No one has told James Butcher that, though. He continues to forge his own path.
I have to say, though, coming on towards Agostini, taking the grass line's not particularly great, especially one of the heaviest braking zones on the circuit, but I'll let him figure that one out.
Also, the grass here is particularly protected at Snetterton. Circuit manager doesn't like it when you mess with the grass. So hopefully nothing too heinous has gone on there on the exit of Palmer on towards Agostini. There you see the number plates on that 36 car. That is the McKee Motorsport machine. That is a car that will be driven to and from circuit, and Sam McKee taking the start. He is the man who will have the McKees when the car is driven back home.
And here goes Darren Goes now, trying to make his way through the order, trying to get past the 172 Tyler Motorsport. Alfie Hyde behind the wheel of that one, getting a position there. And yeah, Darren Goes, a different beast, this Renault Clio, but he's sure tamed it well.
Another factory-built race car, of course, a car from the Renault Clio Cup single-make series, the Mark IV cars. We no longer have a Renault Clio Cup in the UK, but they still operate over in Europe with the new Mark V Renault Clios. And just behind him is an example of a Mark II Clio. That's the number 172 of Hyde. The number 12, another Mark II Clio, albeit with some aero appendages. I don't know if that's Dunster or Kemp at the wheel for the first stint, but whoever it was getting a bit out of sorts going through the last corner. Murray's. It
was a bit of an argument going in towards Murray's actually, so we'll have to see how that gets resolved. But yeah, number 12 then dropping down a position as they now make their way up towards the hairpin of Wilson once again.
There you see some of the cars further back, the BMW Z3. The 90, car off there. That was the McKee Motorsport BMW just sliding out of shot. Let's hope that Sam McKee has kept the car straight and true and hasn't collided with anything. There's a lot of runoff down at the Wilson hairpin, but the 36 car went for a spin. Keep an eye on the back of shot, see if you spot an E36. Didn't spot it imminently, but I think it has carried on because I don't see a car off down towards the hairpin on our CCTV cameras here in the commentary box. Do see a good scrap here between the 98 Clio and the 92 Integra. The 98 Clio, the Unique Racing Charlie Polk driven car, right overtaken straight back though by Dan Abbott in the Abbott Motorsport Integra. Dan having absolutely none of it.
Not at all, and this is the great style when it comes to these varied machines, because there's going to be strengths and weaknesses of each car at different points of the circuit, and Snetterton 300 certainly gives you a bit to talk about. There's a bit of dust kicked up there on the exit coming out of the that fast corner, but no harm, no foul as we make our way down towards the Bentley straight.
And a car going straight on there. Was that the Honeybone Clio? No, it was the Unique Racing Clio. That was the 89 car, I make that, of Pottinger that went straight on.
98 of Pottinger is the Unique Racing. Is it not?
No, 89 is Pottinger, 98 is Charlie Polk. And we've got a car off on the main straight, on the Bentley straight, I should say. And that car isn't just off, it's smoking with aplomb. And you may recall the oil being swept off that particular Ford Fiesta a little earlier on, the LWD car of Gary Littlewood. Unfortunately, that thing seems to have expired in a cloud of its own coolant on the Bentley straight, and that's never a welcome sight for the marshals or indeed the other drivers. In fact, that's the Class D Fiesta. I'm not quite sure whom that was ultimately, but one of them certainly is cooking.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you what, there is a great battle going on between the 172 Tyler Motorsport Renault Clio of Alfie Hyde and the number 22 Mango's Racing Renault Clio of Darren Goes. They are absolutely battling hammer and tong as they make their way in towards Wilson. Darren Goes goes a little bit deep, but there's carnage in the background there.
Charlie Polk spinning and everyone else trying to avoid him. I don't think the number 4 car managed to avoid him. I think Butcher in the Civic made contact there. James Butcher in his eponymous JB Motorsport Honda Civic, I think, just collected the spinning number 98 car of Charlie Polk, who now gets himself back underway, albeit with some damage. A few cars ending up with damage there. Dan Abbott also in the spin in the 92 Integra. There are a total of 4 cars involved in that moment there. And that's hugely unfortunate to see. Thankfully, it seems that all cars have continued, although Dan Abbott peeling off camera down towards Palmer. So Dan Abbott, unfortunately, I think maybe a retirement from this one, but hopefully no cars in the imminent firing line and we don't have to go to safety car. Certainly, either Gary Jackson or Carlito Moracco, not sure who's at the wheel, we'll be hoping they don't go to safety car conditions because the leader is 3.7 seconds clear right now. We watch Charlie Polk limping back through Agostini. That car certainly not going at full speed.
Yeah, lots of damage to the rear right quarter panel there of his Renault Clio, so he's just trying to limp that back to the pit lane and pretty much do a damage report, a sit rep if you like, and see what happens there. But meanwhile, in all that drama, Alfie Hyde's managed to build just a little bit of a gap here to Darren Goes as they now make their way through the long right-hander of Coram before they have to size up Murray's down in towards the braking zone. As we see there, the number 44 Apple Car Centre, Jordan Honeybone, really goes full attack in towards Murray's. That's not the first time he's locked the rears going in towards the right, left-hander. Absolutely not, no. It does happen in a front-wheel drive car in particular. But look at Sterling go, has closed in on Honeybone after that poor start we saw out of the Team Norfolk car, the number 53 car of Kevin Sterling. He's now closing in on the Apple Car Centre machine of Jordan Honeybone. Both cars are Mark IV Clio Cup machines, and they're behind the rather different, just slightly different, BMW E36 at 20 years and, well, 20 years on the road in the case of that BMW, I suspect, between the two. Our race leader continues to be the 28 car. Hasn't actually darted away in the fashion I was expecting after the first lap. I am just wondering if Carlito Moracco is awaiting the opportunity to get behind the wheel. I think actually it might well be George Jackson at the wheel. George is getting better session on session. At the moment, he's doing a good job of holding off Alex Jones at the front of the pack. Yeah, we see John Lyne here. He's trying to hang on to third place from the 44, Jordan Honeybone, as they now make their way in towards the right-hander of Oggies before they get the power back down up towards Williams. And then, well, Honeybone might be trying to size up on towards the Bentley straight. You see John Lyne trying to try and get away, but he's on full attack, that's for sure. These two absolutely getting the most out of their cars at the moment. Yeah, I think the BMW has a little more legs in a straight line than the Clio. I think that would track, as it were. All of these cars are in Class B, incidentally, so they're in the top class of the championship officially. The two Golfs at the head of the order, I remind you, are in guest class entries, therefore they're not a part of the championship. The 98 car, Charlie Polk, finally rolling back into pit lane. But that in-lap has been very, very long indeed, and that illustrates that car is certainly less than A1. Thankfully, they don't have another Track Day Championship race today, but the Track Day Trophy is still to come, although I don't believe Charlie Polk is entered. So unfortunately, I think day done within the first 15 minutes of racing for the 98 car. Well, the leaders have already come across the line in 3.6 seconds, the gap between the 28 and the 34. We're on to lap 6 of racing. Won't be long before cars start to dive in for their mandatory pit stops. You see their line going a little bit wide at turn 2, and Sterling kind of matching him there in the 53. Kevin Sterling just missing his braking opportunity. Jordan Honeybone by far the cleanest of the three through turn 2, but that's just one corner on a bigger lap. And across the lap, it seems as though for now, the Tyler Motorsport car of John Lyne is
has a slight edge.
He does, but coming in towards Agostini there, John Lyon getting a much better line this time. He's been locking up in towards the braking zone of Agostini the last couple of laps, and it's allowed Jordan Honeybourne to really close in on him throughout the middle sector. But this time, he got the braking zone absolutely spot on, and he's able to just keep that gap between himself and Honeybourne, and he can just use that powerful engine underneath the bonnet to get himself away down the Bentley straight.
Yeah, and the BMW quite a nimble car too, so it shouldn't give away too much of the Clio anywhere. I was so fascinated, incidentally, during our interview with Robert Holliman. One set of tyres for the entire season. I don't think many people attempt that, but certainly if you are cost-cutting, it is a way. I think we've had our first scheduled pit stop of the day, and that's for the 77 car. That is, of course, the Red Plant Sales Robert Gamble-driven BMW 130. It just came out of the pits, I believe, within the pit stop window. So we are now at the point of the race where we may well see pit stops. Here come the top two cars then. And you see there the second place car being driven at the moment by Alex Jones, the Team Hard prepared Volkswagen Golf. I believe George Jackson it is at the wheel of our leading 28 car. No question over who's in third, because he is a soloist. That is John Lyon in third place, and Jordan Honeybourne just behind him in fourth. The gap, what is the gap? 1.7 seconds that time. And on that occasion, Honeybourne was all of a few hundredths of a second slower than Lyon in the BMW, so they're not giving away much across the lap, but different strengths and weaknesses. Incident involving cars 12, 92 and 98, that was the tangle we saw down at turn 2, will be investigated after the race. Incidentally, the McKee BMW is still going. That car has recovered to 12th place now after its little spin earlier on. So that's good to see for Sam McKee.
It is indeed. You could be a poet, you never even know it.
Ah, well
there
done.
you go. Well done, everybody. I was going to say, actually, Jordan Honeybourne, speaking to him as they were making their way out onto the circuit, he only landed from Poland yesterday. He originally entered alongside Ray Honeybourne, because if he didn't make it back, Jordan, the Ray would jump into the car, but Jordan did make it back in time, and well, he was just looking forward to getting out there, getting some racing in. He's got some racing now because he's got Lyon ahead of him, and that's a battle for a podium.
Is indeed. That's quite the adventure then for Jordan Honeybourne. Goodness gracious me, I'm not good for anything after a flight. The next day I'm in bed for 14 hours.
Let alone driving a car this quickly, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Any test of my reactions on a Monday after a flight are greeted by, well, a sigh and probably something hitting me in the face. We're just within half an hour of this race completing. So we're into the final 30 minutes and the pit window is open as a result. So I retract my previous statement. The Gamble car didn't pit within the window. It's a 10-minute window within the middle of the race and he wasn't within it. So whatever was going on with that 77 BMW, it wasn't a scheduled stop. You see there the first of the, well, some of the cars further back, the skew whiff front end of the Honda. The number 4 car of Butcher has been butchered a little bit, hasn't it? James Butcher has been in the wars in this one. And just behind the yellow Fiesta is the McKee car, which we believe is driven by Sam McKee at the start of this race. And he is all over the 57 LWD racing car of Gary Littlewood. In fact, is he through? They go through Coram, tries to go up the inside. Not quite there yet. Of course, I'm sure he is a little bit more cautious than some, given he drives the car home. However, thinking about how the car looked by the end of Anglesey, I might retract that statement. It was looking a little bit worse for wear after Anglesey. Here he comes along the centre straight then. Will he take a look to the inside? He does. Will it be successful? Let's wait and see. It will. Gets it done before they even get to the corner. Good move from Sam McKee at Ritchie's to move up to what is 11th overall.
Yeah, absolutely. They're recovering from their penalty that they had in qualifying for their mishap in the last race. So they've had to get themselves and climb themselves a little bit further up the order. I believe they were either inside the top 10 or just outside of it, whatever's the case. They're recovering to roughly where they qualified now, and their race, in effect, will try and start from here and see how far up they go up the order.
There you go. So we'll see what happens there. That was second in class as well, that move by McKee. So McKee's up to second in Class C. One of the quicker cars within Class C. I imagine just falls barely below the 150 brake horsepower per tonne minimum, and is now pursuing the Honda Civic of the slightly wounded James Butcher, and McKee up the inside at Oggies and makes it look easy. That was very much by the book and very much textbook from McKee, who continues to press on. You can check it on the MOT Checker website, whatever it is, .gov.uk. That car is indeed MOT'd, or at least I hope it is, because he drives it to and from the circuit. Doesn't look as though he's got that much in a straight line, though, compared to the Honda. The Civic trying to get back around him, and not quite able to. Sam McKee continues to press on. 2:13.945, the fastest lap of the race, has just been set by Alex Jones. So Jones getting quicker and quicker, and of course he's still got something of a secret weapon to come in the form of Tony Gillan, the ex-BTCC racer, but the same can be said for George Jackson, who's got Carlito Moracco waiting in the wings.
Yeah, as well as that, the JB Motorsport Honda Civic James Butcher with that, you'd call it a bruise on the left-hand side of his car. Nevertheless, he powers on and not willing to give up that position so easily to Sam McKee there. But McKee trying to break away. We've seen the Civics pretty good in a straight line as they now head their way up towards Riches for another time, and then Wilson will follow. Perhaps there might be a move maybe being carved out as they head up towards the hairpin. He might be a little bit too far back for that one, but certainly we've got a good battle on our hands.
Well, of course, the Butcher car is a Class B machine. McKee's BMW is Class C, and since that is a brake horsepower per tonne formula that determines the classes, one would expect the Class B car to be a bit quicker. Most places into the pits, and has been in the pits for a while, unfortunately, is the number 83 car. That's the BMW Compact, driven by Frey, Sean Frey, at the wheel of that Class C BMW. He's been there for a while. I think that stop has far exceeded the anticipated length. The Ginetta is around, the 69 driven motorsport car being driven by John Dundee. And is Dundee stuck because he looks like he's not at all confident to get the car going? Is he just waiting for an opportune moment? There is no traffic on the horizon at Coram, so now would be the opportune moment. And there you go, now getting the rear-wheel drive Ginetta underway, but he's doing so with suspension damage. That car has either had a whack or had a failure, and I don't think that's going to get back to the pits under its own steam. There's some telltale signs of rubbing on the 69 car as well.
Yeah, it's a shame, but there's definite suspension damage. You're right, he's not getting that back into the pit lane. And meanwhile then, one of the Mazdas, the number 11 Borland Motorsport, Reese Warwick, is into the pit lane now. That Ginetta parked on the left-hand side on the grass. It's quite close to the track. I think the drivers and teams will be keeping their eyes on that one.
Yes, we're going to have to watch closely, aren't we, for any intervention. Certainly it will be covered by yellow flags at the moment. It is indeed covered by double-waved yellows for the time being, and I believe safety car boards are out. Yes, so then the safety car is deployed with 24 minutes of this race and change left to go. And that has happened mid-pit window, which will benefit some and harm others.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, with that pit window being open, I can imagine it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane in the next couple of minutes once drivers and teams have pretty much got the message across that the safety car is deployed. So we shall wait and see how that shakes up the order.
To be honest, I think for a majority of the field, it doesn't make much difference. Not many drivers had already pitted at the time of the safety car coming out. We do, however, have some drivers who, because they hadn't crossed the start-finish line or indeed gone past the pit entry yet, are diving into the pits at the first opportunity. Among them, many of the Fiestas, also that number 12 AMS racing car, Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling. Chris Dunster and Jack Kemp in the number 12 Pro-Am racing car, the Renault Clio. They are in. Also in there, Ronan Quinn's number 26 Fiesta. And jogging away from the scene of the crime, number 69 car of John Dundee, going no further, at least with him at the wheel.
What's going to be interesting is when you come to these sorts of competitive and this competition where you've got drivers that are sharing the car, well, how do they share the car? Do they try and do equal stints? Is it a case of one stint gets sacrificed if there's an early safety car? The thing is, though, this safety car is pretty much going to split this race in twain. So both drivers are going to get the equal stint. So I'm expecting it to be a much busier pit lane as well, with both drivers being happy if they're sharing the car, because they'll both have an equal stint.
Yeah, quite possibly. Usually in, say, Pro-Am GT racing, you'll see the AM do as little of the racing as possible to try and get themselves a trophy at the end of the day. But I think it's more inclined at a club level where everyone's kind of paying the same money and trying to do the same thing. I think that everyone tries to split it down the middle. That said, I was somewhat surprised that we didn't see either Gary Jackson or Alex Jones in to hand over to their, I don't know about hired guns, but certainly their de facto pro drivers, Carlito Moracco and Tony Gillam. But now they all come in. You see number 12 car currently being serviced, but everybody else pretty much is in. The safety car is running there pretty much alone because all the other cars from the sharp end of the order have pitted.
Yeah, it's always a challenge for the safety car driver to pick up the race leader, but there will just be a sort of train forming behind the safety car there. The 77 Red Plant Sales Robert Gamble in the BMW i30i.
Second stop for that car, of course, because it came in. The 130i BMW, the 3-litre 1 Series, first generation. F82, if I remember correctly. I could be horribly wrong. Answers on a postcard. Just behind that, or just ahead of that in the pit lane, is the Tony Gillam car. The ex-BTC racer Tony Gillam is just ahead of the 1 Series in the pit lane. And that driver change is ongoing at the moment. The 34 car, though, will be one to watch as we go back to green flag conditions. The 77, unfortunately, is some way down the order. There you see the remnants of the field that have actually not pitted yet. I think that leaves the leading car, potentially, as that little BMW Z3 of coupes and convertible racing. Jamie Jeffrey, I think, might be our leader at the moment, possibly going for pride. Unless he's lapped down, I'm not entirely sure. It must be said. In fact, yes, that car, I think, has already pitted in this one. So it's all going to come out in the wash eventually. But certainly for now, everyone who's anyone is in the pit lane.
Absolutely. And there's Jordan Honeybone then into the pits, of course, as not only is it a very busy pit lane, but you'll have cars and drivers leaving at roughly similar times. And in the pit lane, there has been a change of position.
Yes, just caught the exit of both the Golfs on that shot just now, and Tony Gillam has rejoined just ahead of Carlito Moracco. You saw there Darren Goes rejoining the race as well. There's a lot of shuffling throughout the order, you'll be unsurprised to hear. And, well, I have seen some shifting there among the Clios as well.
Yes, haven't we just? As there you can see the recovery of the Ginetta gets underway with that rear suspension. It can't go anywhere, so it does need the flatbed truck to attend to wheel it off the circuit at least, or at least carry it away.
Yes, well, it won't be as bad as an Enduro car race I witnessed. I think you might have been there as well, actually, Kieran, when they tried to winch the car up and the engine fell out of the KA. They wanted to put it on the flatbed, and the engine dropped out as they were winching it up into the air on the crane, which was, I think, safe to say, less than ideal. Of course, the Enduro car, the Enduro KA, whatever you want to call it, they'll be back out tomorrow here at Snetterton. Always a traditional part of the calendar, but honey, I've shrunk the race. It's gone from 12 hours to 9 hours this year, with a 24-hour race that they had at Anglesey last month. I suppose they've had more than enough track time this summer so far.
Absolutely, but of course they've got their qualifying later on this evening, so that will be to shuffle up the order, see where they all go, and then of course, as you say, it's their 9-hour race tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing how that all shapes up. Great racing there, and you know, qualifying for a long endurance race, I'm sure you know, Adam, is never the full story. It's less than a quarter of the story, because 9 hours is a long time.
It's the foreword.
Yes.
It's not even a quarter of the story. I won't give it that. Not a chance. Although it is often, in Enduro car racing, you often have the likes of Adam Blair up there at the sharp end for IP Racing. Of course, he's here today. You've already seen him in his Audi TT for Darkside Developments, and IP Racing will be fielding him a little bit later. Our erstwhile race leader, with all of those pit stops going on, was the 88 of Russell Sargent. And, well, he's now in, and of course will immediately lose the race lead to Tony Gillam. And Gillam is going to have a rear wing, or a wing mirror, I should say, full of Carlito Moracco when we go back to racing conditions. Those two are line astern in the safety car queue now, 0.6 of a second apart, not that it matters in a safety car queue. We're going to get about 15 minutes of racing, maybe a bit less, once the flatbed has cleared the scene of the crime for the 69 car. And I think that's going to make for some very compelling action between two drivers with decorated pasts.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing, once we get back onto green flag racing, seeing how that battle develops. And yeah, we've had a couple of track limit warnings as well. The most recent one has gone down to the number 12 Pro-Am Racing, the shared car of Chris Dunster and Jack Kemp. Of course, they're always watching those track limits. They are always watching.
Oh yes, well, they're doing more than watching, they're photographing, of course.
That's
there are
true.
pressure pads here at Snetterton, and it means that there is no longer an argument to be made if you're a racing driver, because they literally have you on tape. They have you with the camera, and the camera don't lie. If you drive over the pressure pad just beyond the track limits, it will instantly take a photo of your car, and Race Control will present that to you if you do it too many times and say, well, here's what you did. Try and explain that one, my friend.
Yeah, it's always tough to debate against photographic evidence,
Yes.
but, you know, it's worth a try, but you won't get very far.
Yes, well, if court dramas have taught me one thing, it's that photographic evidence is a lot better than witness testimony. And even though the marshals are very sharp and can be trusted at all times when it comes to track limits, having the photo to go along with their testimony is always very useful for those that make the decisions in Race Control. Safety car will be in this lap. Of course, it's not the leaders at the sharp end of the safety car queue as we see Sargent head back out onto the circuit. I don't think he's going to catch up to the back of the queue here, so that extra lap, that glory hunting leading of a lap for the 88 car, I think may come back to haunt them.
Do you know what, Adam? I would have done exactly the same. He's led a lap of this race. You can never take that away from him.
I had a feeling you were going to say those exact words, yep.
Am I really that predictable?
Yep.
Could you predict that as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
The safety car will be in this lap. We need to keep an eye out for the two Volkswagen Golfs. The first of which I'm just trying to pick out in the safety car queue at the moment, just going through Nelson now. So it's about 12 to 15 cars back, the top two, as we go back to green flag conditions. Keep an eye on the 34 car, keep an eye on the 28 car, the multicoloured shambles of a Team Hard livery this weekend, and the black and white Volkswagen Golf. Of course, they're both Volkswagen Golf machines, and they will both be fighting for the lead. You see them just behind the MX-5 in the back of shot there as they trundle through Coram. It's going to be Tony Gillam that leads the way. We've got lots of lap traffic ahead. The car that will strictly lead them away, as I think some of them are trying to go 2x2. No. That is Sean Frey that will lead them off, but Sean Frey is not our race leader. It is Tony Gillam as the green flag waves. No one is allowed to overtake until they've gone past the start-finish line, and that means that the field has condensed massively as they get underway. Look to the back of shot for Tony Gillam in the Golf. You can just see him peering through some of the traffic, and Carlito Moracco up the inside. Carlito Moracco has gone through. If we just hold the shot there, we can see Carlito Moracco through into the race lead at Ritchie's. He got it done immediately.
Absolutely. Oh, big fishtail there from Sean Frey as he tries to desperately wrangle control of his car, and that's allowed Jamie Jeffrey in the 99 to take that position away. It's all going to happen there in this restart. The field is very much shuffled, and that's going to allow Moracco as well to try and get his way through the order. We'll be able to see them now as they head their way down towards Agostini.
Yeah, you can just see Carlito Moracco trying to pick his way through. We've got cars that are a lap down at the front of the safety car queue, but they're not the ones that matter. There is Carlito Moracco in the grey 28, and then Tony Gillam in the multicoloured 34. Those are our top two cars. post-pit stops. Third place, and of course critically leading the non-guest cars in this Track Day Championship race, is the 71 car. That is John Line in the Tyler Motorsport BMW E36. But look at the 28 car, look at Carlito Moracco picking his way through the order, picking his way through the lap traffic, I should say. He is now our race leader. There's Tony Gillam in second place behind him. The 2 goals have already gotten away from John Line once more. Question is Tony Gillam going to be able to match Moracco? Certainly, they're pretty evenly matched in a straight line. You see them both heading down towards Brundle and Nelson now. 2 Volkswagen Golfs. I believe the Moracco car is an authentic Mark 6 Golf, whereas you've got kind of a blend of Mark 6 and Mark 5 styling going on the Tony Gillam car. So 2 Golfs of slightly different vintages, but 2 very well prepared cars, scrapping it out to the top 2. And there is the leader among the non-guest cars, the driver that will score maximum points at the moment, that 71 BMW we just saw, John Line.
Yeah, good restart from him, trying to pick his way through the field and still trying to make sure he gets the job done out there. But yeah, you see Gillam and Moracco going to have themselves a nice little battle as they make their way down the centre straight. A bit of a gap between them there, and nearly a second of a gap between them formed on that lap alone. But there was a bit of traffic involved as well as the rest of the field hurtled their way now towards Riches.
Yeah, all running down towards Ritchie's Bend then, as you rightly say, and there's John Line in amongst the traffic. You got a nice Clio ding-dong scrap for 4th place as well, as Sterling made up 2 places on that first lap back to racing action. Kevin Sterling from 6th to 4th in 1 lap, as John Line muscles his way through some of the traffic there on screen. But big nod then to the 53 car, to Team Norfolk's Kevin Sterling, up from 6th to 4th in that first lap. He's now fighting off Jordan Honeybone, as you can see in the back of shot.
Yeah, Race Control have just confirmed a 1 lap penalty for car 81 for Pug Sport Racing for a short pit stop.
A 1 lapper, that is a big penalty. I think someone had a 128-second penalty in ADAC GT4 Germany at Red Bull Ring, which is fairly lengthy, and in fact a 1 lap penalty is even stronger in reality. So they really did do a short stop. That must have been an in and out and no reprieve.
Yeah, well, that's it. The rules about the pit stops are draconian, but they will be enforced greatly. Even if you're a tenth of a second under the minimum pit stop time, you will be punished by that lap. You will be punished. There's no going against it, as there was, well, the 77 there, Red Plant Sales Robert Gamble BMW i30 trying to make its way through the field. Couple of lockups going on from the BMW there.
Yeah, the first generation BMW 130 that is just behind, or just ahead of, I should say, on the road, John Line in the E36 BM. Of course, they're a lap apart in terms of the actual classification, because the leading cars, the safety car queue, weren't our leaders in the race.
I'm not going to tell them that, Adam, if you don't.
Okay, well, yeah, they are fighting for it nonetheless, aren't they? Well, who can blame them?
No, you can't blame them. You see a car in front of you, of course you're going to battle there. That's Honeybone trying to go up the inside, then in towards the final corner. He's got the track position at least, and tries to power his way through. Meanwhile, we're almost going 3 wide behind them.
So that was Ian Sterling losing the 4th place that he so gallantly earned at the start of the race. The 89 car has received a 5-second penalty for track limits. Oh dear, Mr. Pottinger. That's Adrian Pottinger in the Unique Racing Clio, and he is running down in 7th place at the moment, and that 5-second penalty will knock him further down the pack by the end of the race. Clio warfare then for 4th place overall and 2nd among the Class B cars. Jordan Honeybone back past Sterling. Let's see if Kevin has an answer in the 53.
Let's see if he does. I mean, we haven't got long left now, just over 8.5 minutes left of this race to run, and it's a free-for-all at the moment, trying to get your space out on track and try and figure out who you're actually battling, who is going to be for position. That's the toughest part of this race.
It really is, yeah. Correct myself on the Volkswagen Golf from Wolf Motorsport, George Jackson, Carlito Moracco. It's actually a Mark 7 Golf, which is the just gone model. They just announced, or they just released the Mark 8 a couple of years ago. So the Mark 7, a very recent car, slightly newer machinery then for George Jackson and Carlito Morocco, and Morocco is using it to his advantage at the front of the order. He's built a gap of 3.6 seconds and growing over Tony Gillan as we're into the final 8 minutes of the race. Side-by-side action between the 172 car and the 12. They're a lap apart, so they have no reason to fight each other except pride, and pride is sometimes the strongest driver of all. You see there that Pottinger trying to make up a position there on Hyde as well, and it looks like that might have been done as Sterling and Honeybone continue to scrap for fourth overall and second within the Track Day Championship honours proper, lest we forget the two Volkswagen Golfs at the front of the order. Our guest class entries do not count for points or prizes really in this one.
Yeah, Honeybone doing well to make sure he hangs on at the moment against Sterling. Meanwhile, Morocco then fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 9.577 is our new fastest lap of the race, as Honeybone here tries to put the hammer down and try and build the gap between himself and that number 53 of Kevin Sterling.
Great to see scrapping all throughout the top 10 at the moment, and the 172 car still under pressure. We see them in the back of shot now. The 172 about to get overtaken then. Looks like Hyde may have to... No, Alfie Hyde does not give way in the slightest to Adrian Pottinger. So Alfie Hyde continues to make his little Clio 172 wide. Of course, the Clio 172 and 182, the two hot hatches of the Mark II Clio generation. Both very popular cars, both for road and track. Don't see many of the Clio Cup cars out these days, the Mark IIs. They seem to have disappeared off to France, I think, by and large. There's quite a lot of them out there. That car that you see on your screen, it's another one that's road registered. I don't know whether or not it's driving home tonight, but certainly it's in the midst of battle, isn't it? The 172 car holding off Adrian Pottinger for the time being. Both cars are within Class B as well. Incidentally, the leader of Class C right now is the number 22 car, Darren Goes, in another Clio. Now that car is in Class C, so I don't know whether he's got less power, whether it's not an actual Clio Cup car, I'm not sure. But Darren Goes down there in Class C and leading that class from 8th overall at the moment, just ahead of the McKee Dowsett BMW, which is of course now being driven by Rob Dowsett. So we could see some fireworks for the Class C lead in 8th overall as well.
Oh, we definitely could, and with only 5.5 minutes left on the clock, it's going to be fantastic to see how it all unfolds. And meanwhile, there is the number 28, Carlito Morocco, making his way now on towards the centre straight to start another lap. Just over 5 minutes left on the clock to run, and it's a healthy 7-second gap he's got between himself and the number 34 of Gillan.
And just to shout out Andrew Lyons, one of the marshals here at Snetterton, he sent me a message earlier on to confirm that they're not using the gates down on the approach to Agostini to allow the cars back into the paddock. So they will be running round to pit entry for the end of each race. Unfortunately, we don't quite have the numbers to run the gate down there at the back of the paddock today. Thank you to Andrew for the top tip there from the marshal posts. And there you see John Line, currently 3rd overall, some 25 seconds back from our race leader, Carlito Morocco. But it's of little concern to him because he's leading the race in theory, as he is a Class B runner. He's not a guest class car. He will be scoring maximum points off this one. Two cars ahead of him are effectively invisible, and he will be well aware of that. He just needs to keep Honeybone at bay. And Honeybone, I think, now that he seemingly has just about put a bit of a gap between himself and Kevin Sterling, Honeybone may be trying to close in here on Line. However, I think John Line will have his work cut out for him, as the BMW 1 Series slowed there to allow some of the other cars by. Of course, even though that 1 Series driven by Robert Gamble is fairly potent, qualified in the first few rows of the grid, it has had 2 pit stops and is a lap down as a result of that. Not quite sure why it came in first time, whether it was a mistake on the part of the crew as to when the pit window opened, or whether it was a mechanical malady of some description. But that 77 car keeps being hustled albeit a lap down. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Means that this should be the start of the penultimate lap of the race for Carlito Moracco, who continues to hustle the Wolf Motorsport Volkswagen Golf Mark 7. Of course, I thought that car was a diesel earlier. It definitely isn't. It is a GTI. But the Mark 7 pressing on. Came out of the factory at 296 brake horsepower. I don't know whether it's got any more these days, but certainly Carlito Moracco using every ounce of power available at this stage of the race. This will be his penultimate lap of racing. 12.3 seconds clear now of Tony Gillen. Carlito Moracco is firmly a very, very quick professional racing driver. And Tony Gillen had some good form in his day in the BTCC and other categories, but of course he's not a regular racer these days. Far too busy running the day-to-day operations of Team Hard. I think it's a bit of a busman's holiday whenever Tony's at the wheel these days. We had a car stopped down at out of Palmer. Got another car into the pits. That's the little Ford Fiesta of Ronan Quinn, unfortunately. And we mentioned that perhaps Jordan Honeybone had left it a bit late to be challenging John Line. But suddenly, Jordan Honeybone is all over the back of him. So this is a battle for third overall. But realistically, in terms of the actual championship, in terms of the cars that will score points today, this is the lead, because these two cars are both in Class B. Both of the Volkswagens ahead are effectively non-championship entries. And so that means that John Line is going to come under significant threat here, by the looks of it, from Jordan Honeybone. Here's our on-the-track race leader, Carlito Moracco, out of the final corner in the Wolf Volkswagen. We'll cross the line now to begin what should be the final lap of the race. I believe he is being shown the last lap board, so that confirms that. And there you go, the 28 car through Ritchie's for the final time. You can see that it is on the edge with Carlito at the wheel. He's pressing on. The only driver out there who's got below the 2:10 barrier. There's Tony Gillen in the older Mark V Golf. Kicking up the dirt a little bit there is Tony. He's clearly pushing on. Great to see Tony back at the wheel of a race car. John Line has crossed the line in third place with a fairly comfortable advantage over Jordan Honeybone. Gap was out to 0.8 of a second, but that Clio is strong in the middle sector, so perhaps Honeybone can challenge on this final lap. We continue to watch Tony Gillen there in second place. And peeling off the circuit there is one of the other Renault Clios. Is that the 172 car potentially? It may well have been Alfie. No, it wouldn't have been Alfie Hyde in the 172. He has gone missing though. In fact, I think Alfie Hyde is the car that has unfortunately come to a stop between Palmer and Agostini, but we've lost another Clio on the main straight there, as you saw. Didn't quite catch the number on that one. But nonetheless, the 28 car just a few corners away from victory. Clock has hit 0. And this will be the final lap for the Volkswagen Golf duo from Wolf Motorsport. George Jackson, who started the race, handed over, of course, to Carlito Moracco, and it will be Moracco that takes the flag and the win for Wolf Motorsport. There's the flag, and Moracco does it for Wolf Motorsport. Great win for them. Comfortably built the advantage over this man, Tony Gillen, in the latter phase of the race. powers across the line for second, and let's take a look at that battle for third if we possibly can, because that's the important one for the Track Day Championship proper. They're coming through Coram now, and John Lyne, I think, may have just done enough, because as they come through the final corner, Honeybone is pressuring, but John Lyne is still there ahead. Can Jordan Honeybone get a good run onto the centre straight? He can. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It's Clio versus BMW. Who's going to have a nose ahead? Who's going to score the maximum points in the Track Day Championship? It's going to be Lyne. Lyne just about by half a tenth. Oh, and his wheel goes right at the end. Oh my goodness. Well, if I hadn't seen it on the pictures, I wouldn't believe it. But as soon as he crossed the line, I think that might have been a toe link on the front left suspension. John Lyne's wheel just bent inward. Well, he took third place with what was apparently an ailing car, because just a couple of 100 meters after the line, John Lyne ended up pulled over. Well, this has been a dramatic race for the Track Day Championship, has it not? You see the 11 car just coming through the final corner, but to reiterate, John Lyne did cross the line in third place, ahead of Jordan Honeybone in fourth. Kevin Sterling rounded out the overall top 5. Of course, those 3 are effectively the podium if you discount the guest drivers, but we won't be doing that. We want to hear from Carlito Moracco and Tony Gilliam if at all possible. Hint, hint to my colleague Kieran, who's obviously run down there to try and grab some interviews. But yes, what a dramatic end to the race. Can tell you now, Kieran down there, we're not going to get John Lyne because he's parked up down at Ritchie's Bend after a failure just a couple of 100 meters after the flag. I've never seen anything quite like that. Even though that car is now damaged, I would suggest that's one of the most fortuitous component failures that I've ever seen in motorsport. If that had happened a couple of 100 meters earlier, he wouldn't have had a podium today. He wouldn't have scored maximum points in the Track Day Championship today. Amazing stuff from John Lyne. Jordan Honeybone will be seething, although I think ultimately still satisfied with his day's work. So Carlito Moracco and George Jackson taking the win for Wolf Motorsport by 19 seconds over the Gilliam-Jones combination in the Golf. John Lyne takes third with a flourish at the end, I suppose you could say. Jordan Honeybone fourth place, and second among those that actually score points in the championship. And rounding out the top 5, as we mentioned, was Kevin Sterling. You see there further back in the order, the first of the Class D cars in 11th was the Wright and Glover Ford Fiesta, the ST150, driven by Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. Our Class C winner was Darren Goes in the 22 Mangoes Racing Renault Clio. And of course, the winner in the guest class was our overall winner, Carlito Moracco, along with George Jackson. And well, there was a lot going on in that race. The safety car certainly made things interesting, brought us a lot of battles towards the end. And I believe we are now going to throw down to the man of the moment, Carlito Moracco, our race winner.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. Yep, that's a very, very good race there. Very dramatic end to that race as well. We're just going to have a chat here to Carlito Moracco. Carlito, I mean, talk to us about that, because the safety car came at an opportune moment and you actually lost a position in the pits. Talk us through your race.
Yeah. I mean, George, credit to him. This is his second race weekend coming from bikes, so it was a real task for him going from pole position, and he held it well. Did a great first stint. Yeah, safety car came at the right time. It was just we were a little bit slower than they were. They got it done a little bit quicker. We just wanted to play it safe, make sure we did all the right things. And yeah, from there, the restart was chaos because there was some cars behind us who had pitted before us, and yeah, me and Tony were working our way through. But it was good fun, a good race.
Yeah, good race on your part then. I mean, talk us through it, because obviously after that bit of a mayhem of the safety car, it must have been relatively calm in the cockpit, was it?
Yeah, no, it's nice and calm. We're fortunate this weekend that we have a good car underneath us. Wolf Motorsport have done a great job preparing the car, and like I say, George did a great first stint, getting us through that first sort of 20-25 minutes, the scary part, and from there on, yeah, it was just seeing it out.
Carlito, congratulations to you for the win, and go and celebrate, enjoy it. Congratulations. We'll have a see if we can have a chat to Tony Gillam. I don't know where he's gone. Have I lost him? He might be over here. Tony Gillam. There we are, Tony Gillam. I lost you for a second there. Tony, talk us through that race, because your team came out of the safety car with the upper hand, but it was a bit of mayhem on the restart, wasn't there?
Yeah, no, it was actually so much fun. I was speaking to Carlito there on the restart where there was cars all bunching. It's been a while since I've raced, so it was really good to get into the thick of it. So Alex did a mega job, first in of the session or the race. So yeah, got in beyond the safety cars, a few cars in front of me and Carlito. We had to go back with the Toyos for this race, so obviously that's what they're using this race, but yeah, they're a little bit worse for wear, so it was a real struggle to hang on to the car at the end, but it was so much fun.
I bet it was. I mean, just talk us through that little bit of, obviously you've got about 10, 11 cars ahead of you on the restart. What's the challenge there, trying to make your way through the order there, through the traffic?
It's just, we're a guest entry, obviously, so obviously we promised to be on our best behaviour as we was. Wanted to keep it clean, keep away, but it was 3 or 4 cars wide coming out of the hairpin down towards the second hairpin. So yeah, keep it clean and just alongside them, not ruin anybody else's championship or race. So it was nice, very close racing. The restart was the highlight of the race because it was all up close and personal, but yeah, really enjoyed that.
Well, Tony, thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations on second place.
Thank you.
And Adam, with that, back to you, because I can't see John Line anywhere, but all the best to him. Adam, back to you.
Well, no, John Line is still being recovered down at Ritchie's. As you can see, if you've got your eyes trained on Ritchie's Bend, that car is worse for wear. If you're worse for wear, a little bit hungry, don't worry, it's now lunchtime here at Snetterton. So if you're watching both here or on the live stream, you do have a little bit of break before we return to racing action with the first race for Turismo X featuring the Elise Trophy. That is set to get started at 13:35 local time, 1:35 local time, 25 to 2, however you want to put it, about 45 minutes before we go back to racing action. Sometimes we do start a few minutes early, so make sure you are in your preferred viewing position or indeed back on the sofa for maybe about 1:30 to make sure you tune in and see some more racing action from here at Snetterton. Lots more to come. Make sure you join us. Good afternoon then from Snetterton. We've got 4 more races for you this afternoon here at the Snetterton 300 circuit, and it's a nice mix of different categories. 2 races from Turismo X, the first of which we will see shortly, and also the return of the Burney's Outlaws, the MSVT Track Day Trophy, all to come. Myself, Adam Weller, once again joined by Kieran McGinley. Hello, Kieran.
Yes, hello Adam. Yes, welcome back to the pit lane. Still a bit of a headwind as the drivers will make their way down towards Riches, but thoroughly looking forward to getting stuck into the action. And, well, unfortunately for the top 3 drivers, they might have to chat with me, Adam. That is the only issue. But I'm looking forward to this. Cars are just gridding up to my left-hand side. And, of course, Darren Goes lining up alongside Adam Blair. It's an all-Audi front row. This should be an interesting turns 1 and 2. I'm looking forward to it. Adam, back to you.
I think we're all looking forward to Turismo X, one of the most competitive grids we have here today. Of course, the Enduro Cat 9 hours that we have tomorrow will be competitive in a whole different manner. But this is going to be a very exciting race. And the cars already lining up on the grid, so it won't be long before they're off on their formation lap. And it is Darren Goes on the pole position in his Audi RS3 TCR. It's an all-Audi front row, courtesy of Adam Blair, who had a brilliant super pole session. Unique to Turismo X this weekend, we had a qualifying session and then a super pole that determined the top 10. So a little bit of a slightly different format, keeping everyone on their toes and keeping the racing entertaining, as MSVR like to do. And certainly we're expecting 20 minutes of exciting action in both of the Turismo X races. It's not like the Track Day Trophy in the sense of it being a longer pit stop race. This is an all-out 20-minute sprint. Provided very exciting racing at both Silverstone National and the Anglesey Coastal Circuit already this year, and we're expecting the Snetterton 300 to be yet another fabulous showcase. I am seeing, unfortunately, a gap in the grid where Richard Clark should be. Richard Clark's number 66 car is nowhere to be seen. And there is some moving and shaking and discussion going on further back as the marshals work to set the dummy grid. But that is unfortunate. Richard Clark in the Honda Civic TCR car. We had 2 TCR cars in the grid. The Audi RS3 you see on the left of your screen if you're watching the live stream with us here on MSV TV. That car was to be joined by another TCR spec machine, the Honda Civic TCR of Richard Clark, but sadly the FinSport entry doesn't appear to be ready to take the start for this one. Hopefully they can be back out for the second race of the weekend, but we'll have to wait to see. Of course, the second race of the day, I should say, because that will come later on this afternoon at 15:45, 3:45 local time for the Turismo X Lease Trophy Race 2. So they've got a bit of a window if they can get Richard Clark back out there. But we still got a strong grid of cars ready to take the start. We also appear to have an additional entry because the Golf from the previous race, the number 28 car that was being driven by Carlito Moracco in the final stint of the Track Day Championship race we just had, has taken to the back of this grid as well. You can see it there, or you could see it for just a moment there in the back of shot. It's sidled up to the back of the grid, even though it's not a scheduled entry. I'm not sure whether it's Jackson or Moracco at the wheel, but nonetheless the Wolf Motorsport Volkswagen Golf has joined the race and could well be a strong car, particularly if it is in the hands of Moracco. So let's keep an eye on who's at the wheel of that car. It's listed as Jackson, so I think they might be doing a race each here, as is the case usually in Turismo X. So an additional entry then in the form of the 28 car, but the grid is as follows. It's Darren Goes on the pole position in the 22 car alongside Adam Blair in the 11, the 2 Audis, the RS3 and the TT on the front row of the grid. Row 2, the 166 car that is going to be driven in this race by Chris Mills, the Auto Revive London BMW E36 starting alongside Dylan Brichter in his mighty Seat Leon Super Copa that you just see in shot there. Scott Parkin in the Volkswagen Golf starting 5th alongside the alongside where Richard Clark's car should be. It looks as though we don't have Gary Hufford is there, so Gary Hufford will be starting on the 4th row of the grid alongside Jonathan Mee. That's the 45 and the 112, the M3 and the Lotus Elise, the 45 and the 112 on row 4. Kevin Sterling in the 53 car for Team Norfolk is next, and he starts alongside John Lamister, another of the Lotus Elises, starting from the 10th slot on the grid. Steve Summers is next in the number 4 car. That's another of the Lotus Elises. And George Jackson, actually he was out there in qualifying, but for some reason he's taken up the back slot of the grid. He lines up on road number 6, so George Jackson is there, albeit out of position by the looks of it. The 114 car, the Hayes family car, which I believe will be started by Luke Hayes in this race. He lines up 13th alongside the 116 car, which should be Colin Tester at the wheel of the Honda Civic. The final row of the grid is the number 30, due to be Fernando Gettino starting that car. He is joined by the number 93, Alex Baldwin, the Knockout Racing Honda Civic. Although actually it looks like that's been changed to potentially be Goodall at the wheel since the published entry list that I have in front of me. So then, the Turismo X drivers are getting ready to go. And it's going to be a matter of how well will Darren Goes get off the line. He's got Adam Blair for company. Adam Blair is a hugely experienced racing driver. Came up through the professional ranks in junior single-seaters and Porsche Carrera Cup racing. And in more recent seasons, he has been taking on the world of Enduro CAF competition with IP Racing and Darkside Developments, and now has this rather wonderful Audi TT, which he used very effectively last time out at Anglesey to be right up there at the sharp end. Don't be fooled by the Scott Parkin naming, or indeed the big Scots on the roof. That is indeed Adam Blair in the 11 car, the Audi TT, on the outside of the front row, and he will surely be one of the primary challengers to pole sitter Darren Goes. Keep an eye on Chris Mills in the BMW on row 2 as well. BMW rear-wheel drive, traditionally very good as they get off the line. Will the Vorsteiner BMW be able to carve its way through the order? Oh, a bit of a jump there for the 166. He's crashed into the back of Adam Blair. Oh, dear. And now we're underway, but all things have gone a little bit wrong at the sharp end of the order. Dylan Brichter has capitalised, and Brichter is in the lead from 4th on the grid. The BMW, the white BMW that you see there in 4th place, crashed in to the back of both of our front row sitters. Well, I've never seen that before. Just jumped the start and idly rolled into the back of the 2 cars ahead of him. And that's left Dylan Brichter in the lead in the Seat Super Copa car. The Seat Leon Super Copa circa 2007 or so, when that category was still running as part of the British Touring Car support package. But into the lead now has gone Adam Blair. So that didn't last long at all for Dylan Brichter. Adam Blair is into the lead as they go through Agostini already quite comfortably. That may have happened at the Wilson hairpin. My apologies if I missed that. But Brichter under pressure, and I think already through as well, has gone the number 22 car, Darren Goes. In fact, no, Brichter holding on, but Darren Goes up the inside as they run through Oggies for the first time, and he's got through. So Darren Goes is up into 2nd place. We see Adam Blair go through your shot. It's still side by side for 2nd place. The BMW's there waiting in the wings as Dylan Brichter goes off-roading as they head out onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. Well, a dramatic first lap, a dramatic start to the race. A leader we weren't expecting. Quickly fell back through the order, mind you. And now Darren Goes has to try and close in and pass Adam Blair. Adam Blair, who was only a couple of tenths off a pole, And look at this scrap between Brichter and Scott Parkin. Parkin trying to find a way past it. Two very different cars scrapping for second place as well. The number 166 car being driven by Chris Mills in this first race will be handed to David Gardner for race number 2. Across the line goes our race leader Adam Blair, and the gap looks to be quite extensive, 2.3 seconds. .3 seconds the advantage then, and it's only already through, my apologies, while I was looking at the timing screen. The 166 car has got through, so the BMW up into second place, the 3 Series, the E36 BMW, has managed to get past the state-of-the-art modern Audi RS3 touring car. Sometimes old is gold, and there are very few race cars in the world more well sorted than a good M3. And well, Chris Mills is proving that, although Darren goes straight back for the attack. Can't quite do it though on that occasion as they go through Hamilton and on towards Oggies for the second time. Of course, as these two continue to scrap with each other, Adam Blair is in the pound seat. He'll be watching these two scrap and he'll be thinking, absolutely perfect. You two distract each other, I'll drive on, and everyone's happy. So across the line they come, or rather down the Bentley straight they come, I should say, for the second time. And Darren Goes is pressuring that E36 BMW, which looks so remarkably narrow when pursued by the RS3. Through the bomb hole they go. But we are seemingly under safety car conditions now. Yes, the safety car has come out. I am yet to see why the safety car is out, but it is. So safety car conditions in this 20-minute race, that's going to eat up the advantage that Adam Blair had. And he is going to be furious, I'm sure. Looks like we've got recovery vehicles on the move. And it's because there's a car stranded at Wilson. It's the 116 car of Colin Tester, unfortunately. The Honda Civic has come to a grinding halt. That's hugely unfortunate. It's a guest class entry as well in this race, and it's cost Adam Blair, who is a championship contender. And Blair will see the advantage he was building ebbed away to nothing, and that BMW E36 is very good in a straight line, so he's going to have to be very careful when we do go back to racing conditions to make sure that Chris Mills doesn't get the jump start. Of course, once we do come back to green flag conditions, Mills will not be able to overtake Adam Blair until such time as they've crossed the start-finish line. But certainly, that E36 BM could be a threat. The order at the moment, then, is Adam Blair in the lead in the number 11 Audi TT over the E36 BMW of Chris Mills. In third place is the 22 car Darren Goes in the Mangoes Racing Audi. In fourth place is Dylan Brichter. He is in the Seat Super Copa. Of course, led off the line after a dramatic start. In fifth place is the Scott Parkin number 12 car, the Volkswagen Golf. In sixth position is the 112 car, Jonathan Mee, the first of the Lotuses. Of course, this race is the Turismo X featuring Elise Trophy. There is a contingent of Lotus Elises having their own little scrap, and we just saw there the 112 car going through, the first of them, Jonathan Mee in the grey car. In seventh place, the 45, the BMW M3, piloted by Gary Hufford. Eighth place at the moment is the Le Master driven number 65 Lotus Elise. That's the traditional green and yellow car that you can see there just trundling down the Bentley Straight at the moment. Behind him in 9th is the 53 Clio of Team Norfolk and Kevin Sterling, who of course was also out in the previous track day championship race that we had just before lunchtime here. And rounding out the top 10 as of this safety car period is the number 4 car, another of the Lotuses, driven by Steve Summers. There you see Steve just through shot there. Now Hufford, Miles Hufford was in 7th place last time across the line. No, sorry, Gary Hufford was in 7th place last time across the line. Don't know where I got Miles from, my apologies. I think I might be crossing championships here. Gary Hufford was 7th last time across the line, but he's dropped down the order somewhat by the looks of it. No, he's still there. Okay, I thought for a minute that he dropped out of the top 10, but that would be most unusual under safety car conditions. I'm hallucinating, I'm seeing things. We've got to that part of the day already. 12 minutes of the 20 left to run, and that car still isn't up on the flatbed. So let's wait with bated breath. And hope that we get the safety car in this time. Ideally, we want as little of this race to be under safety car as possible, of course. It's done the fun bit already. It's bunched the field up. Now we want it to go away. But of course, the safety procedures have to be done in a safe manner, in an efficient manner. No point rushing through it, making a mistake and causing yourself grief. So the marshals have a good balance of speed and accuracy when it comes to this recovery process. I'm sure that as soon as humanly possible we will be back to racing conditions. A big shout out as always to the Orange Army, the marshals, who volunteer their hard-earned free time to come and be a part of motor races up and down the country. There's no point in me not acknowledging that the British Grand Prix is this weekend, and British marshals are a huge backbone of not just the British Grand Prix, but also Formula One events across the world. When you need marshals that are up to scratch, you send our marshals over to various countries across the world. And you see there the 116 car is up on the flatbed, so I don't think it's going to be too long before we're back to racing conditions here. We may need one more lap, let's wait and see. But just to circle back around, a huge thank you to the marshals here at Snetterton this weekend. Of course, they're in for the long haul tomorrow with the 9-hour race for the Enduro car category, the Schweiner Rennen, 9 hours. The Orange Army, always an integral part of our sport. The 114 car then, the Seat Leon we just see there. Oh, everyone's slowing down a bit. The safety car queue slowing down is always the cause of a bit of a wince. We've seen a few incidents under safety car over years. Thank you for not having one of them there, guys. So we are a few moments away now from, hopefully, the lights aren't going to come off this time, I don't think. I think we will have one more lap under the safety car by the looks of it. I was hoping that this time by we'd go back to racing, but it looks like we're going to have one more lap under safety car. The lights still haven't gone out as they approach Coram, and that tends to be the last chance saloon. Perhaps there is another obstruction that we're yet to see on camera. The tow truck, or the flatbed, has only just vacated the live circuit, so perhaps there was some uncertainty as to whether that would be out of the way in time. One more lap then behind the safety car. And that means this is effectively going to end up being a near 5-minute dash, this. We had a very similar situation last time out at Anglesey as well for Turismo X. So this will be compelling stuff. Adam Blair will be the one to lead them away. Is he going to be able to hold off the likes of that rocket ship BMW? The 166 car driven in this race by Chris Mills. And then you've got the small matter of Darren Goes there in third place, who was, of course, our pole sitter. Just under 7.5 minutes of racing left to run. Safety car confirmed as in this lap. So we will be back to racing conditions with just under 6 minutes, maybe 5 minutes of racing left to go. Whether you are tuning in on the live stream on MSV TV or whether you are here with us at the circuit on the spectator banks, thank you so much for joining us for today's racing action. A great variety of saloon and sports car races for your viewing pleasure today at the Snetterton 300 circuit. After this, we have the mighty Bernie's V8s, and they will make a huge racket, and I'm sure make for some great entertainment as well. The Bernie's V8 and the Outlaws as well, which is more kind of a general beefy historic class. They don't necessarily have to be V8s to be Outlaws. It's a combined grid, as you will. Great to see Bernie himself in the paddock as ever. He'll be tempted back into a race car soon, I'm sure. So then the safety car indeed about to come into the pit lane. It is going to be Adam Blair in the number 11 car, the Audi TT, who will be the one to watch. Keep an eye on that 28 car as well. George Jackson, who is actually soloing these races. So George Jackson will be doing both of these Turismo X races, making sure he's getting some time under his belt in that race car. We're back to green flag conditions. There's a 10-second penalty being displayed for somebody, but I'm not quite sure whom. Here goes the move I thought may happen. A dive up the inside, not quite being pulled off by the 166 car. Chris Mills not quite able to pull it off. Adam Blair continues to lead the way. So there was a 10-second penalty displayed to the 166 car. Okay, so that's very interesting. Chris Mills has gained a 10-second penalty. That, I assume, will have been for the start of the race. And now he's under threat from Darren Goes, almost side by side as they run towards Agostini, but I don't think Darren's quite going to get it done. Oh, I thought I was going to be proven wrong for a minute. I thought he was diving up the inside Agostini, but it's not to be. Of course, with that penalty in mind, Darren Goes is effectively an invisible driver right now, because he will drop 10 seconds back at the end of this race. But of course, Darren Goes is going to need to get past the BMW to pursue this man, Adam Blair, who runs through Williams and onto the Bentley straight for the 6th time in this race. And here comes Darren Goes, slipstreaming as they go down the Bentley straight. The BMW, though, has the legs by the looks of it. Brake lights on. No, I thought for a minute we had the brake lights on the Adam Blair car. No, he's just got the rear lights ablaze at the moment. Did look like the TT loses some in a straight line to both the BMW and the Audi RS3 TCR behind. I think Blair might be at a bit of a straight line speed deficit down the Bentley straight. Either that or he just missed a gear or something like that. Both are options. 3.5 minutes of racing to go. This will be the start of the penultimate lap, and look at Darren Goes looming large in the mirrors of Chris Mills. Two very different machines. three very different machines in the top three, to tell you the truth. Adam Blair, the quickest out there at the moment, as you see, 2:05.888. Dylan Brichter there in fourth place, just ahead of Scott Parkin. Brichter, an early leader for just a couple of corners. The 166 car. Under threat then, Darren Goes, chasing down Chris Mills. These two seem to be pretty evenly matched. And Darren Goes will be seething, just watching the TT. A little further ahead of the BMW. Darren knows from qualifying and indeed the Super Pole session that his car on one lap pace is the quickest here. However, being quick on a one lap pace is one thing, getting past another driver is quite another, and that's exactly the phenomenon he's experiencing right now. Adam Blair seemed to not quite get the run he wanted out of Agostini on this lap, and he's maybe dropped a car length or two to the M3 behind. Now the M3 is a Class X car, Adam Blair's is a car Class S, so therefore the BMW has a better power to weight ratio and should be quicker in a straight line, is quicker in a straight line. This looks like it's quickly becoming a three-car battle as Adam Blair gets caught once again by both the BMW and the Audi TT on the and the Audi RS3, I should say, on the Bentley straight. It's Audi TT from BMW M3 from Audi RS3. Lots of different initials and letterings going on there, but the important thing is that it's Adam Blair in the lead. As they go around Coram for the second to last time, they'll be beginning the last lap this time by, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the board. And here they come. It is still Adam Blair in the lead, but here comes the BMW with that straight line front. It's not quite able to draw alongside, but is he going to dive to the inside at turn one? Oh, I thought he was for a moment, but not quite. Of course, Chris Mills still has a 10-second penalty, so even if Adam Blair does lose the position to Mills, he will end up with the victory. But, oh, Blair's gone very wide. Gets a better run out of Wilson as a result. But for a moment there, I thought that Adam Blair had left the door far too wide open. I think in reality he had, he just got lucky. Just getting a look there at Summers further back, but we focus on this top three battle. What a duel it is. That BMW, lest we forget, does have a 10-second penalty that will be applied after the race. So it is effectively the invisible car. Into Oggies for the final time. And the clock is about to hit zero, confirming that this is the final lap of racing. Adam Blair comes onto the Bentley straight where the TT seems to be at its weakest. Darren Goes all over the curbs as he comes off the Bentley straight. And again, look at the TT. It's just being dragged up to by both the Audi RS3 behind and the BMW. The BMW's alongside, but does not lead. Adam Blair just about holds on through Brundle and Nelson. Great scrap between the three cars. Of course, Darren Goes, even if he doesn't get past the BMW, will inherit second because of the 10-second penalty applied to the 166 car. Around Coram for the final time and into Murray's. It's going to be Adam Blair out of the final turn. Is the BMW going to be strong enough in a straight line to draw alongside? The answer is yes. It's going to be a photo finish in favour of the BMW, but of course the 10-second penalty is applied. And after all of that, it will be Adam Blair that claims the victory as a result of that 10-second penalty. The car that crossed the line in first with the drag race, Chris Mills, is demoted as far as 5th position because of that 10-second pen. He will be ruining his start to the race. It's Adam Blair that takes the win then. He may not even realise that he's taken the win, to be fair. Kieran McGinley may get to break the news in real time, which could be entertaining television. Second place, Darren Goes, of course, as a result of that 10-second pen. Brichter taking third place, ultimately the 166 car. Chris Mills falling out of the top 5 then, or falling to 5th place, the very fringes of the top 5, as a result of that 10-second penalty. Well, well, well. There you go, Adam Blair confirmed as your race winner. Survived the safety car period. And even though that TT looked a bit weaker in a straight line, ultimately it didn't matter. Adam Blair took the win from Darren Goes. Dylan Brichter taking third place out of Scott Parkin. Chris Mills, your winner on the road with a 10-second penalty, ending up 5th in the standings ahead of the first Lotus Elise. That was, of course, the 112 of Jonathan Mee. In 7th place was the 45 car, Gary Hufford. 8th place was LeMaster in the 65 Lotus Elise. 9th place eventually went to Sterling in the 53 car, and rounding out the top 10 was the number 4 of Steve Summers. A grand total of 14 finishers in that race. And the first one across the line was the 166 car of Chris Mills, but that 10-second penalty, no prisoners taken. Cars just heading back into the pit lane now then. They will soon join Kieran McGinley and cameraman Jeremy down there in the Parc Ferme area. And we will make sure we hear from Adam Blair, who has added another victory to his ever-growing cabinet. It's kind of his second racing career, really, for Adam Blair, because he was an aspiring pro driver in the late 90s and the early 2000s. He took a prolonged break from motorsport, got back into hire karting of all things, and has now gone back up the ladder through the Enduro cars as a proper hot shoe for IP racing. And of course, these days, he's also racing this mighty Audi TT for Dark Side Developments. I believe we will soon hear from Adam Blair. That 11 car, which he shared with Ryan Parkin last time out at Anglesey Coastal. You see some of the other cars coming down into Parc Ferme. And Kieran McGinley, we see there, getting ready to interview our race winner, Adam Blair. We'll hear from him in just a moment. I think Kieran's getting the necessary permissions through the windscreen at the moment. You up for an interview? Adam's always up for an interview. Thankfully, very social, a very media-savvy individual, Adam Blair, among other things. And I believe we are about to hear from him in just a moment. He's already got his helmet off, so I think Kieran may be about to step in.
Yeah, why not? Let's step in. Let's just step straight into the cockpit here with Adam Blair. Adam, well, that was a hectic from the get-go. Let's hear it from your side.
Yeah, it was. I could have done without that safety car, to be honest. We're always good out of the box with this car. It seems to be quicker when it's cold than when it's hot. I think it kind of uses the tyres a little bit too much, especially with me driving like an idiot. And yeah, so it was just getting worse and worse as the race went on, and this BMW was just looming larger and larger in my mirrors. Did everything I could. I don't know if we won or not. It was probably 1,000th of a second in it.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, you have won the race. I mean, it's really warm in this cockpit. I mean, how's that for it might be a sprint race, but it may not feel like that, surely.
You only really notice it during the safety car periods and obviously after the race as well. But when I guess this is the same for most drivers, when I'm focused, I don't really notice anything like how dehydrated I am.
Yeah, I suppose that goes without saying. Well, congratulations on the victory. I'll let you hop out of this warm cockpit, but thank you so much, Adam, for having a chat to us. Congratulations. Let's see now if we can have a chat to Darren Goes. He was talking to us in qualifying, of course, put it on pole position. Darren, just a quick chat with you before you get going. Second place for you, as far as I'm aware. How do you think that went?
Yeah, it was good. I completely messed up the start there. I left it on the rev limiter, and if we had a few more laps, I think I could have had the Audi. Let's see what happens in race 2.
Let's see what happens in race 2, indeed. I mean, it was a hectic start from the get-go before the lights even went out.
Yeah, it was. These cars are very slow off the line, and the BMWs are very quick off the line, so it does mix it up a lot.
Yeah, and the safety car, how did that change your race?
Yeah, I mean, we had about 9 minutes of not racing, so you know, tyres were going off. It could have been a good end. Yeah, you saw the Audi was running off wide, so we should have had it.
Well, we'll find out what happens in race 2, Darren. In the meantime, I'll let you get on with it. And just as the green flag lap is going, I'm going to quickly hand back to you, Adam.
Well, thank you, Kieran. As you can see, the Bernie's V8s and Historic Outlaws are out onto the circuit now. And what a good-looking grid of race cars. This is the Bernie's series. Has already taken in Silverstone, Brands Hatch twice actually, both the GP circuit and the Indy circuit, the latter as part of the Euro NASCAR round at Brands Hatch, otherwise known as the American Speed Fest. And here's your grid. Robert Holliman on pole position alongside Bernard Foley. Porsche versus MG again on the front row. The TVRs, Chris Ridge and Clive Leatherby on row 2. The Chodosh family Corvette starting from 5th place alongside Ray Donner. Hugh Pelling in 7th position. And alongside is another MGB that is to be driven by Guy Samuels in this race. Kevin Borland in the NASCAR, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, starting from 9th alongside the Jeff Taylor driven TVR Griffith. Stuart Entwistle set to line up 11th. Lee Maddox should be back out there. And then rounding out the order, we have an unknown competitor. Okay, interesting. Mystery meet, eh? I'll see if I can work that out, staring out of the window for you. We do have the Pontiac Grand Prix out there, which is the 94 car of Lee Maddox, which is really good. Doesn't look like we have a 13th car out there, so I think the TSL may have just picked up a service vehicle or something of that nature. Looks like we do have a full grid once again, a mighty mix of historic GT cars, NASCARs even, TVR Tuscans, everything from the 1950s through to the 1990s represented on this grid. The gold car you saw there, the Chevrolet Corvette C1, the oldest on the grid from 1959, albeit in somewhat refettled form, I must say. It's Adam Chodosh that takes the wheel of the car for that second race, or this second race that we see now. And it's once again going to be Robert Holliman, who is the man to beat in the Porsche. He was sublime in qualifying, but we saw that in the race earlier on, both Bernard Foley, there in that 21 car, the MGB, and Chris Ridge in the 54 TVR Tuscan, they both looked like they had the pace to challenge at various points. Of course, Chris Ridge had a spin in race number 1. He won't be looking to repeat that in race number 2. That much goes without saying. So then let's get ready to rumble. And I feel I can get away with saying that with a grid like this, a mighty field of V8s. They're underway. We're racing once again for Bernie's V8s and Historic Outlaws, and the drag race to the first corner, at least before they get to the braking zone, is once again won by Bernard Foley. But by the time they get to turn 1, the Porsche sides ahead. It is Robert Holliman that leads them as they go through the first couple of corners. Up into 3rd place has gone the number 58 car, Clive Leatherby, in the TVR Tuscan, so he's managed to beat Chris Ridge through the first few corners. There you see the Boss 302 Mustang In amongst the pack further back, that is of course Ray Donner, just holding off Hugh Pelling. They had a great scrap in the race earlier on. That car, the Boss 302 Mustang, is indeed an authentic ex-Trans Am car, circa 1969, and you just see it there, getting past what I believe was Guy Samuels. In fact, side by side still between the two of them, Donner and Guy Samuels. And Ray Donner just about has the inside for Hamilton, makes the position up. That was for 6th place, I think. Here comes Holliman then in the Porsche 964, the newest car. Well, one of the newest cars on the grid. The NASCARs that are further back in the order are a bit newer. For example, that 33 car you see there, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, that's certainly a newer car, circa 2006. I think the TVR Griffith just ran off there. That was Jeff Taylor, I think, going rallycross and coming onto the Bentley Straight. Oh, and an off, or rather a slowing down there, was Foley. Bernard Foley, I think, may have an issue. He was pulling off to the side of the circuit at Nelson. And yes, Bernard Foley is heading for pit lane. The incredibly fast little MGB GT is unfortunately not going to take any further part in this race by the looks of it. The mighty Mustang under pressure from the little TVR Griffith. And indeed the 87 car of Guy Samuels, another of the MGB V8s. Across the line there in 4th place went the Corvette, the C1, driven by Adam Chodosh. I believe that car has made expeditions out to America in years gone by. Certainly, we know that this car, an original Trans Am machine, the Mustang Boss 302, that car started its life out in America in the Trans Am Championship, which at one time was a hotbed of competition among production muscle cars, the likes of Mark Donoghue and Dan Gurney, among the famous names that raced in Trans Am in the glory days of the 1960s. And there you see that 16 car, the Mustang I'm talking about, under threat from the 61 car, driven by Jeff Taylor in this race, a 1963 4.7 litre TVR Griffith. Much like the MGBs that are the favoured car on this grid in terms of strength in numbers, that TVR Griffith also has big engine, very small wheelbase, and that can often make it a little bit snappy. A change among the Tuscans, as into 2nd place in the race has gone Chris Ridge. Now the question is, has he made that position up in time to try and pursue Holliman? Will it be possible for Holliman to be caught in this one? The 61 car has gotten by the 16, so Jeff Taylor has managed to make a move. Jeff Taylor is through and past the Mustang of Ray Donner. That is for 5th position. Holliman has already built a huge gap at the head of the order. You heard that he was trying to preserve these tyres for a full season of racing. And well, he could back off now, because the gap between himself and that green and black 54 car, Chris Ridge, is already out to 9 seconds. Holliman really is a driver in tune with his car. We see it time and time again. When that Porsche is out at a circuit he likes, invariably it's right there at the sharp end. And Robert Holliman once again putting on a great display. Chris Ridge has managed to get past Leatherby on that lap, as we discussed, and I'm sure he will try to set some quick laps. We saw that Ridge had the potential for fastest laps in the earlier race. Unfortunately, we're not going to see perhaps the true potential of his car this weekend. It looked like a race winner, at least potentially, in race number 1. It's taken him a bit too long to get through the order to second place in this one. I think he's going to struggle to pull in that gap on Holliman, but who knows what may happen over the remaining 14 minutes. He would be hoping for a safety car intervention, I'm sure. There's the 999 car. Dial for that emergency. No, you haven't accidentally switched over to NASCAR at Road America. This is still very much Snetterton there as we get a little taste of Americana as Stuart Entwistle has a little bit of a scrap further back with Lee Maddox. Lee Maddox, whose car was having brake issues in race number 1. That's why he pulled over. It doesn't look like he's fully confident in that car now. He's well off the pace we saw in qualifying and the early stages of race 1. It's the 94 Pontiac Grand Prix. Unfortunately, seems to be down at the very back of the order, as you can see. Oh, rally crossing Corvette. No. Just about holding it together there was Adam Chodosh. But that car, I think, may have an issue. I thought that was a simple error, but it seems as though Chodosh is very gingerly heading back to pit lane. So the 999 Corvette, it's a hugely powerful car. Oh no, he's got it back underway. That's great to see. Well, this is going to make things very entertaining because suddenly Chodosh, in a very quick car, has fallen as far down as 9th place from 4th on the previous lap. Pull up your chair. This could get very entertaining. Chodosh will work his way back through the order as best he can. Very strange moment there, just ran it out wide, and then it was as if he just couldn't find any gears after that moment on the grass. Do love the sounds of the grid here in the Bernie's V8 series. Incidentally, I should note that Bernard Foley has managed to get the car going again after his slowdown. That car is still running, and he's just, I think, made up a couple of positions. He's no longer in last place, but obviously not a contender anymore. And you can see the 58 car of Leatherby, currently 3rd place, the TVR Tuscan. 1996 vintage car, if memory serves me correctly. Yes, indeed. Of course, the TVR Tuscan Challenge was a great development ground for British GT stars of the future in the 90s and into the 2000s. And there's a bit of a generational game, hey? A 1969 Trans Am Mustang up against a 2005 NASCAR all the way from the United States. And now the little MGB getting involved as well as the Corvette, the golden Corvette of Adam Chodosh. Guy Samuels getting involved as well. I don't think there's anywhere else in the world where you could see these 4 specific makes and models of car going at it, and replying right back to Chodosh there was the driver of the 33, Kevin Borland, who just went, nope, position's mine. But in a drag race down to Ritchie's turn 1, it looks like the Corvette has won out. The newest and oldest cars on the grid, that, having a bit of a scrap. Great racing between them. Out of Wilson hairpin they go as we approach half distance in this race. There you see the number 96 car. That's driven by Hugh Pelling, the MGB RV8 Roadster. It's a 1973 vintage car. Again, in quite a few instances here, I mentioned the vintage, but that's the day the road car rolled off the chassis. I assure you, it's a very different beast today. Some of the variety in the states of modification that we have here in this series harks back to the Heritage Grand Touring Car Championship as the 16 car Heads off the circuit there. Ray Donner in the Mustang went a bit rallycrossy going out of Hamilton. In case you've forgotten, the race leader coming down onto the centre straight now, the 191 car, Robert Holliman, setting another fastest lap of the race just there, 2 minute 8.041. He really is toying with the chasing pack out there, and rather worryingly, he's lunching his tyres that are meant to last him a full season. I wonder if he's decided that maybe they're going in the scrapper after this, because suddenly he's pushing very hard indeed. Although sometimes with an open racetrack ahead of you, it's very difficult to resist the temptation of putting pedal to the metal. Look at that big Corvette under pressure from the wee little MGB V8 of Guy Samuels. Guy Samuels' car powered by a mere 3.9 litre Rover V8 compared to the 6.3 in Adam Chodosh's Corvette. There's your dose of Days of Thunder. Coal trickle livery. Stuart Entwistle's Chevy Monte Carlo. There's the Pontiac Grand Prix. The ASCAR spec machine, not an authentic American stock car, but still a very potent car for a lead Maddox. They are running around at the back of the order, more than likely to go a lap down before the end of this race. I think both drivers suffering with a few car problems. I know there were brake issues for Maddox, and it doesn't look like all cylinders are firing potentially on that 46 car, although it does only have 350 horsepower and it is quite heavy, so Entwistle probably doing the best he can with what's a slightly blunted tool. But nonetheless, what a spectacular sight they make. Holliman, meanwhile, going a lot quicker at the sharp end of the order. First driver to go below the 208 barrier. The only driver going quicker than a 210 out there on the circuit, point blank. This man, Chris Ridge, I think long accepted that second was the best he was getting out of this one. He's built the gap nicely over Clive Leatherby. But still a joy to see these Tuscans out on circuit. They're not a rare sight. You still see them out in a few different championships, but you get the feeling that as the years wear on and the spare parts maybe start to deplete a little bit, we may see fewer of them, although, let's be honest, it is largely fiberglass. So perhaps the Tuscan has a shelf life for a reason. Of course, a compatriot car, let's say, to the TVR Tuscan, the Marcos Mantis, until the end of last season, was still a regular sight in the GT Cup Championship, which is supported by MSVR. Further proof that GT racing cars can certainly have staying power. The Marcos Mantis dating back to the mid-90s in GT competition. There's the 58 car. Third place, Chris Leatherby, a similar TVR Tuscan Challenge car, although the Tuscans, depending on who owns them, can look quite different. I mean, a good example really is the two cars we've got here. This car of Chris Ridge is powered by a 6.3 litre motor. I'm assuming that's a Chevrolet motor, whereas the 4.5 for Clive Leatherby, I think would be the original Rover V8, if I'm not mistaken. Over the years, quite a few of these Tuscans have gone through engine swaps and transplants, and in some cases rather extreme aero kits, even hard tops. It's always interesting to see what happens to the cars as they fall into second and third hand. Some cars remain immaculate, and as they were in period, other cars are modified and improved by subsequent owners. I think that's certainly Chris Ridge's case. He's got a much bigger motor, 6.3 litres of power under his foot. Speaking of 6.3 litres of power, another example of the Chevrolet Corvette from 1959. And of course is an example of a C1 Corvette, the very first of the breed. Corvette, one of a few cars designed by the American auto industry in response to American World War II soldiers rather falling in love with the British and their tiny little cars like MGs. Demand was there for lightweight sports cars, and well, the Americans didn't quite make a lightweight sports car in the form of the Corvette, but sports cars of an American nature were certainly all the rage by the 1950s. The Corvette, the shining example of that. And then, of course, in the 60s came the pony cars, the Camaro, the Mustang, etc., etc. American car culture, such a rich vein of automotive history. And we always get to celebrate a lot of it here in the Bernie's V8 and the historic Outlaws, but it's not an American strand of car culture that we see at the front of the order, is it? Robert Holliman in that Porsche 911, the 964 generation. Designed in the late 80s. At the time of the car coming out, the 964 was the biggest overhaul that the Porsche 911 had ever had. Still running the air-cooled motor at this point, of course. It would be the 996 generation that would switch away from the signature air-cooled flat six in a 911. Roland Thunder passing the start-finish line with 2.5 minutes to go, as Maddox and Entwistle continue to exchange positions at the back of the order, a lap down. Both of those cars aping the Gen 4 NASCAR regulations of the 90s, late 90s into the early 2000s. Of course, now we're into the Generation 7 NASCARs over in the Cup Series in America, and things have rather changed. They have 6 speeds now instead of 4. They've got much bigger tyres, centre-lock wheels. Generation 7 certainly marking the biggest leap forward in NASCAR technology. Plenty of room for leaps forward in NASCAR technology, to be fair. 90 seconds of this race to go, which I think would mean one more lap of racing at the end of this one. And Holliman with the beautiful ducktail Porsche. The historic Outlaw. The only driver registered in this race to the Historic Outlaws category. All the others are part of the main Bernie's V8 leg of the series. The motto for this championship is, of course, as you can see if you're watching the stream on the bottom right of your screen, racing as it used to be. Cars that are perceived to have an excess of downforce or grip are not entirely welcomed in this series. We want the old school brutes like the cars we see going through Agostini here. Adam Chidosh there continuing to hold off both the 96 of Hugh Pelling and Guy Samuels, the 2 MGBs, as Holliman has gone on to his final lap of the race. Chris Ridge, meanwhile, there in second place. Runs it very wide at Murray's. I think he's just bringing it home at this stage of the race. Flies past the Stuart Entwistle Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Around the final bend, or rather around the first bend for the final time, I should say, goes Chris Ridge. There goes Leatherby in third place. Once again, fairly spread out at the sharp end of the order. It certainly looked as though Adam Chadosh was having a bit more of a scrap further back. He's still got a pair of MGBs all over him as they come through the final corner to start the final lap now. Meanwhile, this man, Holliman, is about to take another commanding win in what has been an exemplary day for the purveyor of the blue and yellow Porsche. The car has been his plaything, his tool that he continues to sharpen for many a year. And I'd be interested to hear during this interview with Kieran, based on the pace that he was setting in that race, whether he's decided he's going to buy a new set of tyres or not, because it certainly didn't give me the impression of a driver who was trying particularly hard to save his tyres in that race. It was a dominant and very fast performance from Rob Holliman, who takes the win. A great result once again for the driver of the 191 Porsche. Next across the line will be the 46 car that we see here. Sorry, the 54 car that we see here, my apologies. Chris Ridge at the wheel of the Tuscan. And the podium will also be rounded out by Leatherby in another Tuscan. So it's a TVR triumph sort of a day, isn't it? We've got a great scrap going on further back though for 5th overall, just coming onto the Bentley straight now. As you can see there that Adam Chadosh is under huge pressure from many of the MGs, including the recovering Bernard Foley. Ridge has crossed the line to take 2nd place, and Leatherby will cross the line for 3rd. The 4th place car is also fairly certain to be Jeff Taylor, but it's the battle for 5th place that I want to see at the moment, because that Corvette is under huge pressure. Here we go, through the bomb hole now. 4th place across the line will be the TVR of Jeff Taylor, but is Bernard Foley going to be able to salvage a top 5? Remember, we saw that car slow on the first lap. He was over a minute down from the lead after just 2 laps of racing, but did get the car back underway. But I think Chadosh has done just enough in the mighty Corvette. However, Foley is quick in a straight line. It is a drag race to the line, and I think the Corvette just about has it. Yes, indeed. However, positions gained there by Foley on the final lap. Beat both Pelling and Guy Samuels to the line on that last lap. Great drive to recover to 6th place from Bernard Foley. Didn't quite pit Adam Chadosh though, who of course had his own problems over the course of that race distance. Robert Holliman, they're taking the win then once again in the Bernie's V8s and Historic Outlaws. This car firmly falling into the Historic Outlaws section of this grid. A 32-year-old car, which really does make one feel old. I say that as someone who's not 25 yet, but it doesn't feel true that the 964 is that far in the rear-view mirror. But he wasn't in the rear-view mirror of any man, Robert Holliman. A great win for him. Chris Ridge taking 2nd place ahead of Clive Leatherby. The car driven by Jeff Taylor taking 4th, the TVR Griffith. And then Adam Chadosh just about holding on to 5th place, despite the advances of Bernard Foley. Hugh Pelling ahead of Guy Samuels in 7th and 8th place. 9th place going to the big NASCAR, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Kevin Borland. And the top 10 rounded out by the Ray Donner Mustang, Lee Maddox and Stuart Entwistle in their stock cars, rounding out the finishing order of what was another great showing, another sonorous showing from the Bernie's V8s and Outlaws. And it looks as though this time Kieran McGinley has wielded all the power in the world and stopped our leader down from beneath the podium. Very well done.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll let Robert open the door and whatnot. But yeah, well, what a performance from Robert Holliman. See if we can get a chat to him there. Robert, 2 from 2. That's not a bad outing for you today.
Yeah, I don't think we could have done much better, could we?
Not at all. I mean, talk to us about it out there, because it looked a little bit more calm out there from your point of view.
No, it was the opposite really. I tried to make a bit of a race of it in race 1 really, and entertain everyone, but we thought no mercy in this one. Let's just go as fast as possible. And that was flat out from the start to the finish, trying to chase in the lap times.
Now, Adam upstairs was wondering, are you planning on changing your tyres at the moment? Because you seem to sort of take it easy towards the end. Maybe managing the car?
So we actually found a slow puncture after race 1, so we put last year's tyres back on it. And it was better, so they were obviously a better set.
Well, there you go then, Robert Holliman. Final words then, 2 from 2 from you today. Can't ask for more than that, surely.
Yeah, not really sure what we can do more than that. I think the car needs a rest now. We've done 10 races with it in the first half of the year, and we didn't plan to do anything with this car. We plan to use another car which broke. So it's time to give this car some TLC and bring it out next year maybe.
And deserve some rest, as well-deserved rest as well. Robert, thank you so much for talking to us. We'll let you go now. Enjoy your victory. Congratulations. And Adam, with that, it's back to you.
Well, there you go. I had a feeling that something was being put to some caution was being put to the wind. It wasn't because he was scrapping the tyres, it was because they'd already been scrapped between races.
Thank you.
Half right, as it turns out. So newish, last year's set of rubber going on the car. And we saw the pace out of Robert Holliman in that one. Rest of the field go trundling down toward the Parc Fermé area at the moment, and well, that was certainly a great showing as always from the Bernie's V8s and the Historic Outlaws. They will be back out on the 27th of August at Alton Park, another fabulous circuit. I'm sure that they'll have a packed entry list for that one as always. Certainly a very northerly series, so I reckon that Alton Park will yield a strong entry for them. A lot of the cars a bit worse for wear after Speedfest, I reckon. MSVT Track Day Trophy is our next grid onto the circuit. That race due to begin in what? All of about 5 minutes time. Sure enough, they are heading out onto the grid. Now, this will be our penultimate race of the day. For those of you here at the circuit, there is, of course, Enduro qualifying to come later today. That will begin at 5:25 local time, but our penultimate race of the day is to begin shortly. Another fabulous grid for the Track Day Trophy, as always. A perpetually strong series, and it's going to be the 34 Team Hard racing car of Tony Gillam on the pole position for that one. Gillam will be joined on that front row by something a little different from his Volkswagen Golf, although it's not actually Gillam at the wheel. He's going to be in the car second. It's Alex Jones on the grid. I can see Alex through the window. He will be joined on that front row, though, by Callum McDougall. So a Volkswagen Golf and a Caterham. I was going to say walk into a bar, but I don't think that would be legal outside of the Cars universe, as in the cinematic franchise. Two very different machines. I think that's going to make for some compelling racing. Keep an eye on the third row of the grid as well, incidentally, because that's where the first of our rear-wheel drive BMWs lives. Michael Rawlings and David Zakuzewski's BMW E36, the Dub Shack car, will be one to watch from row 3. Of course, the little Caterham is always a nimble and quick car as well, so keep an eye on that. Thankfully, we do have a nice haul of starting drivers from Kieran, who's done his research and his probing of teams down at the assembly area, so that will help us through this early portion of the race. No doubt it's always good to know whom is at the wheel. So we will do our best to utilize that information. So as you can see, the Golf on pole position, the 34 car of Tony Gillam, and Alex Jones starting the car. Tony taking the wheel in the second portion of the race. Callum McDougall alongside Stuart Donovan on row 2 in the 112 car. That's the Toyota Celica from 7 Motorsports. That car's usually very strong as well. Not necessarily sure that Snetterton is necessarily in that car's favour, but we'll see how it is in a straight line. Jeremy Evans in the Civic Type R, he'll be strong. From row 2, keep an eye on that 37 car that you see just behind the Caterham on the second row of the grid. So that's 112 and 37 on the second row. 98 is Polk on the third row. So we're not sure whether or not that car will be there. Of course, no, it's not. It's the gap on the grid. So the 98 car not there. And row 4 on the grid is going to be Jonathan Pascal in the 24 car. Alongside him will be the 148 of Alex Reed taking the start in the 148. The 88 car, we are not sure of, well, it will be Damien Trybzalski in that one because he's the only driver listed. Wayne Cockerill will round out the top 10 on the grid in the 21 car. Has Alex Jones just stalled? He did briefly, but thankfully got the car going again. Don't worry, it wasn't filmed or anything. Oh, wait. Now, he will be able to regain his position since he didn't drop to the back of the order, and he has already picked his way through, so clearly he's got that memo, which is good to see. Still a relative novice racer, so good to know that he's got the fundamentals down. 11th and 12th on the grid, Freddie Hewitt in the 17 car, alongside the number 116 of Richard Skelsey. So he will take the start, and Colin Tester will follow. 81 car is next. Michael Williamson alongside the 114 car, which is set to be Jamie Hayes at the wheel of that car for the start of the race. The 14 car is Steve Begbie on the 15th spot on the grid. The 14 car alongside the 66 of Jack Hargraves. Paul Hatton in the 82 alongside Alistair Easom in the number 1. The 25, we're not sure who's going to start that, but I can tell you it will be a Burnham by default. Colin Wells alongside on the 10th row of the grid in the number 6 car. The number 43 car, Trevor Hurrell, starting the 43 in 21st place alongside the 444 of Andy Coombs. Row 12 of the grid is going to be the Goodall Baldwin number 93 car, although I think that might be Baldwin on his own. It seems to vary from grid to grid. Jack Fuller in the 24th spot in the 18 car. Row 13 of the grid, the 28 Aaron Lally alongside the 83 of Michael O'Sullivan, who takes the start in that one. Chris Warwick solo in the number 11 car, 27th on the grid, alongside the 29 of Lee Briscoe. Row 15 of the grid is Chris Waltonspul in the number 7. 49 car will be started by Darren Robinson. That rounds out our top 30 on this massive grid. Steve Farrington in the 15 car is next, alongside Ollie Moss in the number 4. The 115 follows. We're not sure who's starting that one. And the 44 Honeybone car is on the grid and starting from the back with Ray Honeybone at the wheel, so he is getting a go today. That's nice to see. Thank you as always to Kieran for doing some of the legwork there. That's usually my job at these events, so it was quite nice to power it off on someone else, to be honest.
That's all right. I got my steps up. It's not a problem.
Do you always go for 10,000? That's what I go for.
I tried to. Whether I got it or not is another question. But yeah, Ray was actually talking to me on the stairs up towards the commentary box, saying, "Do you know what? I wanted to have a go. We entered, and he's going to start." So yes. Yeah, he's looking to go from the back and have some fun. Those were his words.
The latest entry I've ever seen is someone deciding literally 10 seconds before the formation lap at Castle Combe that they wanted to take the start of an invitational race at the end of the day. And they were wheeled on just as the formation lap started after chucking some money at somebody. I was back in the Motors TV live race day days. Of course, these days we're live on the internet, and that's exactly what many of you are doing, tuning into us on MSV TV on the YouTube. Great to have many people watching from the UK and beyond. If you're tuning in from here at the circuit, watching on, great to see that you're taking the initiative and taking a look at maybe some of the corners you can't see from your chosen vantage position. So then, the centre straight awaits for these cars. We're about to get racing for 45 minutes. It's another pit stop race, of course, with the multiple drivers assigned to one car. And the race is on. It's a drag race between the Caterham and the Volkswagen Golf as we get underway with this rolling start, and it is going to be Alex Jones that leads them into the first corner, but not by terribly much. In fact, it might not be anything at all, because Callum McDougall was trying to go the long way around there. Did he make it stick? I don't think he quite did. Some grass being kicked up further back, but I don't think there are any cars off circuit, and isn't that a study in contrast? The big Golf looking like a van in comparison to the Caterham as they run through the first few corners.
That's a very, very good metaphor there. That's exactly what it looks like. But everyone making their way through now. And of course, you know, a grid of at least 30 cars trying to take the start. Not always easy, but it looks like they've done well so far.
They have managed to keep themselves clean in the first few corners. Donovan in the 112 car. Stuart Donovan in third place. He's held on to that position, but there comes the 114 car, the Hayes family EST Performance Golf, going around the outside. And they're still side by side as they head towards Hamilton, and the Golf is ahead. So that was a very good driving there from Jamie Hayes to take the car up to third place. The Mark V Golf, complete with many an aero appendage, up into third position.
Yeah, there you can see the EST Performance 148, Alex Reid behind the wheel of that one as they now make their way through these next couple of quarters, then through Williams and then making our way through. But we've got a spinner, it's the Civic, it's the 88 car. The 88 car, a DP Service racing car of Damian Chupchalski, who's managed to spin his way around, gives it the old windscreen wipers, and away he goes again.
It's a bit of a scrabble there as Callum McDougall gets up the inside for the lead. Well, I didn't expect the Caterham to out-drag the Golf, but I think that might have been what happened there. McDougall into the lead, and Alex Jones demoted to second place, maybe just tucking into what I'm sure is a significant slipstream in the little Caterham behind the Golf.
Yeah, talking about punching a hole through the air for the Caterham, that's a massive, massive hole that he's got there. But you see the number 93 trying to squeeze its way through. Alex Baldwin in the Knockout Racing Honda Civic trying to find a way up the inside and trying to make that move stick. Had to try and hold on there and see if that move would stick. Meanwhile, then on the exit coming out of Murray's and on towards the centre straight, our leaders are nip and tuck at the moment. At the moment, it's going to be Team Hard Racing who are going to try and find their way back through and back into the lead of the race.
Alex Jones back into the lead. He's becoming a hardened racer already. I think this morning was only his second ever motor race, so Jones is adapting quickly. He bought this car with the intention of going track day racing.
Well, he's certainly doing that right now, and he's got Callum McDougall for good company in these early stages of this race. So let's see. That should be a very interesting first in for both of them.
Definitely should be, yes. You don't buy a car off of Tony Gillan for a track day and expect to not get sold a race drive eventually. And Tony managed to wrangle him into the world of racing, and I don't think it's a world he's going to escape anytime soon. He's already caught the bug. I spoke to him during the lunch break, firmly excited about this weekend, and a joy to have in the paddock as well. Always good to have eager newcomers in the world of racing, and you see there the Golf leading the Caterham as they go through Oggies further back. The 112 car under pressure, that's Donovan of course in the Celica, under pressure from Michael Rawlings. So Rawlings in the 41 car will take over, or will be taken over eventually by David Zakshevsky. So Zakshevsky will take the second stint of this race as you see the 37 car under threat. Not quite the shining start I was expecting, actually, out of Semperini Racing's Jeremy Evans, down in 9th place from 4th on the grid. Must have had some kind of issue out there on the circuit and is now scrapping for 8th place.
Must have been. I'll tell you what, though, after a slow start, Alex Jones has really got himself and winding the car up because he started to build the gap between himself and McDougall now. So interesting to see how that goes. But the battle for third place as well was heating up as they're making their way through in towards Coram and then on their way towards Murray's third and fourth place, in fact.
Of course, the one thing to remember, and the one thing in favour of McDougall, is that the Gillam Jones car, the Golf, doesn't actually conform to the power to weight ratio classes in this category, so it's a little bit overpowered for the racing cars we've got up against it, but nonetheless, very good job from Alex Jones as side by side further back in the pack. That's the 14 car having a good scrap for what, 13th place potentially, or is it fallen down the order? In fact, Lally is making up a load of positions in that 28 Fiesta, 18th last time across the line. What is Aaron Lally going to be in by the time they cross the line this time? He's up to 16th place, so 2 positions gained on that. 4 positions lost by the driver of the 14. And look at the Honeybone Clio, already up into 18th place. Well, Ray wanted to go, and he's pushing on. He's pushing on, of course. Ray Honeybone starting from the back. Of course, they didn't qualify for this race. They wanted to enter because Ray wanted to have a bit of fun, and he's having fun now. He's going up the inside of the number 14 Misfit Racing, Steve Begbie behind the wheel there. But Ray Honeybone making his way through. Meanwhile, that 66 car, the Borland Motorsport car, Jack Hargraves trying to find his way through as well. Yeah, so Fiesta versus Civic there, or sorry, Focus versus Civic, I should say, going through Agostini as the Honeybone team, the Apple Car Centre crew, will continue to watch on with interest as the Clio cars through the order. Through goes Ray up against Lally, Aaron Lally, who has to yield 16th position after what looked like quite a quick lap in the Fiesta. Looking at the 93 car there, who could well be the next target for Honeybones. The Honeybone family in the 44 car. I'm sure that Jordan's going to be watching this with interest and just a little bit of glee. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about overall race results, but as you can see on your left-hand side, those are your class leaders at the moment, and it's hard to forget, or hard to remember sometimes, that no, these are separate classes. Although they're all battling for position, the drivers will convince you they're battling everyone for position. They are definitely separated into classes, and that's a bit of bodywork damage actually for the Misfit Racing Steve Begbie on the rear right-hand quarter panel. Meanwhile, Ray Honeybone's having more moves trying to add to his order. Honeybone, who started at the very bottom of the order, is already breaking into the top 15, looking up the inside there of the 93 car, which I believe is maybe being soloed by Alex Baldwin. Goodall was added to the car, but I haven't got any word as to whether he's actually here. Honeybone under pressure, or rather pressuring, I should say. He's the one delivering all of the pressure at the moment in the Apple Car Centre car, always an immaculately turned out machine. And they've decided to run the risk of scratching the paint by starting from the back, and so far it's been brilliant entertainment. It's been great to watch, hasn't it? I'm sure Ray's got a huge smile beaming on his face then as they now make their way up towards Riches, and that's another position then for Ray Honeybone. I'm getting the feeling he might feel halfway through he doesn't actually want to give the car back. Well, you know, they did the other race solo, didn't they? Jordan did the other race solo, so why should Ray hand it over is the million-dollar question. Great scrap for third place, just coming out of Agostini on towards Hamilton at the moment. That's in the middle of the circuit, and we've got a great scrap going on at the moment. We've had a change of position in third, I believe, in favour of the Reed family, or rather, sorry, the Golf. Completely lost track of my numbers there, if I'm being completely honest. I think that's the Reed family Golf, actually, that I'm thinking of, the 148 car of Alex and Daniel Reed. They were briefly down in fourth place, has now moved back into third, and what's quite a scrap there in the top 3 positions. Nonetheless, here we are. This is what we're talking about. This is the Celica pressuring Donovan in the 112 car all over the back of Alex Reed. That's not Alex Reed with an E, that's someone who races in Enduro-Car quite a lot, or at least is represented in Enduro-Car quite a lot. Donovan then in that 112 car, the Toyota Celica, of course front-wheel drive that Celica, as is the Golf ahead. The BMW behind, however, is rear-wheel drive. the number 41 car of Michael Rawlings, which is the leading Class C car at the moment, but not by much, because the 24 is not far behind. The 24 being the JP Racing of Jonathan Pascal. That's one of the Honda Civics further back in the pack. And look at Evans, he's on the fight back, isn't he? All over the back of the BMW for 6th place at the moment. Sorry, make that 5th place. Evans already up to 6th place, of course, started in 4th, fell to the very fringes of the top 10. Still under pressure from the 17 Mini as well. That's Freddie Hewitt. Great little scrap this for 5th place.
It's great, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant as well. The number 17 Freddie Hewitt Racing, Freddie Hewitt in his Mini, trying to join in onto this battle as well as they make their way now in towards Palmer and up towards Agostini they will go. It's one of those races where there's so much action happening, we're not really sure where to look. As where we look is there's great battling.
Yeah, no matter who you've got your eyes on around the circuit, you'll find a scrap at this stage of the race. And just running wide there is the 37 car once again. Evans maybe trying a bit too hard at the moment in the Semprini Racing car. Jeremy Evans under threat from the chasing pack. The 148 car remains in 3rd place then with Alex Reed at the wheel. Donovan just lurking behind in that 112 car out of the 7 Motorsports stable. Stuart Donovan is of course a Class B car, so that's the top class in this MSV Track Day Trophy category. There's another Celica a little further back. That's the 21 car, which is a Class C entrant as a matter of fact, and one car well off on the grass there. Not sure whom that was, but there was a lot of grass kicked up on the Bentley straight. It may well have been one of these guys at the front of the order, because it seems to have not jumbled slightly again, but the gaps have switched around all over again. And now the 41 car of Rawlings is right on the back of that Celica once again. And of course, remember, a different Class C car, the E36 in 5th overall.
Yeah, as well as that, we're not too far away. Whoa, that's a huge move then from Michael Rawlings. He's got the move done then and moves ahead of Alex Reed in the 149. Needed a bit of grass to do it, but I've got to be honest, he's held that together. Phenomenal stuff. That's going to allow, though, Alex Reed down the centre straight, and as they head towards the line, Reed can just power his way back past and take back that position. And Michael Rawlings, after all that hard work and effort going through Coram, has to concede the position as the Celica behind also fancies its chances. The 7 Motorsports Stuart Donovan trying to move up the inside. No go for there as they make their way up towards the hairpin at Wilson.
Wow, wow, wow. Fabulous racing this, isn't it? For 3rd overall, up into 4th place then has gone our Class C leading car at the moment, driven by Michael Rawlings. He will hand over to Zakrzewski later in the race, of course, and well, no pressure if you hand the car over in the overall top 5, huh? The 148 car of Alex Reed under pressure then from Rawlings, who's driving like a man possessed in the E36 at the moment, trying to go around the outside at Ago. Doesn't happen often. That didn't happen on that occasion, although look at the Celica on the comeback as well. Donovan in the 112 car. Evans is there in the 37, has moved up into 5th place. So the Semprini Honda of Jeremy Evans is up into P5 at least for now, and that car should have the straight line speed advantage over the BMW E36 ahead. Looking further back to the 11 car, that is Chris Warwick in the Borland Motorsport number 11. But looking back towards somewhere near the sharp end, we want to see that battle for 3rd place again. They'll be heading towards the end of the straight right now, and who's going to be at the head of it, I could only guess. Well, here we go.
Well, did anybody tell them they're all in separate classes? I mean, it's quite phenomenal as Reed then tries to hang on to the position then, as we've seen already down the centre straight. He's got the grunt against the BMW there, and trying to now go through the corners, through Coram then, with his long right-hander. Bomb hold first off, though, and now comes Coram, but you've got to really hang it in there and be patient on the power, and then immediately after that comes the braking zone down at Murray's to really just challenge that change of direction and that weight transfer of the car, as then you apply the anchors down in towards the final braking zone, and on the power they will go then. And Michael Rawlings here might use a little bit of a tow from Alex Reed to try and find his way past, but Semprini Racing, Jeremy Evans in his Honda Civic Type, he's been absolutely charging through. The black and white flag going out to the number 17 car, Freddie Hewitt, for track limits.
Well, Hewitt is pursuing, of course, there in the Mini, the 17 car, the Mini R56, the second generation BMW Mini that you see there in 7th overall, currently fighting as well for 5th in Class B. There's the Honeybone car. We haven't caught up with Ray in a little while. How's he doing on the timing screens now? I think he may have made another position. Yes, up to 13th overall now, and surging up towards the Class B front runners. Going to be very interested to see where Jordan is by the end of this race.
Absolutely. That's if Ray hands it over to Jordan, of course. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. But
have to keep close eyes on the pit lane.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, let's see that great battle, because here it is again, as that's the Civic there, the number 37 of Jeremy Evans, who fancies his chances now against Alex Reed. He managed to find his way past Michael Rawlings now. He now fancies a chance to try and get the move done on Alex Reed. He has to work hard for it, though, against the VW, but my goodness, that Civic is charging hard.
Really is. Yeah, the Semperini Racing Honda Civic 37 car is pressuring the 148 car, the Reed family car, in 3rd overall. Great scrap as they head out onto the onto the Bentley straight, I should say. There's only 2 of them. I managed to get them mixed up occasionally. There you saw Callum McDougall in 2nd place, still not a million miles off the back of Alex Jones at this stage. It was just 2.4 seconds last time by. And Alex Jones already deep in the lap traffic, and it can be very difficult to pick through the traffic. Pit window has opened, incidentally, as well, so drivers are now able to make their scheduled stops as and when they wish. Back to this 3rd place battle that we were looking at before then, and Alex Reed still under a huge threat here from Jeremy Evans, who is driving out of his skin. He's back up to where he started in 4th place, had a horrible first lap. Never mind, make that 5th place, because through into 4th place goes Michael Rawlings for the time being, but the Class C car should have less grunt in a straight line. It does, and Evans takes the opportunity to go straight back through.
Well, he absolutely clouted the curb there, didn't he, trying to get that move done, but it's going to cost him a little bit of momentum in his car that, of course, is not going to match the Class B cars around him. 4th place on the straight up in towards Rich as we goes, and he's hanging on in there. The Salik has to go the long way round, and meanwhile then the number 17 Freddie Hewitt fancies his chances in the Mini up towards Wilson. But there is Alex Reed then. He gets a little bit of breathing space, which is something he's not had all race long.
Not really, no. You can clatter curbs all you want. Called shock absorbers,
well,
right? They're meant to absorb shocks.
That's true.
That's how that works. Can you tell I'm not a mechanic? The Donovan car down in 6th place then. The Celica seems to have just gradually fallen off in that battle for 3rd place. Is now down in 6th and under pressure from the Mini of Hewitt, as we saw. We're just looking at Lally there for a moment, all the way down in 21st now. So after some early speed shown by the number 28 Ford Fiesta of Aaron Lally, now outside the top 20. So it seems to be a mixed race so far for the driver of the little Fiesta with the rather large wing.
Absolutely, and with the pit window open, we're seeing the first of the teams into the pit lane. That's Bora Motorsport. Jack Hargraves in the pits. Of course, a bit of adjustment of tyre pressures. He's a lone driver, so he just sits in the car until the minimum pit window has passed, and he'll be able to get his way back onto track.
Sometimes when I've been down there in these pit stop races doing interviews mid-race, I've had drivers who have literally shown up on their own, ask me to open their door and then close it again because they want a bit of air during the pit stop. Sometimes they really do show up as a one-man band, and it is admirable to see. The spirit of club racing is always evident in these MSV Track Day trophy events. So many different cars on show. Golf versus BMW at the moment, and up the inside went Rawlings once again. This is for, well, now it's for 4th place, of course, because Evans has got through into 3rd in the Civic, just ahead of them. And Rawlings, oh, contact between, oh dear, Michael Rawlings and Alex Reed making contact. Reed just tapped the back of the BMW. Innocent bystander in that was the number 4 Renault Clio. And that's unfortunate for Ollie Moss.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there going in towards Murray's as Alex Reed then hits the back of the BMW, both coming off with a little bit of damage. And, well, the pit window's not too far away, but as you say there, the number 4, Ollie Moss, just an innocent bystander in that one, really had to take to the grass. I'm not sure whether he picked up any damage. He might have got away with that scot-free. But here he comes into the pit lane. We're about to find out.
Yes, I'd rather suggest that it may have been at least a little tap. Let's hope that it's nothing more major or indeed sinister than that. Other cars just tumbling out of the pit lane. Of course, that's Hargraves, who was one of the first to bite the bullet, just heading back out onto the circuit. And well, that Reed family Golf is not as immaculate as it once was, is it? As it follows the 17 car, still 6th overall, even with that drama, is Alex Reed. But I'm sure that'll be looked into, the incident there between Reed and Rawlings. I'm sure that it wasn't pleasant viewing for Rawlings' teammate Zatshevsky either. The 444 car in.
Yeah, Andy Coombs coming out of the car. Jay Coombs will be taking over as he jumps into the car and will have his stint coming very, very shortly. Of course, he's got to serve the minimum pit stop time.
Yes, I believe it's 2 minutes if memory serves me correctly, and gives them time to make sure the belts are done up properly, gives them time to make sure the tyre pressures are correct and suitable for the following stint. And of course it also means that if you do show up with a rather good team, I mean, let's be real, Alex Jones and Tony Gillam literally have a touring car team with them, Team Hard of course. If we were just running 3 pit stops, I'm sure they could get it done in 15 seconds flat, but we don't want to see that because not everyone can do the same thing. There is a 41 car just making up a position there. That was just going past the 27 machine, I think that was. 24, sorry, yeah, so Pascal, Jonathan Pascal in the Civic Type R. So even with some loose bodywork on the rear end of that E36, it seems as though Rawlings is improving up the order. In fact, that was for the Class B lead, so back up into 7th overall, and the Class B lead has gone a determined Michael Rawlings. And well, the next car ahead happens to be the one that he made friends with a couple of laps ago.
Absolutely, yeah. Ollie Moss came into the bits. He's now rejoined onto the circuit, the number 4, and well, hopefully there's not too much damage, that innocent bystander in the party. But
I was more referring to the 148 car, to be honest with you. That's the next target for Rawlings on the overall standings.
Well, the thing is as well for Rawlings, that bit of bodywork underneath the car, trailing behind. I wouldn't be surprised if they're keeping an eye on that one, the officials here, because we have seen the black and orange circle flag for some. Well, we have seen it today, haven't we? So, they'll be keeping an eye on it, as well as that Alex Reed, that front bonnet as well. Although it's slightly crumpled, they want to be careful that it doesn't completely come off the latch.
No, it looks like it's fairly safe in place. That's really what they look for in this situation, is just, does it look like it's about to imminently fly off into the undergrowth? And I think in the case of the front end of that Golf, it certainly doesn't appear to be the case, but I'm not so sure about the rear end of the BMW. It has got some trim hanging off the rear. Will we see the Alex Jones car in this time? Looks as if we will. Yes, we will. And coming in just behind the slow back marker. I'm sure that's frustrating for Alex. He's only 3 races in, but I'm sure he's already yelling, going, come on, want a quick pit stop. And Tony Gillam will take the car over, of course. The ex-BTCC driver has been given a handy lead here, or will have been given a handy lead once all comes out in the wash, one would suspect, unless Callum McDougall performs a masterstroke and or Team Hard have a troubled pit stop. But the stops continue to flow.
They do indeed, and of course they'll keep on flowing. There's still quite a few drivers out there, teams out there I should say, that have yet to serve their mandatory stop. Of course you have the pit window, which is open, but it's not going to be open for too much longer. It's open until the last 15 minutes of the race. So we've got about 6 or so minutes left until that pit window comes to a close, and if you haven't stopped then, it is a very, very harsh penalty. Worse than the penalty we saw early on for today in an earlier race for the short stop. That was a lap. If you miss the pit window completely, it's even more.
Oh yes, they don't judge such things at all in a friendly manner, and why should they? They're quite carefully stated rules. You know them if you entered the race. So if you miss the pit window, that's your problem. I've seen that happen before in GT races and things of that nature. It's never looked upon very nicely when you miss your pit window. The 17 car has managed to get back around the 41, so Hewitt and Rawlings are now having quite a good battle here what I make currently 4th position, although the pit window cycle, of course, is having its effect on which position this is actually for right now. The Fat Racing Team focus, I'm only reading what it says on their bonnet, is in. Paul Hatton taking the wheel. And they are indeed entered as Fat Racing Team, so they've clearly chosen their identity and they are sticking with it. And good to see that that focus is out there this weekend. It's rather plain liveried. It almost looks like someone's just stuck some numbers on a road car and said, why not?
Well, do you know what? Sometimes less is more. There's a little wave. Little wave there from Paul Hatton, I believe. So, yeah, Paul's ready to go, and we'll see how he gets on in his second stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think runs at the Castle Coombe Hot Hatch Championship at times. A driver that we're very happy to welcome into MSVT Track Day Trophy for this weekend. And you just saw there the Caterham of McDougall continuing to press on. Makes everything around it look about 3 times larger. Look at that huge limo. Wait, no, it's a BMW Compact going past there. Is
Compact
McDougall.
as well.
Yeah.
Compact.
Compact.
And it looks like that against the Caterham.
Indeed, yeah, the BMW 3 Series Compact, which was kind of the precursor to the 1 Series. Once they had a 1 Series, was there any point having a small 3 Series? The kind of wonderful discussions had in German boardrooms circa 2004. And McDougall just continuing to side through the lap traffic. Good use of the indicators there from the driver of the 43 Clio. So that would be a very, very studious Joe Hurrell, I believe, taking the wheel at that point. Into the pits has gone the 17 car. Nice zooming, Jeremy. Hewitt in. And so that will be, of course, not a driver change, because that is another solo car. Freddie Hewitt at the wheel now, and will be at the wheel when they go back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, Aindale racing into the pits, the number 21, and Wayne Cockrell coming into the pits. And meanwhile, a bit of a tyre adjustments, maybe making sure that tyre stays on. I think that's a wise move then from the 148 team. That is for sure. EST Performance. Daniel Reed now taking over from Alex Reed. And of course, with that damaged car at the front, doesn't seem like it's, well, I was going to say, how is it looking in performance? Is there any way we could tell just by the lap times alone what that car is performing like? And
not on an in-lap, we won't.
No, I suppose not. But yeah, we'll find out in a minute once Daniel heads out onto the track.
It certainly didn't look too much slower in the laps following the collision and the damage. So I think they'll be okay to continue scrapping for a top 5 overall position. The bad boy tuning car, the number 17. I do like the headlamps on this car. I don't know if you've noticed that, the angry eyes on the Mini. There you see the right headlamp. And certainly it seems like a very well sorted bit of kit.
Yes, Freddie Hewitt's had a good first stint and trying to challenge away for top 6 overall, and he's ready and waiting to go for his second stint. In fact, he's so eager to go, he's already starting to roll. There he goes then. Of course, it's a minimum 2-minute pit lane time rather than a pit stop time. So as long as you're in the pit lane for 2 minutes, when you cross that line, you have to be over 2 minutes long spent in the pit lane. If you're not, that's when the penalties start rolling in.
Yes, I saw someone get penned for a 0.1 of a second last weekend at Zandvoort in a GT4 race. That was very painful, I'd suggest. Thankfully, they didn't have to do a drive-through. They have a little penalty lane, so it wasn't that bad, but it was still a painful result because it was just after a safety car, so they lost 15 positions for 1/10.
That is painful. There's Misfit Racing then. Oliver Warner's going to take over for the second stint in the Misfit Racing Renault Clio. And there is Ray Honeybone. Now, we'll wait and see now, the number 44. Is Ray going to stay in the car, or is Jordan going to take over? I think Jordan's going to take over. Let's find out. Yes, he's having a chat to Ray. I'm pretty sure Ray's going to make his case to try and stay in the car. Let's see what Jordan does then. No, Ray is getting out of the car. He's done his stint. He's had his fun. It's time for Jordan to bring this one home in the number 44 Apple Car Centre Renault Clio. And yeah, we saw Jordan earlier on today in the Track Day Car Championship. He now gets to finish off in the second stint for the trophy.
There you go. So negotiations have been had. Maybe a little bit of an arm wrestle mid-stop there. And sure enough, both Honeybones will be represented at the wheel of the 44 car in this race. The Renault Clio will be back out onto the circuit shortly. Be interesting to see if they can get into that overall top 10. They weren't far away before the pit stop window opened, and one would suspect they've probably made some gains as the pit stops have filtered through. Speaking of pit stops filtering through, Callum McDougall back out onto the circuit, and I think maybe come out a little further back in the shuffle than he was before the stop.
Yeah, of course, but all the cars ahead of him have yet to stop, so we'll have to wait and see there.
There you see camera stars there on the live stream. Some of the pit crew and drivers giving us a wave, which is always nice to see. And if you are watching the live stream here at home today and you are in the proximity of this circuit, I heartily suggest you come along tomorrow. It's going to be great fun when we go 9-hour racing for the Enduro category, the Feiner Rennen. The 9-hour race at Snetterton tomorrow. It's going to be a fabulous time of things. As always, the Honeybone Clio back out onto the circuit as we continue to watch McDougall carving his way through the order in that 141 Caterham.
Yeah, the number 41 BMW is into the pit lane. Michael Rawlings instantly taking that little bit of bodywork off the car, and well, driver change is about to happen. It's going to be Zachewski who jumps in, taking over, and well, obviously they'll be giving the car a once-over. I think they've given it the once-over by taking the bodywork off.
Yes, one swift movement from Zachewski was all it took to remove the errant bodywork, and David will now get behind the wheel and go racing once more.
Absolutely. So what can happen here? I mean, they were part of that battle at the top, near the top as well, for that top 5, top 6 positioning overall. That's just overall, let alone what's happening in their class. They're very much at the pointy end there, as the 114 also in the pit lane as well, the EST performance car. Luke Hayes is going to be taking over that machine, and just making sure he's belted in properly and ready to go once again. And I'm sure a couple of words from Jamie about the car and the track conditions out there, because of course this is the perfect time. You get about a minute to spend with your other driver to tell them, actually, here's what the track's like, here's how the car is. Have fun.
1 lap penalty for cars 28 and 116. Now the 116 is the Skelzy and Tester Honda Civic. They went a factor towards the sharp end. 28 car was Aaron Lale's Ford Fiesta. That's a shame for Lale, who we saw having a good few scraps further back. So 1 lap penalties applied to both cars. That's very, very harsh indeed. I'm just wondering, I wasn't fully on the ball with when those last cars came into the pits. Let's hope they beat the pit window closing with 15 minutes to go.
Yes.
Before they started that stop.
Yes, as long as if you enter the pit lane with just over 15 minutes on the clock, you are absolutely fine. So it doesn't matter if the pit window closes whilst you're in the pit lane. So long as you make it before it closes, you'll be absolutely fine. Let's see if that happened.
Exactly, so they have to have been through the pit entry by that 15 minutes to go marker, and I don't know whether or not they were. Of course, it is a 2-minute minimum, and we've already gone 2 minutes past 15, so that doesn't necessarily bode well. We'll have to wait and see. Nonetheless, the BMW number 41, now with Zachewski at the wheel, has been taken back out onto the circuit. At the moment, our race leader is Tony Gillam. We saw him 3-shot a few moments ago. There's the car in second place, and of course leading the official classes. The Gillam car is a guest class runner, but Callum McDougall there in second place for now.
Yeah, Callum McDougall leading the B-class cars as well. That's really important to point out there. And the BMW, we were talking about the number 41. I said it was at the pointy end of the field. It's at the pointy end of its class, and they've been really, really good today. Rawlings for the first in, Zachewski now in the car to take this one home, and they'll just be looking now, maybe with that little bit of damage, just to make sure they get that car to the checkered flag and take a class win with them.
Looks as if the Honeybones have got themselves up into the top 10. It's all a bit shuffly at the moment, what with the pit stops still ongoing. But was that Gillam slowing? I think Gillam was slowing there as they came out of the last corner. Yes, McDougall leads the race, and Tony Gillam has slowed. Oh, what is going on for Tony Gillam? He's just gone past my commentary position in second place. There's your leader, McDougall. And there's Gillam in second.
Oh, Something's not right there, absolutely. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that on the rest of the lap and see what Gillam does and see how he can try and treat that car. But yeah, disaster so far. Last lap time, yeah, well off. 12 seconds off the car's best. And no, unfortunately, Gillam is, as you say, running slowly, gingerly around the track.
Based on the way that car just didn't get out of the corner, I wonder if he's having some gear selection issues or something of that nature. We'll keep an eye on it. Nonetheless, it is Callum McDougall who has taken the lead of the race, then a twist in the tail of this one. McDougall has a huge gap of 33 seconds over the next healthy car, as it were, in the form of the third place Honda Civic, the Semprini car of soloist Jeremy Evans. Third overall at the moment, but Gillam looks like he's got decent speed, at least so far in this lap, so we may end up with Tony Gillam trying to reclaim what he feels is rightfully his.
Oh, absolutely, that's if the car is in working order, if it's a little bit of on-track diagnostics, if you like. Maybe a Control-Alt-Delete is needed. We'll have to wait and see, as we see now Callum McDougall raising his arm in the air as he tries to find his way through. Blue flags there, of course, being waved, advising drivers that there is a faster car behind you. Just be careful.
Project Honeybone update. They were 6th place across the line. They're now in 5th position. They've got past the number 17 car of Freddie Hewitt. The Mini has been dispatched down to 6th overall, courtesy of Jordan Honeybone, who has now moved the family car, the Apple Car Centre Clio, up into 5th overall.
5th overall and 4th in class as well. They're not too far away from a class podium. They're going to have to be chasing down the 112 of Donovan, I think it's Stuart Donovan, in the 7 Motorsports Toyota Celica. So that's the car they're going to be trying to hunt down for a class podium. The only issue with that is, though, that they're about 6 seconds up the road. But with 9 minutes on the clock, never say never.
No, certainly never say never. There's still a lot of time to go. I don't think we expected Gillam to be 2nd place at any point in this stint, but there we go. Into the pits, meanwhile, has gone the number 81 car, started by Michael Williamson. It's now Chris Earle at the wheel at the moment, but unfortunately at the wheel and only just getting back underway after a 2nd stop of the race, so hopefully they can press on without any further interruptions.
Yeah, just maybe a pit lane diagnostics report then. Maybe it just needed the car to be stationary to reset something, but I'll tell you what, look who's what's his last lap times like. Gillam, yeah, a little bit more back on the pace. Last lap time 2 minutes 12.6 compared to McDougall's 2:13.6, so a 2nd taken out of the gap between them last time about. Whatever happened to Gillam, looks like there's a fix for it for now.
Moreover, the gap was 2.8 seconds last time across the line. I refuse to believe it's anything more than half a second now as they run through Oggies. Tony Gillam's car, at least for now, seems to be back and fighting with him. Let's see what happens here on the Bentley straight then. You'd think the Volkswagen would be stronger in a straight line, even though it is far heavier than the Caterham. Proof is about to be pudding-fied, let's say. Couldn't think of a better way to get through that phrase as they go past the BMW Compact, and sure enough, the Golf is closing. Surely not going to get it done by Brundle Nelson, but yes, that gap is certainly no longer 2.8 seconds. Tony Gillam hunting Callum McDougall as they go through Brundle and Nelson, and Callum McDougall clearly pressing on. Gillam looks to the inside for Volhol, not close enough at this point. And I'm sure that Alex Jones is watching with bated breath here as Gillam again up the inside at Coram. Surely this time he's done enough. Yes, he has. The superior grip of the Golf, the superior performance of the Golf that runs in the guest class relative to the Class B McDougall car. There's too much to bear for Callum. Ultimately, despite his best efforts, lots of sideways driving. And unfortunately, not quite as fast as Tony right now.
Yeah, a bit of a scare for Tony Gillam, but he's back onto the pace and back amongst the lap times as well. What was that last lap time? Even though he's battling 2:11.2, so that's 9/10 slower than the car's personal best and the fastest lap of the race. That just goes to show you that car seems to, whatever Control-Alt-Delete has happened, has worked.
Very much so, yes. Sometimes a Control-Alt-Delete or maybe even a pound on the fist of the on the dashboard is all you need. I used to have a router for about 5 years, internet router that you just had to punch and it would work again.
Well, maybe, yeah.
I'm sure there was science behind it.
I'm sure there was a scientific method, very much so.
And there we have our, once again, race leader then. Tony Gillam leading the way in that 34 car with just under 6.5 minutes of racing left to go. Of course, once you've had an issue like that, you're not going to be convinced that it won't come back. Nothing in the world will convince Tony Gillam that everything will be fine until the end of this race. He's going to be tense at the wheel of that car. The gap between the third and fourth place cars has come down infinitely, or not infinitely, but certainly has gone down some way. Semprini Racing's Jeremy Evans there in third place, holding on to the final spot of the overall podium. The 112 car of Stuart Donovan sits there in fourth position, just behind 2.4 seconds, and lapping slightly quicker is Donovan in the Celica, and hunting them both down at quite a rate of knots, a couple of seconds a lap, is Jordan Honeybone, but I think he's just going to run out of time.
Well, let's see what happens for the remaining 5.5 minutes left in this race. Of course, we were keeping an eye as well on the 148 EST performance now at the hands of Daniel Reed, and since then they're 9th overall at the moment. 2:17.8 was the last lap time. Bit of on-track action here as the 88 DP Service Racing Damian Trubkowski tries to find his way through. Of course, he had a bit of a spin earlier on in this race, managed to do a full 360, get it back underway and going again, and he's trying to find his way past the number 21 of Cockerell. So this is a battle for position. It is for class position as well, and it's for that final podium position in the C class.
Yes, it is. So that is a key fight at the moment, with the 24 Civic pressuring or rather I should say it's the 88 Civic, it is, isn't it? 88 Civic pressuring the back of Cockerill in the 21 Toyota. We are within 5 minutes of this race reaching its conclusion, so the time is of the essence for Trubkowski there in the 88 car, the DP Service Racing entry. It's the newer car, but that means very little here. They're both balanced into the same class, Class C. There's the little Abarth, the Assetto Corse Abarth, the single make Abarth 500 variant. We just took a look at that on screen. We haven't seen much of that this weekend, so nice to see the Assetto Corse Racing team out there on circuit, but they're about to be the lap traffic that could get in the hair of Cockerill. Certainly, the Celica was rather tripped up there. Wayne Cockerill under huge pressure once again. As we wait to see them through Coram, it's still just about the Celica heading the way in this battle for third in class. It's also for 10th overall, as running a little bit wide there, careful of track limits, was Trubkowski. Across the line they come to begin lap 18 of the race, and the 88 car looks to the inside, looks to the outside. Not close enough for a move through Ritchie's on that occasion, however. Approaching the final 3 minutes of racing, there's going to be 2 more laps then for Tony Gillam to withstand. Again, he'll be hearing noises all throughout the car now, giving it momentarily slowed down. However, Tony is hustling now, 2:09.635 for Gillam. Second place is still Callum McDougall. The gap is out to almost 10 seconds now, 9.7 seconds. Tony Gillam has managed to rejuvenate the gap to, let's say, between first and second. Just looking further back at some of the scraps going on. There's the number 1 car of Alistair Easom, one of the many Mazda MX-5s, always a popular car in races like these, especially in that Class D category. Occasionally you'll see someone strap a turbo to an MX-5 or something and move it further up the grid. Probably one of the most popular entry-level racing cars globally, the Mazda MX-5. Huge community for them here in the UK and in the United States, and, well, much further across the world than that. There's Honeybone in the 44 car, and he has really closed in on Donovan. The gap's down to 8 seconds, but again, I don't think it's quite going to be enough, unfortunately, for Jordan Honeybone in the time that's left. But it's been a very impressive stint from Jordan nonetheless. A well-deserved 5th overall. You see there Jeremy Evans, who's been on a bit of a warpath. He eventually, if things finish as they are, he will eventually have profited from his starting position. It'll look like a rather boring race for him when you look back at the record books. Started 4th, finished 3rd. Of course, at the end of lap 1, he was down almost outside the top 10. I think he was in 10th place at one point. Oh no, 8th place. My apologies, Jeremy. 8th place after the first lap, and has done very well indeed to haul himself back through the order in this fashion. Tony Gillan in the Golf Mark 5 hops over the curbs at Ritchie's to start the final lap. He clearly hasn't stopped pushing, has he? Of course, Tony, as he alluded to in the earlier interview after their win in, well, their second place, sorry, in Track Day Championship earlier, he said, you know, it's been a while since I've raced, and I think he's firmly back into the groove of racing again. After this day, one would suspect we may see him donning a race suit again in the near future if he can find half an excuse. Very busy between family and business is Tony Gillan, but always good to see him back out on the circuit, the ex-BTCC runner. How ironic that the man behind the Cupra BTCC project laps a Seat on his final lap of this race. On to the back straight, the Bentley straight he goes for the final time then. Tony Gillan, 13.1 seconds clear. And he, along with Alex Jones, will wrap up a very promising day with the biggest silverware available to the MSVT Track Day Trophy competitors. Of course, they are a guest class entry. The car does exceed the performance of the top class B cars by a little way, but nonetheless, great to have them here and great to have them at the sharp end of the order. And for Tony and for Alex, I'm sure this will be a day they chat about for a while to come. Congratulations, Alex Jones. Congratulations, Tony Gillan and Team Hard, the victors in the MSVT Track Day Trophy. The 45-minute race here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. Callum McDougall is about to cross the line to take 2nd overall. He will be the first of the Class B runners home as well in the little Caterham. And then rounding out the top 3 eventually as slowing a bath on the final lap there. Hopefully nothing too wrong for the Assetto Corse team. That will be Philip Cannell taking it to the end. We're eagerly awaiting 3rd place across the line. We've still not spotted them yet. There we go, Jeremy Evans coming around Coram now in the Civic. Into the final turn for the final time goes the Semprini Racing entrant. Car looked well sorted today. Evans crosses the line to round out the podium with a flash of the headlights. 4th place will go to the Celica, driven by Stuart Donovan, and just getting to 5th overall. I think if one more lap had been there, Jordan Honeybone might have got Donovan. Honeybone was just 2.1 seconds off of the Celica at the end of the race there. He could have got 4th, but a good 5th place and a scrap here for 6th overall on the very final lap. Who's going to get there? I think it may well be the Mini, you know. Hewitt. Oh, it's so close. That's too close to call. What does the timing screen say? The timing screen, I don't think is quite registered Rawlings and Zakazewski. Or Zakshevsky, sorry, across the line there. It was a proper drag race between Hewitt and the 41 BMW, but the 41 BMW has just now popped up onto my timing screen. And provisionally at least, it can sometimes change, but provisionally at least that drag race to the line went in favour of the Mini by 0.006 of a second. That was a great run to the line then. So looks like 7th place will have to do for the 41 crew, the BMW E36 that of course was involved in contact with the Reed family Volkswagen Golf down at Murray's in the first stint of the race. 7th overall, still good enough though for a Class C win, just about beating the 24 Civic of Jonathan Pascal. And there you go, Tony Gillam giving a wave. A good day in the office for Tony. We heard from him when he took 2nd place earlier in the Track Day Championship, along with Alex Jones, and now they've gone one step better in Track Day Trophy with a bigger grid to contend with as well. And perhaps some slight issues for Tony Gillam at one point there, but all overcome. And the Team Hard crew will be celebrating a good day's work. And Alex Jones, I'm sure, will have the biggest smile on the of anyone in their garage after this result. Congratulations to Alex as he continues to go on his journey, beginning in racing. Callum McDougall and Jeremy Evans rounding out our podium. Donovan 4th fastest, or completing the top 4, as you see, in front of Jordan Honeybone. What could have been if the Honeybones had started a little further up the order rather than the back of the grid? The Hewitt car rounding out the top 6. And I believe that down in the media pen, as it were, just outside Parc Fermé, we are about to hear from Kieran McGinley as the order continues to fly through your screen.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. Yep, I'm down in the pit lane, or I say Parc Fermé. Let's see if we can get a chat to Tony Gillam after that race. He spotted me, he hasn't run away, so that's a good sign. Tony, right, last 10 minutes of that race, you slowed down for a bit. Yeah. What was that all about?
So we may have run out of gears and clutch, so it's engine off, wedge it into 4th, and then just do the race in 4th. But it was interesting, found some new lines, which made it a bit interesting, found some pace. I think we'll go a lot quicker now for our gears back.
Yeah, imagine if you had the whole gearbox to your arsenal. But, I mean, is there a when something like that happens, you have to do on-the-spot diagnostics. Well, what's running through your head then?
Yeah, no, we've poured the clutch fluid. We've done a lot of racing today, 3 or 4 hours of seat time. So it was just coast, let it cool just for a split second. And then with the engine off, we could just about get it into gear. 4th, to me, was the most sensible one, a bit tricky around the hairpins and just lifting off down both straights. But yeah, but it's the fastest I've been. So it's I was obviously driving better. So
all you did was 4th gear, that's all you did. But
out that way, yeah.
Tony, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll let you just and cool off now and enjoy that. Enjoy 4th gear as well. Thank you very much, Tony. Let's see if we can find Callum McDougall. He's in the caterham, so he's going to be quite a small car to find. I don't know where he's gone. I think I see a little bit of a roll bar of Callum McDougall. Let's see if I can just have a walk down the pit lane. I think I do see one down the pit lane here, all the way down here. Let's have a look and see. Callum McDougall, where's he gone? There's no driver next to the car. That's a shame. Callum McDougall? Well, there's the car there. You can see that's the 2nd place car overall. But
you walked past him. He's literally behind you.
Ah, he's behind. No, oh no, he isn't. Callum. Apologies, Callum. There we go. Well, 2nd place for you. You had the lead for just a second there, but 4th gear in the Golf was all it needed. Talk us through that race.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it was good. It was a lot of fun. It was really just trying to keep hands anywhere near that Golf, but it's a very, very fast machine. So I wasn't sure what happened. I saw him peel into the pit lane after the pit stops, and then a lap later he was right behind me and just too fast. So I didn't know where that all ended up. But P2, that's great, excellent. You know, it's good fun, good crack, good driving standards. Very happy.
Your Supersport is not the biggest car in the world. No. What's your feelings like going against something like a Golf up there?
You've got to be a little bit aware that if you tangle, you're going to come off second best. So you are being careful the whole time. I was lucky that we're towards the front, so there wasn't too much dicing from other cars, but you have got to be super aware that you're not very visible either. So fortunately that Golf was just a bit too quick, so there wasn't too much dicing.
Absolutely. And you've got second overall, I believe, the class win as well. How's that feel?
Great. Yeah, good fun. Yeah, great. Good event.
Good stuff. Callum, with a beaming smile, I'll leave you to it. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your day. Let's see if we can find a third place driver around here. I just have to double check. A lot happened there. It was the number 37, Jeremy Evans, in the Semprini racing car. Just having to see if he's around in Parc Ferme. I didn't see him. I haven't seen the car. So with that, the manhunt, I think, ends here. So Adam, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Gotta love the manhunt. Thank you very much, Kieran, as we continue to run through a great program of races today. Afraid we've only got one more to bring you this afternoon, and it's the second race for the Turismo X drivers with the Elise Trophy.
What was the...
So it's not going to be a long race, this one. It's not going to be a race with a pit stop. It's going to be a 20-minute sprint. And we saw some excellent racing between the likes of Adam Blair, Darren Goes earlier on, of course, as well as that little BMW E36 running interference. A great grid of machines, and I'm very much looking forward to this one. Of course, we'll have to keep an eye on the fortunes of the cars that switch drivers in the second Turismo X race. Rather than doing a driver change, of course, in a 20-minute race, that would not be practical. We do see some cars split across two drivers in two races, and one of them is that Auto Revive London BMW E36 that was in the lead skirmish earlier today. David Gardner will be taking the wheel. I think we'll also see Jamie Hayes at the wheel of the Seat Leon, the 114 car in this race, and also Richard Skelsey will take over from Colin Tester, if that car is running again, of course, because that was the car that brought out the safety car in the previous race. So potentially, so long as it's running again, they will be out as well. Have to keep an eye on the likes of George Jackson as well in the 28 Wolf Motorsport Golf GTI. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on Scott Parkin as well, who can be very quick in that Golf TDI, the diesel Golf that Darkside Developments run. And can Dylan Brichter challenge in the early stages as well? Of course, briefly led the way in our first race of Turismo X earlier this afternoon. Turismo X have already been out to the Silverstone National Circuit, to the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, Snetterton today, of course, and then to come they have Alton Park, Donington Park, and Brands Hatch. So a really good calendar for Turismo X, along with the Elise Trophy that kind of shadow the championship this year. One of the main selling points of Turismo X, as I'd say is the case as well in pretty much everything we've been seeing here today, the Bernies, V8s, the Track Day Trophy, and the Track Day Championship, all of them, one of their main selling points is very, very open rule book. You can enter a great many things, and even if they don't fit necessarily within the confines of the rules, you can be entered as a guest class runner, of course, which is always good to see. It's good to see that spirit there in the club racing community. For a great many years, club racing was where the cars of several years ago from higher disciplines of racing would come and all converge as one, and it's nice to see that that's still the case in some instances. Of course, in, say, GT racing, that's not quite as prevalent anymore because GT3 cars are so universal that they're just everywhere. Doesn't matter if you're in Brit Car, British GT, or the GT World Challenge Europe, they just seem to be there. The GT3 machinery, ubiquitous is the word I'm looking for. So then, Adam Blair leads them out onto the grid for this one. It will be the 11 car at the sharp end of the order. This grid formed of the previous race's results, and so that's going to be interesting for Poor old David Gardner, who of course wasn't even driving the car when the 10-second penalty was accrued earlier on in the 166 Auto Revive London BMW. That was Chris Mills, who jumped the start and ended up bumping into the back of both Audis. And he got a 10-second penalty for his troubles, and now his co-driver is going to have to start from 5th place as a result of them. So that seems like a harsh end of the deal, if you ask me, but I'm sure they'll make the best of a bad situation. Of course, the BMWs historically in saloon car competition tend to be very, very potent off the line as we go racing. The rear-wheel drive often granted the likes of Colin Turkington and Matt Jackson and Tom Onslow Cole very, very good starts in the touring cars in the late 2000s. Thinking around 2007 with that particular set of drivers, I reckon. And Turismo X with the Elise Trophy will be Adam Blair on the pole position. Darren goes alongside two very different Audis on the front row of the grid. Of course, Darren was our pace setter in qualifying and Superpole. Adam Blair, though, took the race win earlier on. Do you think it's going to go to either of the 4 ringed cars in this race?
It's going to be tough. I mean, both of them have got the pace. Darren Goes obviously had the pole position in Superpole, but it wasn't by the largest of margins, as we saw as well. Adam Blair, in what turned out to be quite an eventful start of this race, let alone the rest of it, managed to make the victory his. And, well, with the final race of the day for the Turismo X, it's definitely going to be Blair versus Goes. Round 2, seconds out.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting, isn't it? 30-second board has been shown to the drivers, although these days it's more of a 30-second screen. New modern tech and all that. Here at Snetterton, they gradually evolve and invest in the circuits year on year. That's not just the case at Snetterton, that tends to be the case across the MSV facilities, and they've replaced the old Stark gantry, which is a bit of a climb for the marshals, with the LED screen that they now have by the green lights. So then, to run you through the grid for this one, it is going to be Adam Blair on pole position, of course, in the 11 car, and he's joined on the front row by the 22, Darren Goes, 11 and 22 on your front row of the grid. One's an Audi TT, one's an Audi RS3. Row 2, Dylan Brichter in his Seat, alongside the 12, Scott Parkin in his Volkswagen Golf. The third row of the grid, the 166 car of David Gardner. Keep an eye on the fast starting, I'm sure, BMW E36 M3 from 5th on the grid. 6th position, Jonathan Mee in the Lotus Elise. 6th on the grid. Can he make any further inroads on that position? Gary Hufford in the 45 car. That is a newer BMW M3 starting from 7th on the grid. Can he make up some places in the early going? John Lamister, another Lotus driver in his slightly newer Lotus Elise 2003 spec car, the 65 alongside the 45 on row 4. Row 5 of the grid is the 53 car of Kevin Sterling. That, of course, is one of the Renault Clios, the only Renault Clio on this grid, alongside Steve Summers in the number 4 car, another of the Loti. The 6th row of the grid is the 114 car. That, of course, will be Jamie Hayes at the wheel of the Seat in this race. Alongside him is the number 30 car. That will be Gary Martin starting the Porsche Boxster in this one. George Jackson in the VW Golf starting 13th, 14th place. That's, of course, the 28 car, George Jackson, I should say, in 13th place. 93 car, Knockout Racing's Alex Baldwin starting the 93. And rounding out the order should be the 116 of Richard Skelsey. Didn't see whether Skelsey was there. He is there by the looks of it. So Skelsey's car, of course, the one that pulled over and caused the safety car in race 1, is back out there for race 2, hopefully for a trouble-free run to the flag and maybe up a few positions while they are at it. So the Turismo X drivers are heading down towards the start-finish line now. Of course, 20 minutes of racing for these is a bit more of a sprint, and no matter what else you're entered in today, this is everyone's last race. So maybe the sleeves will be rolled down somewhat.
Rolled down, rolled up.
Rolled up.
Rolled
yes.
up. If they're rolling them down, I suppose that is safer. That is what they're supposed to do. So
Are they getting ready for dinner?
Right.
Cordial, you know.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out together. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, from the looks of it, last time out between the two Audis was a bit dramatic even before the lights went out. So let's see if we can get a cleaner getaway this time around from all around. And yeah, just a quick word on that 116, Colin Tester having to pull that car to the side. I was speaking to the team because I was trying to find out your second drivers. When they pulled up, as I was just asking who their second driver for that race was, and they told me it was a minor problem. Hopefully it's all fixed and ready to go.
Okay, that's good to hear, isn't it? It's always nice to know that it's nothing more major, nothing more sinister, nothing that could cause them to miss any events or have to do with some heavy lifting before the next round of the championship. It is Adam Blair that lines up on the pole position in that number 11 car, the Dark Side Developments Audi TT. That car, I believe, is an ex-VAG Trophy car from a few years ago. Starts alongside Darren Goes in the 22 car, the Audi RS3 TCR, purpose-built, factory-built race car. Two very different Audis on that front row of the grid. Keep an eye on the Seat and the Volkswagen on row 2 as well. It is all a bit VAG Trophy on the front 2 rows, isn't it? That old championship. And then keep an eye on the BMW as well in 5th place on the 3rd row of the grid. We're about to go racing. They're underway, and it's not a great start at all from Darren Goes. It's a hell of a launch, though, from the number 12 car. What a great start from Scott Parkin. It's Parkin versus Blair. Dark Side Developments 1-2 as they run through the first corner. And what a start. Oh, and Jonathan Mee spins it around the 1-1-2. The little Lotus has gone off into the grass and thankfully not into the gravel, so that car should be able to move away under its own steam. But Darren Goes has been picked through mercilessly by the rest of the order. I think he might even be down outside the top 5.
Yeah, he might be. There was also a bit of contact going in towards the hairpin of Wilson there. The number 45 AB Motorsport, Gary Hufford, trying to go up the inside, a bit of door-to-door. But he's managed to come away with that one. Darren Goes, though, has got a mission to undertake now after a not-so-great start. He's got it all to do now to try and get himself up the order. He's now trying to go around the outside of the Seat Leon, going in towards Brundle, then in towards Palmer there, I believe that was. But yes, anyway, he's trying to make his way back up the order. He's got past a Seat. He's now trying to get his way back into contention as they now make their way now down in towards Oggies.
Okay, and there goes Blair then in the race lead already with a comfortable advantage over Parkin in second. I tell you what, Gardner is going to be very keen to get past that Volkswagen as quickly as possible. Again, I remind you of the classes here. The E36 M3 is in the top class. It's a Class X car, and sure enough, the pace has shown itself on the Bentley Straight against the Golf, which is only in Class A, so it's 2 classes down on the BMW. The power-to-weight ratios are what dictate the class, and the E36 M3 is a top-class runner here, up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne in Class X here in Turismo X. And that extra grunt really helps on the Bentley Straight.
It really, really does. He's going to get into, or do himself a wonderful job, at least down the straights, as we watch on. Darren Goes trying to find his way now past the VW Golf then, as they make their way now, trying to get his way past Scott Parkin, and he has now made the move. And, well, you can see they're down now in towards the first turn. He's already very much clear. He now moves up into 3rd place overall. He's now got the 166 ahead of him.
There you go, so that's the next target, and that's a rather faster moving target as well. At least it was earlier on in the hands of Chris Mills. I have no reason to believe that David Gardner can't match that kind of performance. We could well have the same 3-way battle we had earlier on, only this time hopefully without one of the cars having a 10-second penalty to be applied retroactively. Of course, that E36 BMW, the car you see in 2nd place, actually took the win on the road by about a 10.5. And then immediately the 10-second penalty that they accrued from the start line on race 1 was applied, and unfortunately they lost the win that was rightfully Chris Mills's after his performance in race 1. So let's see if he can avenge that performance, David Gardner, on behalf of his teammate in that car. Certainly at the moment, Darren Goes is very close behind the E36. Now, of course, we saw it earlier on. Adam Blair's car, by far the weakest of the three in the straight line, especially when Darren Goes has the tow from the Mills Gardner BMW. So let's see if, much like we saw earlier on, David Gardner and Darren Goes both close in on Adam Blair in the straights.
Yeah, Darren Goes then in the Audi, of course, used to have a Seat, still has the Seat, of course. He used to run that one, but decided to go for this new Audi because he says he's not sure the Seat is as quick as the Audi that he's got now, and wanted to take this new one out for a spin. It's doing him well so far.
It does seem to be working, doesn't it? The Audi RS3 LMS TCR, to give it its full name, of course, runs all over the world. They've since done a second evolution. This is a first-gen model RS3 LMS TCR. If you want to know how you can tell, the grille is a lot smaller on the first gen. Yes, smaller. The new one has a bigger grille than the one you see on screen at the moment. Gardner under huge pressure from Darren Goes as they run towards turn one for what is the third time in the race, and the three cars are practically as one, and off the track there goes Gardner. Oh dear, a bit of rallycross for David Gardner. Only 2 wheels off on the grass though. Will lose a position to Darren Goes, but could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I think he kicked up a little bit of dust, a little bit of grass on entry going in towards the first corner at Riches, and that caused him to just get a little bit out of shape. But yeah, he got the grass to help him recover, but that is a position that Darren Goes will simply take away from him. And I think for Gardner, he's going to be a little bit aggrieved of that one. He's going to be kicking himself because he really had a chance to defend from Darren Goes, especially down the straights with that slipstream from himself and Adam Blair. And now we do get the Blair versus Goes battle.
There you go. So Adam Blair will be watching in the mirrors in the TT, and it looks as though Darren Goes has really surged up to the Audi in that middle portion of the Snetterton 300 circuit without too much hassle. So let's see what happens here for Adam Blair as they go onto the back straight. I've had the suspicion the TT is slower. Kicking up grass certainly won't help. It does seem as though Darren Goes has the straight line speed advantage. Adam Blair ducks into the slipstream, of course, but isn't close enough at Brundle and Nelson to try and make a counter move. Adam Blair then is going to have to work for this one. Darren Goes, the driver who looked fastest all throughout the morning in qualifying and in Superpole, is into the lead, I think, for the first time all day in a racing scenario. Let's see if he can hold on.
Absolutely, but if qualifying pace is anything to go by, these two are not separated by a lot, and especially when Adam Blair has a little bit of slipstream from Darren Goes as well, that's going to help him just bring him closer and closer in towards the corners. And it does seem now that that number 11 Dark Side machine is going to be trying to get himself through the corners at the very least. Let's see then as they make their way down the centre straight. Darren Goes again using that straight to his advantage as Gardner. I thought he was going to have a look up the inside going towards Riches, but he backs out of it.
Good scrap going on further back for what I believe is 10th overall. Yes, it is. That's Jonathan Mee, of course, claiming his way back through the order after that spin on lap number 1. So Jonathan Mee, just going through Coram at the moment, has made up a couple of places on this lap alone in the little Lotus Elise. That's good to see that car is A-OK after his scare there. And also going through is George Jackson in the Wolf Motorsport Golf.
Yeah, that was a wow. Well, the 112 of Jonathan Mee trying to go round the outside just seemed to run out of grip, taking too much speed through in towards turn 1. But as you say, he's now getting himself back up the order. There we see the 114 of Jamie Hayes making his way through.
Change of position there. Adam Blair is up in or down to third place. Up into second has gone David Gardner. David Gardner has made it through in the middle portion of this lap in what they call the 100 circuit when the 200 is being used. The middle section of the track, the infield section, if you will, and through into second place then has gone Gardner. And once again, Adam Blair is going to watch as the faster car in a straight line just kind of edges away, even though he's in the tow on the run down towards Brundle and Nelson. So the question is now, can David Gardner challenge the man at the head of the order, Darren Goes?
There's only one way to find out, Adam. There's 12 minutes on the clock. And, a moment for Adam Blair then, coming out of Nelson, that is, and just managing to gather that car up. He's pushing hard at the moment, but he's got to keep it on the tarmac if he wants to make that progress back.
Yeah, that TT for one is not a Quattro. For two, I don't think he ever got to Nelson. He had the moment at Brundle and then missed Nelson completely. Went rallycrossing. Again, they want to reinstate rallycross at Snetterton, don't they? It seems to be the campaign. I'm going to get a change.org form together for everyone in the paddock after this. Top two run. Line astern at the moment then, with just on half the race to go, 11 minutes and 20 to go, so we still got a little bit over half distance left to run in this one. And at the moment Darren Goes leads, but by how much and for how much longer? Well, by how much is just under half a second, and how much longer, time will only tell. Of course, technically speaking, the BMW in second place is a Class X car, should be quicker. Class S, the class that the Darren Goes Audi is in, runs for cars from 206 to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class X is for cars with 241 through 300 brake horsepower per tonne. And that would imply that the BMW should be the quicker car, but of course there's some 20 years of development between the two machines, and the Audi is a purpose-built race car with a lot more aerodynamic performance.
Absolutely, but a race is not won on paper, it's won out on track, so it's really interesting to see the battle between David Gardner in second and Darren Goes, who leads the race, and we rejoin that lead pair battle as they make their way through this first portion of the lap.
They're just coming down the Bentley Straight at the moment, so towards Brundle and Nelson we go. And the gap was 0.4 last time across the line. I think it may have gone down a little, gone up a little bit in favour of Goes at this point in the lap, although maybe I speak too soon on that one. Gardner is very feisty through some of these corners. Adam Blair, though, seems to have fallen out of contention at this stage. Got an interesting scrap for fourth overall. These two cars are in separate classes, but Scott Parkin still under pressure from Dylan Brichter at this stage in the number 2 car, the Seat Leon Super Copa. And look at Darren Goes, he's under huge pressure now from Gardner. Let's see if David Gardner has the run as they go down the centre straight. Not quite yet, unless he's very, very brave on the brakes. And thankfully not too brave on the brakes. Didn't make a move of it on this occasion, but you get the feeling the capacity is there for Gardner.
Oh, absolutely. And, I mean, just keep an eye on that battle as they make their way up towards Wilson. It just seems to be a tale of two cars, a tale of two stories at the moment. And as you say, that BMW Class X, in theory, it has got more brake horsepower per tonne. In fact, not just in theory, it's proven. That's why it's in that class. But the fact is that out on track at the moment, they are evenly matched. Looking at the last lap times, though, Darren Goes 205.338. Meanwhile, Gardner 205.247, so just under a tenth of a second quicker from David Gardner then, means that the pace overall is in his favour. It's in the BMW's favour.
It's a great example of why in international competition, balance of performance is such a tricky subject to get right, be it in GTs, be it in prototypes. Yes, power to weight ratio seems like the logical solution in theory, but things like drag coefficients, aerodynamics, it all changes things, it all makes things a little more difficult. Even drivability and things like that all can play a factor in a BOPing process. Of course, there isn't a true BOP in this series, but nonetheless, it is an interesting case study in what makes a race car go fast. Sometimes it is more than just power to weight ratio. So just to say, Dylan Brichter has just got through into 4th place as well, so he's got past Scott Parkin on this lap in the number 2 car for 4th overall. We've got a good scrap going on further back there as Kevin Sterling is under pressure from the little number 4 Lotus of Steve Summers. Summers pressuring the back of the Clio.
Yeah, that Team Norfolk Clio is under pressure and defending hard then. You see the rear right tire just almost cocking a leg up going through there. That's just how much that Sterling is trying to push on to keep ahead of Steve Summers then in his Lotus Elise. Again, trying to go defensive as they now make their way onwards. They go towards Brundle, and you see Steve Summers looking left, looking right. There's just no way through for him at the moment.
Not yet, but the race is still somewhat young. Let's see what happens in that scrap, the lead scrap. It's 0.6 of a second between them last time across the line between Darren Goes and David Gardner. So gap is about much of a muchness right now. Fluctuates by a couple of tenths either way, lap to lap, but they're still very much in the midst of battle at this stage, as is Steve Summers, who once again tries to get the little Lotus around the outside of the comparatively good Catchewin Renault Clio, driven by Kevin Sterling, another car that looks like a van when put against a small lightweight British sports car. The Mark IV Renault Clio. Sterling, though, doing a sterling job of holding off the little Lotus.
So far so good as they make their way up towards riches. Good battle between the two of them. That's for 8th place overall, of course. They're both in different classes, but no one told them that. They're just scrapping for overall position.
Oh, you haven't met a racing driver if you think they can be deterred by things like, oh, that driver's not in your class. And are they ahead of me? Yes. They're on the same lap? Yes. Well, I'm going to try. Looks to me like that BMW is slowing down. Gardner has suddenly slowed to a crawl coming out of Williams, and the car that was second is now down to third and continues to slow. What a shame for David Gardner, who was having a great race with Darren Goes, keeping Darren Goes honest every inch of the way. And it seems as if that BMW may have cried enough.
Well, yeah, unless we see a little bit of a control-alt-delete like we saw last race, it is limping back to, I assume it's going to be trying to limp back to the pits. Where it will go from there with 5.5 minutes to go is anybody's question, is anybody's guess at this time. But that allows Darren Goes to have a little bit of breathing space between himself and Adam Blair.
Meanwhile, this battle that we've kept having a look at, it's the battle for 11th overall, but it's one of the closest and most consistently entertaining out there on the circuit. It is the scrap between Jamie Hayes and the driver of the 28, which is, of course, George Jackson, as the BMW, unfortunately, heads into pit lane once again. Day to forget, then, I'd say, for both drivers in the Auto Revive London BMW. Of course, Chris Mills crossed the line first, was demoted to 5th with a 10-second penalty, and now, while scrapping for the lead, David Gardner has seen the power let go on that number 166 BM. The gap between Sterling and Summers has not gone up at all. We see this continued battle for what will now be 7th overall as the BMW heads back towards the paddock, unfortunately.
It's been such a shame that BMW has never been able to really show off its true pace in its finishing position. It's been quick all day, but unfortunately, that's the end of its day.
Yeah, just going onto the weighbridge now. Game over, unfortunately, for the 166 crew. Darren Goes, then, has ended up with quite a nice cushion as a result of that car's departure from the lead battle. Darren Goes now with a 6-second advantage over Adam Blair at the sharp end of the order. Easy does it now to the driver who has been right up in the sharp end, right in the thick of it in Turismo X all season long. Didn't have the best run of fortune, all told, it must be said, last time out at Anglesey. But seemingly, thus far, has made up for it quite nicely. Of course, had a great run this morning in both qualifying and Super Bowl. Didn't quite end up with the win today in race 1. Race 2 is looking a lot more promising. Had a slow Civic there. I think that might have been Scalzi, unfortunately. In fact, no, that would have been the Baldwin car, unfortunately, the 2002 EP3 Civic. Adam Blair there in 2nd place then, has actually gone quicker on the last lap than Darren Goes, but one suspects it is to little avail. Neither driver has tempted their fastest laps for the last couple of laps. I think both drivers secure and accepting of their finishing positions in this one. They've just got to hope the car stays underneath them. Dylan Brichter there in 3rd place overall. Not this Civic that you see on screen if you're watching MSV TV. Brichter, of course, in a Seat Super Copa, running 3rd overall at the moment, and Adam Blair just lapping the Porsche Boxster from the rear of the order. That's number 30 car, which in this race is being driven by Gary Martin. A Generation 1 Boxster, the 986 Boxster. After many years of trying, Porsche finally introduced a kind of baby 911 into the marketplace with the arrival of the Boxster. One of a few cars that really turned the fortunes of Porsche around for the new millennium. Darren Goes leads the way then in the Audi RS3, and that gap between Darren and Adam has definitely gone down again, hasn't it? Sparks flying from the bottom of the TT of Adam Blair as he presses on, getting his eye in perhaps for Enduro Car qualifying, which will take place on the 200 circuit a little later on this afternoon. Of course, that's a point as well. Adam's going to have to get used to running the 200 circuit as opposed to the 300 circuit once they hand him the IP Racing Ford car for the quali session later on this afternoon. Incidentally, that session won't be broadcast live here on MSV TV, but if you are here at the circuit, we will be bringing you the action from that qualifying session. And of course, tomorrow the live stream will be back for the 9 hours of Enduro Car racing, the Schweinerennen 9 hours at Snetterton. 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds left of this race then. And it is Darren Goes who runs through Agostini as our race leader. The gap did go down, 4.2 seconds between Goes and Blair on the previous lap. I think that's more less an indicator of Adam Blair's superior pace and more an indicator that Darren Goes is just taking it easy now to get to the checkered flag. Goes runs through the Williams corner, followed by this man Adam Blair. They both go out onto the Bentley straight for what will be the final time for Turismo X. This will also be the last lap completed in anger this weekend on the 300 circuit before we shift over to the shorter 200 layout for the rest of the weekend for the Enduro Car category. So Turismo X has once again provided us with some very compelling racing between very different cars. It's the kind of thing that this style of competition often provides us with. It's been a resounding success thus far. We've had great racing at all rounds of Turismo X. And this weekend's final winner in Turismo X is Darren Goes. Penalty to be applied to Adam Blair, a 5-second penalty. I reckon that might be track limits right at the end of the race there, but that shouldn't affect his finishing position. Adam Blair still finishes in second place. Third place, a distant third place for Dylan Brichter. Coming across the line for fourth after him will be Scott Parkin, who ended up having a fairly lonely tail end of that one. Just finishing on the road behind the Porsche that was a lap down there. Due to come across the line in fifth place is LeMaster in the number 65 car. That'll be the first Lotus home in the kind of Elise Trophy subcategory that we've got going on here in Turismo X. That will be fifth overall. A good result for LeMaster then in the 65 car. But who's going to get sixth? It could be anyone here because we've got a great scrap going on. Jonathan Mee continuing his recovery drive. Couldn't quite get to the inside of Steve Summers. And because the two Lotuses almost got together for the first time all race, Kevin Sterling had a little bit of breathing room as he crossed the line to take sixth overall. Summers held on to seventh. Jonathan Mee, who of course spun at the first corner of the race, finishes eighth overall. Great racing between them. And here's another battle that we've been keeping tabs on gradually all race long. And Jackson going for it. George Jackson trying to get to the inside there of the 114 car being driven by Jamie Hayes. So Jamie Hayes has been, by and large, holding off the advances of the Golf. And it looks like the order may remain the same. Let's see if the Seat driver can hold on. Who's quicker in a straight line? I thought they looked pretty equidistant. If anything, it looked like the Seat was a bit quicker. Certainly lower drag with less aerodynamic appendages. And it is a drag race to the line, and it will go in favour of the Seat. A good result then for Jamie Hayes to take 9th overall after a good scrap with Jackson in the number 28 Wolf Motorsport Golf. Darren Goes then, our race winner. A great result for Darren once again. Of course, didn't claim the win in race 1. That honour went to Adam Blair. But despite the best efforts, in particular of David Gardner, Darren Goes managed to secure the win here in race number 2 in the RS3. The TCR spec machine that I think, as Kieran alluded to, you know, it's a new car to him. I think the best may yet come for him in the TCR spec Audi. Goes wins it then from Blair and Brichter, our top 3, the 22, the 11 and the 2. Scott Parkin in the 12, finishing 4th ahead of the 65, John Lemaster taking 5th place. 6th place there was Sterling in the 53 car, 6th overall. Summers in the number 4 was 7th. The 112 car of me in 8th place. Jamie Hayes taking 9th place in the 114, and George Jackson rounding out the top 10 in the 28 car. Skelsey 11th in the 116, Martin 12th in the number 30. Baldwin 13th in the 93 Honda Civic, and we lost the 45 M3 of Gary Hufford in the early stages of the race. And of course, a lap before we lost him, we also lost the 166 car that was contending so adamantly at the sharp end of the order. A big shame for David Gardner and for Chris Mills. But now we head down to the pit lane, to Kieran McGinley, who's standing by with the race-winning car.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, behind me, Darren Goes, the race winner of the final Turismo X race today. And, well, Darren just unbuckling and everything, making sure he's just... obviously, when I spoke to Adam Blair in their last race, it gets phenomenally warm in the cockpit in these cars. They're only 20-minute races. There was no safety car period, though, so hopefully this time they'll have cooled off just very slightly. Let's see if we can just have a chat to Darren Goes then as he jumps out of the car. Race winner for the second race of Turismo X. Darren, this time you're the race winner. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very good. Very, very happy. It was a great race.
It was a great race, and quite a bit happened, because what happened at the start for you?
This car's just so heavy to get off the start line, and we're just wheel spinning, whereas the rear-wheel drives just run around us. It's going to happen every time.
And so is there anything you can do sort of in future races when you go to next?
Not really. It's just making the best of a bad thing, really. But once we get going, we get a lot of traction. Normally, these cars are set up for rolling starts, but it's great. We made a few change setups, and the car was just phenomenal to drive. But at one point, I looked in my mirrors. I just don't know where the other two cars went. It was me on my own.
Well, you had a great battle with the 166 BMW. Unfortunately, you had to retire towards the end of that race, but that was a great battle between you two.
Yeah, he was very, very quick, and he was much quicker than me through Coram, and every time he's just right back on my tail.
Absolutely, but congratulations, you are the race winner today. Congratulations, enjoy the rest of your evening, Darren Goes.
Much indeed, cheers.
That's Darren Goes there. Let's see if we can have a chat to Adam Blair. He was in that number 11. Has he come through yet? I'm not too sure. Did he disappear? Did he fly under the radar? He's over there. That's his car over there. That's his Audi. But where is Adam Blair? I do wonder. I think he's still in the car. Let's go and have a chat to him. Second place in this race. Oh, mind yourself there, Jeremy. You've got a Lotus pretty much right behind you. Let's have a chat to Adam Blair then, who finished this race in second place. Adam, second place for you, sir. How are you feeling after that?
Well, slightly scared. I didn't have much brakes for the last for the last third of the race, and the pedal was just progressively going further and further towards the floor. I did go off once as well, so whether that was down to the brakes or down to me, I'm not sure. But something started falling off the car as well for the last few laps, so I just decided to back off. rather than sort of put the car in the wall. But I believe I'm due a penalty for something, but I don't know what.
Yeah, it was a 5 second for track limit, so we don't think it's affected your position there of second place. But, I mean, you had a great battle with the BMW. You did have a great battle with Darren Goes. You were battling away for the first lap. Talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, so this car, I think I said earlier, this car is really good on the first couple of laps, and then there's just something where it just progressively, well, it falls off a cliff and then it progressively gets worse, which is not great for endurance racing. It's quite good for sprint racing, but really it was just that again, plus the added issue of the brakes. And we've got nowhere near as much power as Darren. He's a really good driver, but Jesus, his car is quick.
Well, Adam, thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations on second place, and enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll see you tomorrow, ain't it, for an enduro car? So, totally different car, totally different track.
Thanks, mate. Thanks very much.
As Adam Blair then. Now, Dylan Brichter, he's over there in his Seat. Let's see if he's still in the car. I do wonder if he is still in the car. They're all in their cars. It gets a very hot cockpit. I'm very surprised these drivers are happy to stay in their cars for especially this long after the race, of course. Let's see if we can have a chat to Dylan Brichter then, who finished this race in third place. We'll give him some time to open the door. Dylan, hello there. Sorry, I'm just going to shove a microphone into your face there. Third place for you overall. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it was pretty decent. I think third is probably the best we could have hoped for today. We were a little bit fortunate when one of the BMWs had issues. So, yeah, we thought this weekend would be a little bit difficult because we struggle on the straight sometimes. So, yeah, to come away with third is, you know, you'd take that at the beginning of the weekend, wouldn't you? So that's fine.
And talk us through the race start, because it got a little bit hectic, especially in the front of the order.
Yeah, so, well, same with race one actually as well. I had a really good start. Jumped into the lead for a couple corners. I could enjoy that. And then, yeah, I just didn't have the pace to stick with the front couple guys, you know, so it wasn't going to be long until they made their way past. Even if I tried anything too defensive. So yeah, I think I found my position or the correct position to finish in, depending on the pace I had. So.
Well, Dylan, thank you so much for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Congratulations on third, and I'll let you jump out now because it's very warm in there. I'm just standing there, it's very warm.
I think I need to take this back to the garage now, so.
Fair enough, we'll leave you to do that. And Dylan, thank you so much for having a chat to us. And with that then, the Turismo X is pretty much done and dusted. Adam, it's a pleasure to be back in the pit lane here. For the last time today, it's back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kieran McGinley, for bringing us some of the views and news from down there in the paddock. And, of course, for also joining me on commentary today. It's been a fabulous day of racing, and the best, arguably, is yet to come, because tomorrow here at Snetterton on the shorter 200 layout, it is going to be the EnduroCar 9 hours, the Schweinerennen 9 hours of Snetterton for the EnduroCar category. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to our full live stream coverage, which will begin shortly before the race starts. The race is due to begin at 9:05 local time. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a very different day from what we have seen. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action from Turismo X, from the MSV Track Day Championship and Trophy, and of course the Bernese V8s and Outlaws. From myself, Adam Weller, Kieran McGinley, Jeremy the cameraman, and everyone involved with today's live stream, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.